personally met face to face. So now that that's happened, maybe we'll start to actually see something. And my reasoning for that was that I don't believe Putin trusts anybody. And maybe he's only willing to talk with Trump to actually get something done. And I think there's a pretty good reason for that, to be honest with you. You look at the history of how Russia has negotiated with the United States. It's not exactly been great negotiations. So, hopefully we actually see some sort of process start. I did notice that the day that they had the peace process, or, the summit in Anchorage, Ukraine launched its massive drone attack, a huge drone attack on Russia that day. I don't know. I'd like to see something start. I think everybody would. I mean, the amount of death and destruction that's happened across Ukraine has been devastating to everybody, I believe. And it doesn't appear that Putin really cares. I mean, it doesn't matter to him. He'll just keep throwing more people at it. So let's hope that they can actually start some sort of process. But I did think it's interesting that Putin specifically said, I hope that that this beginning of this process is not undone by backroom deals by other people, which I thought was a very interesting choice of words at the meeting in Anchorage.
You know what I think is also interesting? I've been talking about the focus of the American people, and maybe a lot of the viewers watching this right now. I grew up, I'm older than you, I grew up in the 70s and the 80s. And I can tell you that while the Cold War and the fear of a nuclear war between the United States and the Soviet Union was certainly something that was a part of my childhood, what was much more a part of my childhood, especially my teenage years, was worrying about crime. I moved to New York right around the time that I became a teenager, right around high school time, and that was a 24/7 concern. I lived in a neighborhood with great people, but we were on the edge of some rougher parts of the city. I didn't grow up on the streets, but I grew up in some bad neighborhoods or near some bad neighborhoods. And that was the day-to-day concern. And so that's why I think it's so interesting that while we're talking about Russia and Ukraine, what's going on in D.C. on the streets is a concerted effort, a first-time hands-on effort by a president to try to crack down on crime in a major U.S. city, which happens to be our nation's capital. And so what we learned over the weekend is, hey, these National Guard troops that are based in D.C., they need to be relieved. They can't just be on the streets all the time. That's not what they're trained for, and they don't really have the capacity for it. So we learned that, red states like South Carolina and West Virginia are going to send some National Guard troops. Ohio has become sort of a red state, but their governor, Mike DeWine, is no Trump fan, but he's also going to send National Guard troops to D.C. So to me, this is much more front of mind for Americans because so many of us in urban and even rural settings are concerned about crime, aren't we?
Absolutely. The one thing that I've been watching about this is that, Trump, if he manages to pull this off, if he manages to actually clean D.C. up and actually get it to the point where people can walk around and feel safe, and, thousands of people across the country go to D.C. every single year. I mean, tens of thousands of people of Americans do for tourism and everything else. If they make it so that all of those people, even from big blue cities, show up in D.C. and they feel safe there, the rulers, the Democrats in each one of these cities, in these big blue cities, are going to look like fools because he'll have been able to fix something that they swore was unfixable in just a couple months. I think he's going to pull off a Rudy Giuliani in D.C. and I think people are going to notice, and I think people are going to ask him to help them do that. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think you're going to see states that really want this done. They're going to ask for assistance. And Trump's going to come out on top again on this. And the fact that the Democrats continue to step on the rake saying, no, we want crime. I don't know how they've managed what they're doing. I mean, this is the most insane position I've ever seen. But then again, they've been doing that all year. So,
yeah. Again, and this narrative that you can't fix it was started in the mid-1960s, very much here in New York, first with a mayor named Robert Wagner, and then John Lindsay. There's a great book to read, very, very readable. It's called The Ungovernable City, and that's where you can hear the beginnings of local leaders talking about how, well, we have to be soft on crime, and then, of course, they can't fix it. Read that book, and you see not only how it got started and so messed up, but how easy, I mean, again, not easy because you actually have to have the courage to stand up to it. But if you have the courage to stand up to it, it is an easy problem to fix. Now, Walter, I want to get on to your next and your latest exclusive story that you've been working on for your Substack, the WC Dispatch. You found out that all this time during this election going on in Virginia, which I'm begging everyone watching, please get more attentive to this election. It's a very important election in Virginia, statewide election, governor, lieutenant governor, the House of Delegates, the whole thing. Virginia Democrat nominee Abigail Spanberger's staff, her top campaign staffers, have been the subject of a defamation lawsuit because her campaign went after really a very honorable U.S. veteran. Tell us a little bit more about this, and are we supposed to believe that Spanberger has nothing to do with it?
Well, that's the most interesting part about the whole story, right? I mean, the way that it goes is that there's this guy. His name is Thomas Speciale. He previously ran for U.S. Senate in Virginia, and in 2022. They wrote a defamatory piece of, it's a hits job on him, but it wasn't really necessarily just on him. It was actually on Abigail Spanberger's 2022 congressional opponent. So they just linked this guy in there because they figured it was a good smear. They claimed that he was part of this, part of a violent mob on January 6th, and the guy had nothing to do with any of that. They just go after him for everything. They say beat and bloodied law enforcement, all sorts of stuff, and then it turns out that this guy not only wasn't involved in anything like that, but that he's also a member of the intelligence community, that he was also a veteran, that he was also, he was cleared in the January 6th committee. Actually had already talked to him. So he went after her. And let's be clear here. He didn't actually even sue Spanberger originally, had nothing to do with her. He went after the Democrat Party of Virginia, and through discovery finds out that Abigail Spanberger's campaign is the one that wrote all of this information. So as a result of that, he starts deposing more and more people, finds out that it's Abigail Spanberger's campaign, and then he has to depose the campaign manager, the communications director. He goes through her entire top line staff of her campaign and is trying to get Abigail Spanberger herself deposed, but she's refusing to allow that to be public. She doesn't want that. She's trying to have that sealed and have it quashed, which I don't think anybody believes that Spanberger's entire top-line campaign staff could ever know that and not actually know it herself. So I don't think there's any real legal means for her to keep that from going public.
Yeah, and everyone needs to understand something about Virginia. This is no longer the Virginia Democratic Party used to be very moderate. At least they tried to pretend. It's no longer the party of Chuck Robb or some of the other moderate Democrats who have been in power in Virginia. It's now the party of Mark Warner. It's the party of Terry McAuliffe, the party of Tim Kaine. These people are radical leftists, and Abigail Spanberger is even more radical. And Walter, she just turned down an invitation not from Real America's Voice or Fox, but from CNN to have a live national debate with her opponent, Winsome Earl Sears. I mean, tell us about that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty amazing, really. So she was actually Spanberger for weeks when there was a previous campaign issue, or debate issue, and she made a whole big mess and campaign smear about how, oh my goodness, how can we ever elect somebody that won't debate? And then she declines one from CNN of all places. I think it's because she knows that right now there's a lot of problems going on, and she's actually running the Joe Biden basement campaign. That's what her intention is here. She wants to stay in the basement and hope no one asks her questions because she's got a bunch of problems. I mean, there's the abortion scandal that we broke on here on this show last week, then broke out. And then we have this new story with Spanberger's entire campaign staff involved in this defamation trial. She's obviously not trying to have anybody ask her any questions about anything. So her intention is she's going to try and do the full Joe Biden, never leave the basement, try and stay home the whole time, and hope that that her base doesn't notice that she's not even on the campaign trail, because it seems to me that she doesn't want to answer any questions about anything.
Yeah, this is the key off your election. People need to pay more attention to it, and the fact that the usually relatively more moderate Virginia Democrats have nominated a very radical nominee for governor, and we'll be keeping an eye on it. I know you will. Walter Kurt, thank you so much for joining us. Check out, everyone, his Substack, the WC Dispatch. Thank you so much. Have a great week, Walter.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks for having me on.
Coming up, fear and learning don't mix. But according to a new study, our American college students live in constant fear of speaking their true minds. Emily Finn isn't afraid. She's going to join us to talk about that. And with Volodymyr Zelenskyy about to return to the White House, will he choose to dress like he's on the battlefield again? Well, if he does decide to dress up this time, we should probably help him. I'll be showing some choices from the top fashion houses throughout the show. Here's the very latest Giorgio Armani collection for men. I think it's for men. If you think this is fancy, maybe this is what you should choose. I got some other choices throughout the show. Everyone, check it out. Tell me what you think Zelenskyy should wear. Again, this is the Armani choice. We'll be right back here in our American Sunrise Early Edition.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut. But your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey Magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey Magnets for only $9.99. Monkey Magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Monkey Magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with Monkey Magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
There's the White House, the scene of that big meeting between Zelenskyy, some European leaders going to be with him, and President Trump. Throughout the show, we're going to be not only just asking or making fun of Zelenskyy for what he wore last time. That's not helpful. I just showed you some Giorgio Armani looks. I've got a few more looks to show you throughout the show before we talk to Brian Glenn about it. I am here to help. I'm here to help, Volodymyr. President Zelenskyy, I'm going to give you some looks, some fashion that you can check out, and we'll be looking at more of that throughout the show. Joining us right now, speaking of fashion, is Real America's Voice contributor Emily Finn, looking very fashion-forward in editorial today. I don't know what any of those words mean, but I saw them on Project Runway once. Emily, this is a perfect story for us to talk about because we had different, I think, experiences in college. But there's this premise, however, doesn't surprise me. The actual numbers, however, from this study that I'm about to talk about did. A new study by 2 professors at Northwestern shows that about 90% of the college students surveyed said they have kept silent or even lied about their political beliefs in a class or in a course, or in their coursework, I should say, in order to please their professors and classmates. To me, that number is stunning. I'm not surprised that it's a big trend in some places. When I was in college, all those years ago, I graduated 33 years ago, I rarely even knew what my professors' political leanings were. There were a couple of really important professors that I had. I'm still today not sure whether they were conservative or liberal, Republican or Democrat. I'm not sure. Some of them I could guess, but I really don't even know. It sounds like that guesswork is out of the equation. Did you ever have this issue when you were in school? Did you knew that the college professor was one way and you were worried about telling him or her your views?
I absolutely did, Jake. When I was in college, I left for a semester and did an internship at One America News. And so when I came back from school, there was no hiding anything after that. I couldn't even keep myself silent if I wanted to. They knew exactly where my political beliefs and political leanings were. But the thing with that statistic that you brought up, 90%, Gen Z is becoming a whole lot more conservative, but 90% is all young people's voices. So this really is fear of the professors, fear of the university. I mean, these kids have to work so hard just to get accepted as it is, just to get through the admissions process. And so once they're finally on campus, the last thing that they're going to do is wear a MAGA hat or have any kinds of political beliefs in the classroom that they feel like would jeopardize their grades or jeopardize their, progress while they're trying to get their degrees and trying to complete their education. So I think this is a reflection of the state of higher education, that students are just simply in fear. They're self-silencing. It's a form of compliance just to be able to get by instead of inspiring conversations and inspiring debate between both political parties.
Yeah, I mean, I was already behind the times when I was in college in the late 80s and early 1990s, in that, yes, of course I chose a major and I had some career ideas for myself going forward. Not enough, however. That's one problem. But I absolutely said to myself, I'm at this great school, supposedly great school, and I'm not going to take the courses that people used to spend hours. I'm sure I think this has not changed. Students used to take hours trying to figure out what was the easiest course. Like, let me make sure that I get some classes that are the gut courses, as that was the term back then. I don't know if they still say that, where it's easier for me to get an A. And I used to look at the course book in a different way. I look, hey, who's the most interesting professor? Who's the one I've seen on the TV news once in a while? Who's really talking about something that I think is kind of cool? And yeah, maybe they're got a reputation as kind of a tough grader, but it'll be so much fun to be in these classes. And I find that not only did I enjoy it, but I remember the course content so much more than my friends and classmates who maybe they had perfect 4.0s, but they were just memorizing, and then they spit it out forever. I wondered, was that like an obsession with you and your classmates looking for the easier class as opposed to what might be fun or interesting?
I will say, it was that way. It was almost like survival. Just get through the classes, get through college, and then you can go start real life. That there's so much pressure on young people today to just get that piece of paper. Doesn't really even matter, what you get out of your education at that point. And I think that's where the problem really lies here, Jake. We have to refocus on the purpose of why you're going to get an education, not just to, skate by and get these easy classes, get these easy A's in, but actually to get something out of it and apply that to real life after you graduate.
Yeah, so, the reason why I bring that up is because, it's just another form of that charade. You're taking a class because you think you're going to get an A, not because you're really interested that much in the coursework. Now people are saying things in their classes and putting things in their papers, not because they really believe it, but because they think that will align with the political views of their professor, if they're doing a group project, some of the other students in the class. This is all a great example of how really the college experience is far from educational for so many students. And in a few minutes, we're going to be hearing from one of the most distinguished professors in America, Robbie George, who's going to come on and talk about how this is a real danger to discourse in America. Emily Finn, I'm really excited. You're going to be with us for the entire 2 hours of American Sunrise, and you and I are going to get back together to talk about the stock market and stuff in about an hour and a half. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll get to this discussion. This is a longer discussion I think we're going to need to have over the months, I think.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing you in a couple hours, Jake.
All right, sounds great. Hey, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are a mess, do not wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast. 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. But there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. Messy books? No problem. They've seen it all and know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies, so don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Coming up, what is wilder than a ride on a Six Flags roller coaster? Well, these days, the really scary ride is for the folks investing in the theme park company at all. That story and moving America when American Sunrise Early Edition comes right back.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
It's a live look at Atlanta, Georgia this morning. The state is probably really focusing on high school football, which started last weekend there, and of course, college coming up. Georgia Tech is in Atlanta, and of course, not too far from Atlanta is the University of Georgia. Listen, I've got my finger on the pulse of what's going on. I know what people are really thinking about. They're not thinking about the stock market in Atlanta this morning, or they should be, though. Let's check it out. Let's look at where the markets are going to open this morning here as we get started on a new week. And look at these numbers. This is a really flat market. And I have a prediction. I don't think the markets are going to move all that much until September and the next Fed meeting. And we find out whether they cut rates or not, whether Jerome Powell finally cuts rates. That's my feeling. I feel like we've got like another 3 weeks of this. And we'll see where this goes, but it really feels like the markets are waiting on stuff. You know what's not waiting, though? Bitcoin investors. Let's take a look at where Bitcoin is, because Bitcoin has moved out of that window to the downside. It's at the $115,000 mark right now. So it is broken below the 117 to 121 window that we were basically holding at for a few weeks. So it's breaking lower. Again, maybe a buying opportunity for you, for those of you who think it's going to go back up, and maybe a time to sell for those of you who think it's not going to recover anytime soon. A story that I want to talk about this morning from the world of finance that should help you understand the world of politics is oil prices. Oil prices are a great way. You know, you've heard me say this on this program many times. You have to look at what people with skin in the game, money in the game, are doing sometimes to really find out what the politicians are really doing. So oil is a great way to figure out how we're going with this Ukraine-Russia discussion and the whole peace process. If the price of oil is going down, that means that investors believe that we are closer to either some kind of a peace deal or at least no new sanctions on Russia. So if oil prices right now, they're basically flat. We're at the $63, almost $62 level on a barrel per barrel for oil. If it breaks below 60, then that's a pretty good sign that peace is probably good. A peace process that people believe in is getting started. If it starts to surge over 70, then there's probably less hope for peace. That is a really good way to gauge. Don't listen to the folks on CNN or in the New York Times. Look at the oil price. That will tell you a lot more than some of those analysts who, don't really know much. All right, what a difference 10 days makes. 10 days ago, President Trump was demanding that the Intel CEO, a man named Lip-Bu Tan, step down. Now, the Trump administration is in serious negotiations to buy a significant stake in Intel. Now, of course, Intel is a big computer chip company. They are not as much on the cutting edge anymore like NVIDIA is, or Advanced Micro Devices, or some of these other chip companies, but it still has some very sensitive technological information that the Trump administration does not want to get into the hands of our enemies, namely China. Now, President Trump was looking to get a new CEO. I think that he probably was talking about that in order to pressure them into seriously letting the U.S. government take an investment in this company because it is a national security issue. So we'll see where this is going, but I got to tell you, investors like it. Intel shares have been going up the last couple of days based on the news that they may get this investment from the U.S. government. Again, all in the name of national security, but money's money, and this will increase the demand for and the value of Intel shares, so people can make some money off of that move. Here's who's not making money right now. Six Flags, the theme park company. They have had a really scary summer. No, really, very scary. The stock is down 32% over the last 3 months, 47% for the year so far. It feels like every day there is another story about another roller coaster breaking down while people are stuck at the top. That happened over the weekend in Maryland, at the Six Flags in Maryland. It's happening all over the country. They've had construction delays, and their big new roller coaster at their really signature roller coaster park, Cedar Point in Ohio, their new roller coaster there, Siren's Curse, has been cursed. It feels like every couple of weeks there's videos of people getting stuck at the top of that roller coaster. Six Flags is in trouble, folks. They haven't figured it out. Of course, however, if their stock continues to go down, you're going to see stories in the mainstream media about how, oh, this is about the tariffs and people can't afford to go to theme parks. That's not the case. The case is that their roller coasters are breaking down, and it's scary, and people don't want to go if they're going to have to climb down from a ladder off the top of a roller coaster. Hot tip. That's a pro tip. All right, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, artilleryteaco.com. Use promo code RAV for 10% off your first order. Artillery Tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical-free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran-owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. artilleryteaco.com, promo code RAV for 10% off your first order. American steel giant Cleveland-Cliffs has just signed a major supplier deal with multiple U.S. car makers. Now, we don't know officially all the names and all the details of this deal, but one source tells Bloomberg News that GM is the biggest buyer here. Of course, this is about tariffs, and the tariffs on incoming steel and aluminum. Cleveland-Cliffs is going to supply this. This is going to be a big boost for them. It already has been. Cleveland-Cliffs is up 37% just over the last 3 months. Of course, 3 months ago, roughly, being when the tariffs were first announced. So that's a big deal for Cleveland-Cliffs. We're going to see more things like this. This is an interesting move, and we'll see how many new jobs are created out of this, because these plants are going to have to expand or at least extend their hours. Here's another example, by the way, in this next story, of why you can't believe everything you see and hear on the internet. Newsflash. Perhaps you saw this viral video of an all-electric Ford Mustang Mach-E crashing on the highway near San Carlos, California last week. This is when this video first emerged. The story going around for days was that this crash happened while the car was in self-driving mode. Well, not so much. CHIPS, the California Highway Patrol, has weighed in, says the driver was actually arrested for suspected drunk driving. Oh, and investigators determined the vehicle was not in autonomous mode, self-driving mode. Folks, just don't believe everything you see, especially when it comes to car chases and car crashes. Gotta wait for the police report, and we got one there. All right, folks, maybe you remember when the Chrysler 300 sedan first came out. It was such a hot design. It kind of looked like a Bentley, by the way. That was they deliberately made it look like a Bentley. And it was a big seller for Chrysler. Those were the Jürgen Schrempp days. Remember Jürgen Schrempp, the guy who was also the CEO of Daimler when Daimler-Benz owned Chrysler back in the day, and they had some really nice-looking cars. I don't know how reliable they were, but the PT Cruiser, the Dodge with the Hemi, the Dodge Ram trucks, and, of course, the Chrysler 300. Well, Stellantis, which is the owner of Chrysler Jeep Dodge now, says it's going to bring back the 300, probably in time for the 2026 model year, so just around the corner. One catch, however, and you knew this was coming. The new Chrysler 300 will probably only be available as an EV. Sorry, folks, but it is a nice-looking car. Okay. Let's talk about something that is already available right now, and that is the very gas-only powered Ford GT MK4. And Ford says that so many performance improvements have been made on this amazing car that non-professional drivers are now setting quicker lap times around the track as professional drivers managed when the race car was first introduced a few years ago. That's how performance-minded this car is. Even an amateur like you and me can get really amazing lap times. The car debuted in 2016. Ford announced Friday that a few dozen are still available, but you can expect to pay. A used 2023 model just sold in Florida for $1.9 million. It only had 3 miles on the odometer. Who buys that kind of a car and only puts 3 miles on it? That just sounds like a lot of fun missed. But there you go. That's a car you can get. Okay, coming up. Has all reason and logic been driven out of our political and academic discourse in America? One of America's most important voices on all of that is about to join us to discuss it. And it isn't just intellectual discourse. What about formal dress at work and decent fashion? That also seems to be extinct. As we await Ukrainian President Zelensky's return to the White House today, I'm continuing my look and giving you a look at the top formal fashions for men. I think these are for men. These are some of the offerings from Versace. I wonder, what do you guys think? Maybe this is what Zelensky will choose. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckvac.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckvac.com. Order now.
It's Monday, August 18th. Here are this morning's top stories. He's coming back, and this time he's bringing friends. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy and some of Europe's top leaders are headed to the White House today to discuss the next steps after the Trump-Putin summit on Friday. Will an actual peace process for Russia and Ukraine be able to move forward? And what is Zelenskyy going to wear? Come on, we're all thinking about that, aren't we? Hey, more states are stepping up to help President Trump's efforts to crack down on crime and vandalism in Washington, D.C. The governors of South Carolina, West Virginia, and even Ohio are all in on the plan and sending their own National Guard troops to relieve the D.C. troops who've been patrolling the streets for a few days. Hurricane Aaron, we've been watching it, has been downgraded to Category 3, but is expected to get back to a Category 5 pretty soon. Right now, the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico are under a flood watch. And a federal grand jury has charged New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell with misuse of taxpayer money in connection with an alleged affair with her bodyguard, and that's just one of the counts against her. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. Special welcome to those of you in the Getter and the Rumble chats watching on those platforms and commenting. The days of passive news watching are long over. Thank you so much for commenting. I'm actually reading them. Even when I get criticized, believe me, I can take it. So that's important to remember. Joining us right now, however, is a very, very special guest. He is Professor Robbie George of Princeton University. He's a McCormick professor. He runs the James Madison program at that university. And he's also the author of a brand new book. It's called Seeking Truth and Speaking Truth. You can get it on all the online booksellers, or look for it in a bookstore as well if you enjoy going to bookstores like I do and actually touching and feeling books. That's another thing you can do in America. Hopefully that isn't going away. Let's get into this because, Professor George, I want to talk about your profession really to get started, because it feels like speaking truth, arguments and debates based on reason are now being threatened in the world of academia. We just talked about it earlier in the program, that new survey of college students, a huge percentage of them saying that they are not telling the truth about their real views because they're worried about their grades being affected or their social status being affected in their classes. The university should be the setting where we have the most reason-based arguments and the most academic debates. But that's really in trouble now, isn't it?
That certainly is. First, though, Jake, I just want to say what a pleasure it is to be on with you. Our families, the Novaks and the Georges, go back a long way together. Your father is one of my most beloved academic friends and a scholar I admire enormously, so it's great to be on. Yeah, I mean, here's what we're facing today in academic life and generally in social life. So many of our people, especially but not exclusively our young people, suppose that there's your truth and you have that, and there's my truth and I have that, but there's no such thing as the truth. There's just your truth and my truth. This casual relativism can seem harmless at the beginning, but it's actually anything but harmless. We need to restore the faith of people, including young people, in the idea that there is a truth and it's worth working and struggling. It's hard to do, but it's worth struggling to get at the truth, because living in touch with reality, making policy in line with reality, living our personal lives in line with reality really is critically important. If we don't do that, we're on our way to disaster. So we need to get back to the idea that there's a truth that should be given priority, maybe hard to get to, we can never get there fully, but it's our task to strive for it.
I wonder how much of this has to do with feelings. When I hear people say my truth and your truth, this doesn't sound to me like someone is necessarily delusional. I'm not a psychiatrist. I can't exactly say that for sure. But it feels more like, well, they're not really denying that there is a truth, but we've decided that we're not going to discuss it because it might hurt the feelings of those who hear it. And I know you've taught courses at Princeton over the years where students were very emotionally affected by the coursework. For example, classes on family law and things like that. And look, I'm not saying that it's easy necessarily for everyone to experience this, but we can't be afraid to talk about issues because it may affect people emotionally. And so that's my big segue. Look, you're not just a professor. You're also a legal scholar. You were a clerk at the U.S. Supreme Court during the time that Roe v. Wade was decided. So again, when I talk about emotions, can there be anything more emotional than abortion, discussing abortion in America? It feels like one of the things it's obviously a major issue here in this country, but boy, I don't know about you, I try to avoid discussing it as much as possible because people are so emotionally triggered by it one way or the other, whether they're pro-choice, pro-life, or whatever you want to call them.
Well, I have no choice but to talk about that issue and other issues, including issues of marriage and sexuality and family, because it's my job as a teacher of civil liberties and of moral and political philosophy and of constitutional interpretation. I was actually at the court many years after Roe was decided. I was a judicial fellow working for then Chief Justice Rehnquist in the late 1980s. But the question of whether Roe would be overturned was very much in the air even back then. That has since then, of course, happened. We had all the hot button issues coming before the court. Now, we're going to resolve those as a society, more or less well. We're going to resolve those as a society better or worse. The only hope we have at resolving them in a better way and not a worse way is if we talk about them, if we think about them critically, if we exchange ideas. And we can't be afraid that we're going to hurt people's feelings. The stakes are too high. Jake, just consider this, for example. I know that in any class I teach or any group of young people I'm with, there are going to be people who are from all sorts of family backgrounds. People whose parents were never married, people whose parents were married but they're divorced, people who are in all kinds of situations. But we're going to have to talk about family. We're going to have to talk about sexuality for this reason. The reality is that a great many of our social problems, some of our most fundamental social problems, stem from the collapse of the family over the past 5 decades. And if we're going to do anything about that, if we're going to raise people up out of the abject conditions they're in as a result of family breakdown and failures of family formation, we're going to have to talk about the family issue. We should do so with some sensitivity, of course, always in a spirit of kindness and compassion and love, but nevertheless, facing up to the issues and discussing them plainly.
Yeah. getting into those tough, emotionally charged conversations. I wonder, one of the things that I use, and I wonder if more people do this, maybe you do it too sometimes, not in a classroom because you have a job to do, but maybe in social settings. One of the escape hatches people have to get out of a dicey, emotionally charged political conversation is to say something along the lines of like, well, I wish we had better candidates. That's an easy out. Almost everyone can agree with that, or at least maybe if they're not that aggressive, they'll leave you alone after you say that. But one of the funny things about that, and it's not that funny, but it's certainly sad, it's actually sad, is that I don't think that we can really argue in this country anymore. And when people ask, well, I wish we had better candidates all the time, because I don't think that it's not a question. The question isn't why don't better people run? I think the question is why isn't every single criminal and morally decrepit individual in America not running? It feels like the way that the system is set up in this country for politics is an absolute magnet for the absolutely worst people in the world. But here's the hook. This shouldn't surprise us. I mean, we have people in the Bible, we have people in ancient Greek philosophers from Plato, and also, earlier than Plato in the Bible, all telling us, not just warning us, but actually telling us, like it was back then, thousands of years ago, that kings and political leaders are extremely likely to be bad human beings. How can we have great discourse in this country when the people who are looking to be our leaders for thousands of years have basically been bad people until proven otherwise?
Well, look, Jake, human nature does not change. We're all made out of the same stuff, flesh and bone and blood. We're all given to the same temptations. We're all imperfect. In the Christian tradition, we have the concept of original sin. You don't have that exact concept in the Jewish tradition or in other great religious traditions. But all great religious traditions recognize that human nature is flawed. We are imperfect. Now, there are better people and worse people. People make themselves better or worse by their choices and actions. That's a great insight that we have from Aristotle and some of the other great Greek thinkers of antiquity who've thought about how virtue and vice come into being in human lives. But we're going to have to work with the material we have. We can't imagine that there are somewhere out there perfect people, and if we could only find them and make them the kings and the rulers, everything would be okay. We've got to work with what we've got. Now, the American founders had an ingenious idea about that, Jake. They said, given the facts of human nature, you can read this in Federalist Paper number 10 by James Madison. Given the fallenness, the frailty, the fallibility of people, given the fact that we are so badly imperfect, what we need to do is structure government so that anybody exercising power is always accountable to somebody else or some other institution. There is no such thing as unchecked power. And that's what gave our republic under our Constitution, for example, our system of the separation of powers, what Americans learn in civics class in terms of checks and balances, that give us the distinction between a national government as a government of delegated and enumerated powers and state governments as governments of general jurisdiction, exercising general authority, what are called police powers, protect public health, safety, and morals. Now you have a different system up there in Canada. Of course, you have a parliamentary model, but whatever your cultural and historical circumstances are, we need to be thinking about how to make sure that power is accountable, because it will be always exercised by frail, fallen, fallible, imperfect human beings.
Well, it's amazing that you say that because, again, I think that we are living through the most accountable presidency in American history. Love or hate President Trump. He tells you what he's thinking all the time. There's very little hidden agenda. He's obviously challenged on everything he does all the time by so many different institutions in this country. It is the most accountable presidency. People who hate President Trump can say they don't like any of that, but that is really undeniable. Obviously, there's so much more that we could talk about, but folks, do a couple of things. First of all, get the new book by Professor George, but also you can follow him on X. It's at McCormick Prof. It's an incredible account. Not something that you usually see on social media as far as the strength of what he's writing regularly. Usually people like us don't do that, but I really appreciate that you have that, and we'll hopefully have you on again. Thank you so much for talking about some of these issues with us this morning.
Thank you, Jake. Blessings to you, and my love to your mom and dad.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, we're going to come back in just a moment. We're going to go live to our brand new studio in Washington, D.C., and then we're going to continue this discussion with Brian Glenn about what fashions Volodymyr Zelenskyy should choose if he's going to dress up finally. Here is Gucci, by the way. I've been showing all these fashions. I think this is men's fashion. Actually, this looks pretty traditional. Here's some great choices for Volodymyr Zelenskyy. That tie is ridiculously long, but hey, we'll give him a break on that. Brian Glenn, the man who asked Zelenskyy about his dressing down the last time he came to the White House, is going to join us. American Sunrise Early Edition. I'll be right back.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
We have a nice breeze going in D.C. this morning. That's good news for Brian Glenn, who's going to be joining us in just a moment. Let's just get right to him. You know, all throughout the morning, I've been showing you some fashion options for Volodymyr Zelenskyy as he comes to the White House. If you think this is just a joke, if you think I'm just kidding around, this is actually really an important international story. Brian Glenn, again, joining us from our brand new RAV studio in Washington, D.C. Brian was the one who made what Volodymyr Zelenskyy wears into something we were whispering about it. It was something that people were kind of chatting about behind the scenes. But as soon as you asked him, Brian, hey, you know, why don't you wear a suit to that? I'm paraphrasing your question. Then people started talking about it more openly. So you were telling me off the air, like, this is actually a big speculation right now. There's a lot of betting on this, and I'm not joking. And you have a prediction about what to expect from Volodymyr Zelenskyy when he steps out of that car at 1 p.m. today.
Yeah, I think shortly after 1 o'clock when he arrives at the West Wing, Jake, the world's going to know whether or not President Zelenskyy wore a suit or not. Now, I'm betting on that he will, and only because I'm seeing a lot of reports, and I can't verify sources on this, but Axios just released a statement saying that the White House requested Zelenskyy to wear a suit for his meeting with President Trump. So we'll see what happens. But it's really interesting, Jake, to see what is the definition of a suit. It kind of takes me back to the funeral with the Pope, because what he had on was a jacket-style garment, but didn't quite fit the category of what a suit, traditional suit, would look like. So I think today, and you've done a great job showing us some examples of these various suits, I think we see Zelenskyy in a traditional suit. I mean, something like I would be wearing right now, maybe something better. That's his words last time to me. But we'll see shortly after 1 o'clock today.
Yeah, I right now we got Gucci on, and there's a couple of these fashions I've been showing that are a little bit out there, to say the least. I also have Ralph. Now, so I saved the best for last, Brian. I got Ralph Lauren. You always know you're going to get a traditional look from Ralph Lauren, so we had that available. There you go. Now now I don't expect him to come out looking like that, but these are a little bit more traditional. Some of these, a tuxedo, that would be something, although that's an evening. There, look at that. Now you're talking. That would be something that I think President Trump would respect. I used to run Larry Kudlow's programs, and Larry Kudlow was always, basically still is the best dressed guy in television news. And that was one of the first things that President Trump said about him when he put him on the staff. So, this is an important issue for President Trump. But you know what? There's actually some history here to talk about. People and how they dress is a political statement. And I remember reading in history about Mahatma Gandhi coming to Great Britain for the first time after he became the leader for independence for India. And the big question is, would he wear a suit? Remember, he was an attorney in South Africa as a young man. He wasn't always wearing the traditional Indian dress. And sure enough, he showed up at 10 Downing Street wearing the traditional Indian dress as a sign of pride. But for him, it wasn't a costume. He wasn't pretending. He was really a leader who put his life on the line for his people. So I think that there's something to it. So maybe Zelensky's trying to play that game, but I don't know if he really pulled it off.
No, I don't think he did. They say that what he was wearing is because they're in a time of war, and that's what he wears. And I said, well, the war is not here. The war is 4,000 miles away from Washington, D.C. I'll go back. I think he wears a traditional suit, a black suit, or a dark blue suit, a navy suit, if you will. I think he goes on the lighter shades of that. Now, here's a big question here. Does he wear a tie? Because he has been seen in a suit jacket before with no tie. So I'll ask you, Jake, and maybe we ask our viewers, do you have to have a tie on to complete the image of wearing a suit? Maybe that's another discussion that the fashion gurus could have.
I'm going to say,
but it is true. Yes. I mean, if you look at, I agree.
I'm going to say it.
I agree.
All right, we're looking forward to you joining American Sunrise in the next couple of hours. Early edition comes back right tomorrow. Thank you.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday.
Many Americans don't even realize that groups like the Red Cross or Catholic Charities, which they've been sincerely giving their money to all of this time, were part and parcel to $6 billion being spent among 200 NGOs, the most egregious of culprits in our border invasion. Will they be exposed or punished?
It's certainly my hope that they will be exposed and they will be held accountable. I think that the American people want to know these facts, and I think that ultimately we've got to find ways that they can be brought to justice and they can be held accountable for the actions that they've taken.
I want to talk about your recent visit to Israel. What's your sense of progress being made in the war there between Israel and Hamas? And what's your sense of what's happening on the ground?
Well, I've got to tell you, it was a gut-wrenching experience, to be honest with you. We went to the areas where on October 7th, 2023, Israel faced situations that really more Israelis killed than ever since the Holocaust. I'll tell you what I'm praying. I'm praying that God intervenes and there's some supernatural movements of God that lead to rescues as the military finishes this war and finishes this job, and that God works and that we see some of those hostages brought out alive. That's my prayer.
Look, my view is this. Putin wants the Donbass region, and they're controlling that right now. So the way I see it, I mean, if he gets more territory, he essentially wins. And then he takes a break for a certain amount of time. All right, ceasefire, end of war, whatever you want to call it. Then he reloads and looks to take all of Ukraine. I mean, this is not hard. Am I missing something here?
I think the fear here is that, one, let's address Zelenskyy and Ukraine, the fact that they're not involved in these conversations. Now, this is great power politics. Those that have the ability and leverage to stop wars will be in the negotiations. This is a tough pill for him to swallow, and he feels sidelined with regards to the future of Ukraine. But I said it earlier on previous broadcasts. European wars have a way, small European wars, of bringing the U.S. into larger American wars. So, it's not about honoring or rewarding Russian aggression. It's about starting a broader conflict. Now, as they approach this, one, the immediate goal is an immediate ceasefire. But they will get security guarantees for both sides to hopefully prevent Russian aggression westward after this.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
He became one of the world's greatest leaders. He changed the course of history. Now, Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming to North America on his first ever Grand Lecture Tour. Be part of this historic event. Meet the global leader live on stage as he takes you behind the scenes of history's greatest turning points and the greatest challenges of our time. Join the conversation that will shape our future. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these
Ahead on American Sunrise, after meeting with Vladimir Putin on Friday, President Trump is meeting with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelenskyy today. Ahead, find out who will be in Zelensky's entourage for today's high-stake meeting. Plus, 3 Republican-led states are sending National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. So how will this all ultimately play out? We'll take a look for you. And California Governor Gavin Newsom slams efforts to get President Trump the Nobel Peace Prize. Stick around to hear his comments. Those stories and so much more right now on this Monday morning edition of American Sunrise.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to American Sunrise. I am Emily Finn, filling in today for Dr. Gina. Live here in West Palm Beach, we want to bring in Terrence Bates in our Denver newsroom for a little discussion about the top headlines that we're looking at over the weekend. Happy Monday to you, Terrence.
Emily, happy Monday. So good to start the work week with you here. Dr. Gina is off, David is off, and so you and I get to man the ship for the next couple of days. Looking forward to it. And look, we're starting the week with big news. President Trump, of course, met with Vladimir Putin on Friday, but today he is going to be meeting at the White House with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, as well as what I call Volodymyr Zelensky's entourage. A number of European Union leaders are going to be joining him at the White House. You may remember, though, the last time Volodymyr Zelenskyy was in the Oval Office, it didn't go quite so well for him. You probably remember this question from our very own Brian Glenn.
My second question for President Zelenskyy. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have such. I will wear a costume after this war will finish. Okay. Yes, maybe. Maybe something like yours, yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see.
Okay, Emily. So, there's obviously this is a high stakes meeting, but the suit issue is very likely going to come up, and all eyes are going to be on Volodymyr Zelenskyy today, good or bad, to see how he shows up and in what attire.
Absolutely, Terrence. I mean, who could forget that moment with Brian Glenn? That was pretty iconic, but you're right. That meeting between Zelenskyy and President Trump didn't exactly go super well the first time. So Zelenskyy is coming with a bunch of foreign leaders, French President Emmanuel Macron, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. I mean, there's a lot of people that are going to be joining him in support of ending this war in Ukraine. President Trump and Putin, just meeting last Friday. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot on the agenda today. They may be talking about his suit for a few moments there, Terrence, but I think there's a lot bigger topics for them to discuss.
Absolutely. By the way, Brian Glenn is going to join us here in a little bit. And Emily, don't tell anybody, but I'm going to razz him about his suit. I'm going to tell him that I think that Volodymyr Zelenskyy is going to show up in a better suit than Brian has on. I got a kick out of that. He said, maybe what you have on, or maybe better. So I'm going to razz Brian about that.
Is this a who wore it best kind of situation? This may be kind of funny, Terrence.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to either be funny or fall flat, but I'm going to try like any good comedian does. Hey, let's get to our Bible verse, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, Terrence. Today's Bible verse comes from Psalm 91. And it reads, "He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty." That is on your screen right now. Always great to start the day with a Bible verse. Now, President Trump is set to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy today, as Terrence and I were just discussing. European leaders are set to be at the meeting as well. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio had this to say about that. Take a look.
There is concern from the Europeans that President Zelenskyy is going to be bullied into signing something away. That's why you have these European leaders coming as backup tomorrow. Can you?
No, it isn't. That's not why they're coming as back. That's not true. No, but that's not that's not true. They're not coming here tomorrow to keep Zelenskyy from being bullied. They're not coming.
That February Oval Office meeting in front of television cameras where President Zelenskyy.
Do you know how many meetings we've had since then?
Oh no, I know, and I was just up in Alaska watching the one with Vladimir Putin where a red carpet rolled out.
No, but with Zelenskyy, we've had more meetings. We've had one meeting with Putin and like a dozen meetings with Zelenskyy. So, but that's not true. They're not coming here tomorrow to keep Zelenskyy from being bullied. They're coming here tomorrow because we've been working with the Europeans. We talked to them last week. There were meetings in the UK over the previous weekend.
And they said President Trump was going to demand a ceasefire.
As early as Thursday. But you said that they're coming here tomorrow to keep Zelenskyy from being bullied. They're not coming here tomorrow. Oh, this is such a stupid media narrative that they're coming here tomorrow because Trump is going to bully Zelenskyy into a bad deal. We've been working with these people for weeks.
Rubio seems a bit fired up here. For more, let's bring in GOP strategist and host of the 13-Minute News Hour, Bobby Eberle. Bobby, what do you make of all of this?
Well, good morning. Yeah, it was very eventful, that summit with Putin and what's going to happen today. And I think when you guys were alluding to the suits, things takes me back to the show, What Not to Wear. And I think what Zelenskyy chooses to wear or not wear sends a big message, because why he was dressed in this was to show solidarity with the soldiers at war. So for him to come out actually in a suit shows that he is going to the next step, going to the peace process. Let's end this. Let's be diplomats. Let's be leaders and bring people together. So I actually think that his outfit could be a big symbolic move in one direction or another. But I think real progress was made between Trump and Putin. It remains to be seen what happens today, but I think people need to realize that this is a peace negotiation. So it's not a surrender one side or the other. So that means concessions have to be made on both sides. And what I think you're likely going to see is territory that Russia has occupied or taken. Some of that will remain in Russian hands. And then on the flip side, Ukraine will get some kind of security guarantees that it's been hoping for as a full member of NATO without being a full member of NATO. So look forward to some of that. Maybe something emerges today, but I think these leaders are here in the case that we might have a major breakthrough.
Bobby, great perspective about Volodymyr Zelenskyy potentially showing up in a suit and the symbolism thereof. That's an interesting point you made. Let's get back to this whole issue of the narrative of the European Union leaders showing up in order to keep Volodymyr Zelenskyy from being bullied. It seems to me that these European leaders showing up is really putting even more pressure on Volodymyr Zelenskyy to move, to budge a little bit, and to give some concessions in order to realize peace. It seems to me that they're also invested just like Ukraine is invested.
Yes, yeah, they are. And so it kind of begs the story is like, what's the media narrative here? And I know that some of these European countries, they are all in on kind of this globalist mentality where Russia is the permanent enemy. You know, forget, I guess, communist China, our greatest adversary. But as long as we can have this antagonistic feelings and relations against Russia, then there's always something to build up, some kind of military movement, some kind of antagonism. And I do believe that some of them, though, want peace, want this to end, want relations to stabilize. And I think that they are coming here on that potential of a breakthrough. But make no mistake, you see the media narrative and you see some in the administration, in the establishment, government, that want this to continue. There is no doubt that they would be happy endlessly funding more weapons, more supplies to Ukraine to keep this killing of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people going in perpetuity. President Trump wants an end to that. He wants to bring peace, and the only way is to bring both sides together, negotiate, and come up with some concessions that both sides can be okay with.
Absolutely. Bobby, if I could just follow up really quickly. I'm sorry, Emily, I just want to follow up. But do you see these European unions really pushing Volodymyr Zelenskyy maybe to concede a little bit more than he otherwise would by being here?
I think so. I really do. So I just made the point that some of them are I believe, still have that mentality, that globalist mentality. But the weight of Trump bringing Putin to the table, meeting with him, and getting concessions from him. Remember, the talk was, hey, we're going to sanction Russia if we don't get a ceasefire. Well, something happened during those discussions, something that said, hey, let's move beyond ceasefire. Let's move to actual peace talks. So whatever that is, that spurred this next meeting. And so I think there is a chance for real peace, and that those leaders see that, and their constituents are just like the Americans who are tired of this. They want to put their countries first. I believe there's pressure back home. And so, yeah, I do believe that some of them, at least, are there to say, hey, let's get this deal done.
Absolutely, Bobby. You know, you have such interesting analysis about the state of the negotiations right now. And I think you're absolutely correct. I think this region that Russia really has kind of already occupied, this Donbass region, is going to be the focus to be able to get a deal done. But looking towards the future here with this, I mean, it's very similar to what happened with Crimea. What would stop President Putin down the road from taking even more of Ukraine? Or what would stop Xi Jinping from trying to invade Taiwan? What message does that ultimately send on the world stage?
Well, I think there's a couple things. One is that we keep China at bay through the strength of President Trump. The next part is that we see the bigger picture on this Russia-Ukraine conflict. This is something that's actually been going on for decades. If you look at the fall of the Soviet Union, the old Soviet Union, the communist Soviet Union, when it fell away, what emerged was a Russian nation that wanted to embrace capitalism and wanted to be part of this League of the West. And you had people that were opposed to that every time. And this conflict, let the viewers be clear, has been brought on in large part because of the encroachment of NATO closer and closer and closer to Russia. And Russia had said, please don't do that. Don't do that. You can't, we have to have Ukraine as some kind of buffer. And administration after administration ignored that, and here we are. So I don't think Russia will continue to encroach. In fact, I believe part of this peace deal will be the guarantees of no further incursion into Ukraine or any other nations. But we need to look at the long picture, the long term, and see who our real adversaries are and look at a country that has, Christian values and it has adopted capitalism. And yeah, they have a leader that we don't necessarily like. But as a people, as a nation, I would take them far above a communist country that is bent on world domination and imposing a communist Marxist indoctrination upon the whole world.
Bobby Eberle is always bringing the receipts and bringing good perspective. Good to talk to you, my friend. Appreciate you being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
All right. Well, coming up, we've got more on the latest headlines from our RAV newsroom. And then later, First Lady Melania Trump has a message for Vladimir Putin to end the war in Ukraine. So what specifically was that message? Well, you'll have to stick around to find out. That's next here on American Sunrise.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes, spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, mildew, mold, and more. Take it in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud, or outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. Get your Ruby Horsepower with 4 additional attachments, all for just $39.99. Great news! They're in stock and ready to ship. Due to high demand, only 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-944-4512. That's 1-800-944-4512. Or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-944-4512 now.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I am Brian Glenn. Thanks for joining us. Coming up, China waiting and watching as the Russia-Ukraine deal is being worked out. What does China stand to gain from all of this? As they retaliate, Gordon Chang will be here to help us disseminate all this information. But first, let's kick it over to Terrence Bates, standing by at the latest headlines. Terrence.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Between Russia and Ukraine continues at the White House today as 47 is set to host Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy will be escorted by a delegation of European leaders, including German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, French President Emmanuel Macron, and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Zelenskyy's plus ones are believed to be joining him in an effort to avoid a similar dressing down and dismissal that he experienced during his last trip to the Oval Office. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, along with Finland's President Alexander Stubb and Italian Minister Giorgia Meloni, are also expected in D.C. today. The European leaders came together on Sunday in a show of unity, saying they are looking forward to talks related to security guarantees for Ukraine. However, the group is reportedly prepared to have discussions about the potential of Ukraine giving up land without Ukraine being part of those talks. The commander-in-chief is claiming, quote, big progress on Russia. Proposals on the table reportedly include Russia relinquishing small pockets of Ukraine in exchange for Kiev giving up Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. Major cities like Donetsk and Luhansk are in that region, which of course is already under Russian control. Zelenskyy argues the region was taken unjustly. On Sunday, top Trump administration officials took to the airwaves to explain the progress that's being made in negotiations with Russia.
That the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries. That is big. I mean, really big.
Our goal here is to have a peace agreement to end this war, okay? And obviously we felt, and I agreed, that there was enough progress, not a lot of progress, but enough progress made in those talks to allow us to move to the next phase. If not, we wouldn't be having Zelenskyy flying all the way over here. We wouldn't be having all the Europeans coming all the way over here. Now, understand and take with a grain of salt, I'm not saying we're on the verge of a peace deal, but I am saying that we saw movement, enough movement to justify a follow-up meeting with Zelenskyy and the Europeans, enough movement for us to dedicate even more time to this. You talk about the sanctions. Look, at the end of the day, if peace is not going to be possible here, and this is just going to continue on as a war, people will continue to die by the thousands. The president has that option to then come in and impose new sanctions.
Stay tuned to Real America's Voice for live coverage of today's White House meetings. We'll have it for you the moment it happens. Peace is also at the heart of the nationwide protests and strikes that are happening in Israel in support of families of hostages still being held in Gaza. Demonstrators took to the streets calling on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to reach an agreement with Hamas to end the war and get the remaining hostages released. In some cases, as you can see here, protesters blocked traffic, including on major highways. As of last check, Israeli police reported that 38 demonstrators had been detained. Responding to the public outcry, Netanyahu holding firm, saying, and I quote here, "Those who call today for an end to the war without defeating Hamas are not only hardening Hamas's position and delaying the release of our hostages, they are also ensuring that the horrors of October 7th will repeat themselves over and over again." That's a quick check of your headlines. We'll have more headlines coming your way shortly, including a closer look at why European leaders feel that it's necessary to join Volodymyr Zelenskyy at the White House for today's meeting with President Trump. A former Defense Intelligence Agency officer joins us with insight. First, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1920 that America ratified the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, allowing women the right to vote. It remains a major milestone in the fight for women's rights and political equality in the United States. We're back in a moment.
To go back and pretend, 'cause I've heard it all before, and I've been down there on the floor. No one's ever gonna keep me down. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Sub in Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut.
Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Good morning, Salt Lake City, Utah. It's mighty early there, but we appreciate you waking up with us on this Monday morning. And welcome back to you as well here on American Sunrise. First Lady Melania Trump has a message to Vladimir Putin. The First Lady is encouraging Putin to consider the children whose lives are at stake should the war continue. Melania Trump also writing that if the war is ended, humanity will be served and not just the world. Her statements come after President Trump met with Putin in Alaska on Friday. He's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy today at the White House. For more, let's bring in former Defense Intelligence Agency officer and author of the book, Putin's Playbook, Russia's Secret Plan to Defeat America, Rebecca Koffler. Rebecca, good morning.
Good morning.
So let's first of all dive into your expertise on Vladimir Putin. Can Vladimir Putin be trusted? The Trump administration seems to believe that movement was made, that there was some positivity that came out of Friday's meeting, that concessions are seemingly being made. When it comes time to sign the dotted line, can Vladimir Putin be trusted? Can he be trusted to keep his word?
Absolutely not. At the big picture, no, we cannot trust Putin. Putin is a highly trained former KGB officer, extremely skilled at manipulation. Now, when it comes to the peace deal, President Trump wants to achieve. Putin has high respect for Trump. It's a very business-like transactional relationship. Putin does want to conclude peace, but he wants to conclude it on his terms. And because he holds nearly all the cards, he's playing hardball, and he has a very strategic level objectives, not just a short-term ceasefire, but he wants to conclude, to reform the entire Russia-U.S. relations and to undo everything that President Biden did in reaction to Putin's invasion. So it's going to take time. If President Trump is going to be patient and take small, gradual steps, that's feasible. Otherwise, no.
Brian? Yes. You know, Rebecca, what does it mean that other European leaders are joining Zelenskyy in this meeting? Is it some type of support? Maybe provide some feedback? What does it mean to have them join Zelenskyy this time?
Well, the European leaders are very concerned that the deal that is going to be struck is going to favor Russia and not Ukraine. Well, that is because Putin actually has done his homework. He was preparing for this war for the past 20 years. And I described in my book, Putin's Playbook, the entire Russian warfighting strategy. Putin transitioned his military and economy 7 years prior to the invasion. He sanction-proofed his economy. So he is ready, and that's why the Europeans really have no cards, and they shouldn't be derailing what President Trump is trying to do. The Europeans, and I personally briefed NATO in September 2013, just a month prior to Putin's invasion of Crimea, and I laid out at the classified level Putin's plans, his intentions, his mindset, how Russia fights, the entire Russian warfighting strategy. And yet the Europeans did not want to do anything about it. They just either didn't believe it or simply they're not interested in paying for their own security, in developing a counter strategy. They pretty much outsource everything to the United States, relying on our taxpayers' money, on our weaponry. And now they're coming in for what? They're trying to draw some red lines for President Trump, but they can't enforce those red lines. They don't have the military capability, and they don't have the strategy. So they should just back out and let President Trump do his magic and implement his art of the deal.
Rebecca, so much is being made of the potential of Ukraine having to cede property, cede land, specifically the Donbas region, for instance, that's likely, at least at this point, that's the talk, that's likely going to be something that Ukraine will lose. While that's all the conversation, is the bigger issue that's not necessarily being addressed the potential for security confirmations for Ukraine, the fact that the United States says it is willing to help secure Ukraine and make sure that Russia doesn't encroach anymore. To me, as an outsider looking in, that seems to be so critical, even beyond the land.
It is critical. Well, on the land first, that land has already been captured by Russia, and there's no way Russia is going to give it away. It's 20% approximately in Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. So we should just drop, like you said, Terence, we should just drop this discussion. On security guarantees, it's, again, a very complicated issue because what Ukraine wants, what Zelenskyy is demanding, is an Article 5 security guarantees, which means that if Russia does another invasion or makes like an extra advance towards the land that it doesn't control right now, then the United States would deploy forces into the battlefield on Ukraine. Now, that would trigger escalation into the nuclear realm. Again, as a DIA intelligence officer, I led red teams during war games. We war gamed this scenario dozens and dozens of times. Russia-United States conflict escalating out of a situation that we're experiencing right now in Ukraine. Exactly that scenario. And every single time, gradually, the war went into the nuclear realm. Not directly, but it starts off with crippling cyber attacks, crippling space warfare operations, and then all the way into nuclear. The Russians have advantage in tactical nuclear arsenal, right? That's why when President Trump actually, during his first term, he ordered our military to develop a capability, a sea-launched cruise missile equipped with a nuclear warhead to counter Putin's escalate to de-escalate doctrine. Well, when Biden came to power, he canceled that program. And that's one of the reasons Putin invaded. And so security guarantees, yes, we can promise it, but it actually must be enforceable. And President Trump promised on his campaign trail not to get entangled into foreign wars anymore. And nobody wants to fight a nuclear Russia because there's going to be no winners in that war. So we need to be, and President Trump knows what he's doing. He's a highly intelligent man, obviously. He's a strategist. So, and he's trying to also balance like his message to send a signal to us that yes, things are happening, but it's going to be a very, very long process. So we just need to be patient. But we shouldn't have any false expectations.
All right, Rebecca Koffler, we appreciate your perspective. It is going to be an interesting day. I think that's probably an understatement, but we'll be watching what happens at the White House. Thank you, Rebecca.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on today.
Of course. Coming up, a possible breakthrough in the war against cancer. A new trial is underway to see if the new immune response can fully eliminate tumors from coming back. We've got the details next here on American Sunrise.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield. the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you'll probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Dallas, Texas, good Monday morning. One of your favorite sons, Brian Glenn, will be joining us here in just a minute. Welcome back, everyone. We appreciate you being here with us for American Sunrise. It is now time for today's health news, sponsored by the Wellness Company. Under the microscope today, a new vaccine showing promise in targeting cancer tumors and keeping them from coming back. The trial is being done at UCLA, and it's with people who had surgery to remove tumors for pancreas and colon cancer. The study had 25 people, and they are looking to see if a certain immune response to see if it can stop the cancer cells from coming back. In 21 of the 25 people, they actually developed the response, and in 6 of them, it removed all cancer biomarkers in general. A new administration, of course, in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. Here's the reality. There is only so much the government can do, and if we really want to make America healthy again, it starts at home with each and every one of us. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and you hear from TWC doctors all the time on this network, and you probably know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure that you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. The kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a healthy and longer and much more satisfying life. So Make America Healthy Again starts at your home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family, and you can do so simply by going to twc.health/RAV today and order. That's twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV to save yourself 10% off. By the way, here you go. I've got one of the kits right here. We keep it right here on our desk in the newsroom. All right, let's get things over to Brian Glenn. As I said, Brian, you were one of Dallas, Texas's favorite and most famed sons.
Yeah, but I'm not 100% a Dallas Cowboys fan, so that doesn't make me a true citizen of Texas. All right, thanks, Terrence. All right, Terrence. Now let's move over to D.C., where Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that the D.C. police will cooperate with federal immigration officers. Bondi posted on X, quote, "At my direction, we will now cooperate with federal immigration authorities. That POTUS remains in control under the law, determined what is necessary and appropriate." This comes after it was announced that the current D.C. police chief will remain in place. For more, let's bring it over to federal defense attorney Ronald Chapman. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, hey, Ronald, so why don't you, I'm sorry, Brian, let me just go on and jump in here. Ronald, go on and lay out how you see all of this playing out. It seems that Washington, D.C. and D.C. officials are reluctantly starting to work with the Trump administration. It might be reluctant, but at least it appears at this moment that there is some cooperation. How do you see all of this ultimately playing out, especially since the timetable at the moment is fairly short?
Yeah, let's walk through some of the history here. So we saw that DEA Administrator Terry Cole was appointed as the chief law enforcement officer for D.C. when the quote-unquote federal takeover took place. The reason that that's allowed is that D.C. is much different than any other place in the sense that the president essentially controls the District of Columbia. Now, Donald Trump decided to declare an emergency there, which under the Home Rule statute allows him to take temporary control over the District of Columbia for emergency purposes. Unfortunately, one of the things that does not allow is the replacement of those people in authority positions, including the police chief and including those on the committee that sort of handle DC. So the reversal here comes for a couple of reasons. First, it's because I think that there wasn't really statutory authority to name Terry Cole as the chief law enforcement officer. But second, this sends, after some lawsuits, this sends it creates a bit of bad precedent, which could be used for federal takeover in other districts. Imagine, for instance, that the other party gained power in the office of the presidency, executive power, and decided that they wanted to take over some other city, maybe a city in Texas. Well, they would cite to this case to say that there should be some federal authority for that, and that can happen. And I don't think Donald Trump wants to get into that fight. So there we see Pam Bondi's tweet. She's sort of backing away. And what Home Rule really allows is for federal authorities to cooperate with the DC Police Department, and both will execute the laws faithfully as they're supposed to do. And this is the type of cooperation we want. I think this is the best thing for DC, and it's certainly a good move by Pam Bondi. Hey, we're allowed to reverse course when we feel like we need to change tactics to comply with the statutes and the laws. That's what a good administration does, not really what we got from the prior administration. So I'm happy to see this move.
Let's take a look at this Associated Press headline, quote, 3 Republican-led states to send hundreds of National Guard troops to Washington. Now, I was walking around yesterday afternoon. I saw several National Guard troops at the monument, by the Capitol, also by the White House. But what does it send the message to other states that, hey, if you've got the resources, why not join forces with these other states and let's clean up our nation's capital? And I think that's a very popular thing amongst people. I talk to people on the streets. No one's against their city streets being safer. But what do you think comes about this? We've had this already, a few states pitching in.
Yeah, I think it's great that states are cooperating, but I think we need to exercise a bit of caution here. I was a Marine Corps officer for some time, and I worked very closely with the National Guard and other authorities on some local projects, border protection and whatnot. One of the concerns that I have when we put U.S. troops, especially National Guard, in sort of policing roles, I start to get concerned that we might have a Kent State sort of situation. For those who recall, there was an issue at Kent State that resulted in a shooting, and I think it was a kind of a bit of a black mark on the National Guard as a whole. We need to be very careful when we're putting people into an area, especially those who have military training, and we're asking them to perform traditional police functions, because the National Guard has limited capability in this sort of environment. They really shouldn't be setting up roadblocks and arresting people. They need to assist and help protect, but they really shouldn't be on the offensive here. So I am concerned that this is a bit of a misuse of the National Guard if it's for anything more than emergency support. We don't want to see an occupying force inside of DC. I would much rather training and equipping DC police to do the job that they know they should do and supporting them in that role. That's what we should see. And I imagine that's what those commanders on the ground are probably advising their troops to do.
Ronald, I hear your concerns loud and clear, and I also realize, and you laid this out, I think, very eloquently, that Washington, D.C. is a fairly unique case study in terms of President Trump's authority. However, it harkens back to L.A. earlier this summer when President Trump deployed National Guard troops. How much of a precedent do you think this will set for President Trump being able to potentially deploy National Guard troops in other major U.S. cities, other major states, potentially even trumping, for lack of a better word, the local authorities there?
Yeah, so when we have the local authorities just taunting the federal government and saying we're not going to comply with your laws, like we saw in Los Angeles, when we see them make a disaster of their city and a disaster of their state because of the misuse of public resources, and we see that corruption gets in the way of the ability to protect the people in that area, especially those who are working with the federal government, then what needs to happen is that sort of support from the National Guard. That's exactly what the National Guard is created for. So where we see local authorities completely fail to exercise their police power and take care of their people and protect their people, certainly the federal government can and should step in order to make sure that federal law is enforced faithfully. That's what Donald Trump raised his right hand and took the oath of office to say. That's what Pam Bondi swore on as well, and that's what Kash Patel swore on, and these people are exercising their oaths. So D.C., unique test case. L.A., that's a case where they're flaunting federal authorities and trying to evade federal law, and I think the action was absolutely appropriate in that case.
Ronald Chapman, we appreciate your time. Good perspective there. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ronald.
Of course. Coming up, California Governor Gavin Newsom slamming efforts for President Trump to get the Nobel Peace Prize. The bigger question, will it work? We'll dissect next here on American Sunrise.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Well, if you're anything like me, you're probably already drinking coffee. This is my second cup right here. Ooh, almost broke the table here. But the big question is it doing anything for you other than giving you a caffeine spike? Well, Rejuvenate coffee is different. It's science-backed, clean Arabica coffee that's infused with CAAKG, which is a powerful compound that's studied for its ability to support longevity. cellular energy, and metabolism at its deepest level. That means sharper mornings, no crash, more focus, and long-term benefits that your body will thank you for. I drink it because I care about my health, my energy, and how I show up for you and for my family, for work, but also because it just helps me feel better. So if you're gonna drink coffee anyway, make it one that actually works as hard as you do. Head on over to 1775coffee.com/RAV, use code RAV for 10% off, and start your mornings with something that feels more than just your body, that fuels more than just your body, but also fuels your principles. Don't just wake up, rejuvenate. 1775coffee.com is where you can go. All right, folks, now that we're caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. And who is woke today, you ask? Well, it will be California Governor Gavin Newsom. Newsom is slamming efforts for President Trump to get the Nobel Peace Prize. Check this out.
It is about the United States of America. He doesn't believe in that. He believes in the red states. He's going after, it's a war. He's a wartime president. He's the head of a war party. War on women, war on voting rights, war on Hispanics, a war on this state, war on institutions, war on history. I mean, this is serious. This guy's trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize. That's what he's going to try to say tomorrow in Alaska, that he's the big guy trying to find peace, really? When he's bringing war to the American people? He put military in the streets, not of Baghdad. And he didn't send the military in his first administration anywhere in the world. He sent the United States Marines into the United States of America in one of the bluest cities in this country, in Los Angeles, one of the great cities, American cities. That's what Donald Trump did. He is a wartime president.
All right, let's bring in Brian Glenn for reaction. Brian, I'm not a betting man in general, but on this one, I would put $500 in my house's mortgage up because I suspect you've got a lot to say about that.
I do, and that's Gavin Newsom that's going to try to convince the American people that he should be president in 2028. Look, there's a reason why President Trump didn't put a military personnel on the ground anywhere in the world, because we weren't at war anywhere in the world. We prevented wars under his administration. I think it's a good thing that he is bridging the peace here. He will go down as the peacemaker, the president that pushed for peace. So, look, Gavin Newsom and the Democrats are now become the party of just anti-anything Trump says. Anti-immigration, anti-tariffs, anti-clean up the streets of D.C., and anti-coming up with peace agreements, Terrence. This is just out of the talking points of their playbook. No matter what President Trump does, they're not going to agree with it. But look, people see this as an effort to end this bloodshed, and to think that Gavin Newsom is against discussing the war to the end of the war is ridiculous.
Yeah, and the reality is President Trump has even been lauded from countries far and wide, countries abroad, for his efforts to end various conflicts and actually successfully ending various conflicts around the world. But when you bring it back home, there is this fight that President Trump has been fighting against Democrat, in particular, administrations who are pushing back on all of the president's actions. And so the president has felt that he's had to take extreme measures to try to counter that. Is that how you see it? And more importantly, Brian, is that kind of the White House narrative? You're there all the time, so you hear from the administration officials.
Yeah, it's all gas, no brake with them. It doesn't matter how loud Democrats cry or what they say or what they complain about or what. War on women, how's he a war on women? War on voting rights, by the way, this broke earlier this morning. He's doing away with mail-in ballots. He's trying to get away, to do away with mail-in ballots. That's huge. So how is he against all of these things? He's against Hispanics? What do you mean, like getting rid of the people who came in illegally? So the lies continue from the left, but President Trump is hammering forward with his America First agenda. So I just think we need to put on our blinders, Terrence, just go look straight ahead and let these policies play out, because it's what's best for America. This is not the last, tiff that he's going to go on. Gavin Newsom is going to get mad. And by the way, if Gavin Newsom is the nominee for the Democrats in 2028, we're going to have another sweeping landslide victory on that election for Republicans.
Well, we're going to see. Gavin Newsom definitely trying to position himself to be the Democrat nominee for president in 2028. Brian, good stuff there. Yep. Exactly. I think he does want to, for sure. Coming up, archaeologists claim to have made a massive biblical discovery. So what is it? You'll have to stick around to find out. More American Sunrise coming your way shortly.
wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything, from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license, yet it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush-resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It's now time for our moment of faith, which is brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, archaeologists discovering a clay seal with the name of a well-known figure in the Bible, Asayahu. The full phrase impressed into the clay reads, belonging to son of Asayahu. The archaeologists believe that the seal dates back to the late First Temple period, which correlates with multiple Bible stories during the reign of King Josiah of Judah. Asayahu is believed to be one of the king's senior officials, and his name is mentioned several times in the Old Testament. Researchers are now conducting an intensive fast-track study to gather more information on the clay seal's origins. For further discussion about this finding, let's welcome into American Sunrise Dr. Tim Chaffee. He is the content manager for Ark Encounter and Creation Museum. Tim, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so start here. I'm a Bible novice, so put into perspective for me the significance of this find, historically as well as biblically.
Well, I think it's really important for several reasons. I mean, we find a lot of these bule, these little, this one's a seal inscription, so it's something that would be pressed into the clay. Sort of like a signet ring would be used in the past to show ownership. But we found a lot of these ones. What's really helpful is that this is something that came from the Temple Mount sifting project. So this is something that came from the grounds of the Temple Mount when back in 1999, the Arabs illegally dug a whole bunch of, a ton, 5,200 tons worth of material and dumped it in different sites around the city. So they've gone through those areas and they've found that this came from the Temple Mount. So when you had people like Yasser Arafat, from claiming that the Jews never had a temple there or they never inhabited that area, this is more. I mean, there's plenty of it already, but just more historical evidence. Archaeological evidence that yes, the Jews do have a connection to that land and to the Temple Mount itself. No matter how many people try to deny it, here's another inscription showing that they did live there. And this one also is a character maybe a character mentioned in the Bible, or at least his father was possibly an official in Josiah's court. And so what it shows is that people at that time, so this would be Josiah died around 609 BC. So at that time, that name was in use in Jerusalem, just like the Bible says, and it's very possible that this was the son of one of his officials.
Wow, this is a huge find. And again, it's a huge find not only biblically, but also when it comes to historically. As you said, I think the bigger takeaway here is that it truly shows that Jews were in the disputed land early on and that they truly do have a claim to it. Is that the takeaway here?
I think it's one of the takeaways. I think it's also, like I said, It's very important to show it's more historical evidence that the Bible is true. You know, you have so many skeptics who are claiming that there's no historical support for the Bible, or it's all just made up. Well, no, here is yet another name from the Bible, from the right place at the right time. And so archaeology is constantly confirming the things that we read in Scripture. So I think that's one important takeaway. The other important takeaway, of course, with modern political stuff going on is, yes, the Jews do have a historical connection to the land. You have to completely close your eyes and ears to the truth in order to reject that. And so it's very clear that they have that connection to the land. And this is yet another piece of evidence for that.
Tim, thanks so much for your perspective. Appreciate you being here with us this morning.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me on.
Always a pleasure. We're back with the second hour of American Sunrise in a couple of minutes.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, and fixing a drain is a pain. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Just remove and replace. In seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy. Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps prevent clogs in your sink, catching hair, food, even jewelry. Made with brass and chrome and a silicone gasket, it creates a watertight seal. Order your Mermaid Drain Magic today for only $19.99 and get a Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of cleaning. But wait, this could be your last chance to get Drain Magic at this low price with free toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3, so order now.
Call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-519-4303 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Life is precious.
I want to make a point. No matter what happens, I'll always be there for you.
I know. When a woman experiences an unplanned pregnancy, she's faced with a difficult decision. Preborn connects with life-affirming pregnancy clinics across the nation and provides them with free ultrasound sessions for expectant mothers. When a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears their heartbeat, it doubles the chance she'll choose life. With your gift of $28, Preborn will provide a free ultrasound for an expectant mother. Visit preborn.com/life to save a baby's life.
Ahead on this second hour of American Sunrise, French President Emmanuel Macron and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer are among a long list of global leaders joining Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy in Washington, D.C. for today's meeting with President Trump at the White House. We'll have details on who will be in attendance, also what's on the agenda, and why those European leaders felt that it was important for them to join today's conversation. Plus, Brian Glenn joining us to break it all down. The China threat. After the Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska, the CCP waits and watches. So what's their takeaway about the U.S. strength and President Trump's negotiation power on the world stage? Gordon Chang will join us with analysis and reaction. And then later, red states are joining President Trump's fight against crime in Washington, D.C. West Virginia, South Carolina, and Ohio all sending National Guard troops to the nation's capital to help take back America's streets. The details on that story and so much more right now on this second hour of American Sunrise.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back to this second hour of American Sunrise. I'm Terrence Bates, coming to you from our Denver newsroom. Joining us in our Washington, D.C. bureau, Brian Glenn. He, of course, is our chief White House correspondent. Emily Finn, sitting in for Dr. Gina in West Palm Beach. Lady and gentleman, good morning to both of you. Let's just get right to the big story of the day. President Trump is going to be focusing on peace. It is his mission, peace specifically between Russia and Ukraine. He's going to be meeting with a number of leaders at the White House today. 47 set to host Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy is going to be escorted by a delegation of European leaders, including German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, French President Emmanuel Macron, and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Zelensky's plus ones, by the way, say that they are joining the conversation to present a united front as President Trump continues to broker what now looks more like a peace deal than a ceasefire deal. Emily, stand by because we also want to talk to you. But Brian, I want to start with you. What are your sources at the White House saying about expectations for today's meeting and how all of this is ultimately going to go down?
Yeah, good morning, Terrence. Let me go over a little bit of the timeline today, what you can expect. As you say, you've got not only Zelenskyy, but others coming. It all starts at 12 o'clock. That's when the European leaders will arrive at the White House. President Zelenskyy arrives at 1 o'clock. Now, 15 minutes later, you're going to have a bilateral meeting between President Trump and President Zelenskyy in the Oval Office. That will last who knows how long. Later, at about 2:15, there is also going to be participates in what they call a family photo. That's going to take place in the Cross Hall, and that's with the European leaders and President Trump. And a little bit later, at 3 o'clock, that's when you're going to see a multilateral meeting with European leaders. So it's going to be a very busy day. So you want to make sure you're watching us between 1 and probably 5 o'clock today. I think those 4 hours is going to be nonstop talks with President Trump, Zelenskyy, and those European leaders.
Question, though, I think that most people have is, will there be a peace deal at the end of the day, or is it just another conversation?
Well, I think it's taking a step towards that deal. You know, a lot of critics thought the meeting in Alaska was not as helpful. A lot of people on the left say that. President Trump says it was absolutely beneficial, and they was taking a step foot forward. I think the next, from what I'm hearing, sources say that if this goes well, if we can all agree, and the European leaders and Zelenskyy can come together with President Trump and agree for the next step, you could possibly see a trilateral meeting at the end of this week. Now, location is still being discussed, but that would be ultimately the end goal, is to get all three, Zelenskyy, Putin, and Trump, all together to finally hammer and sign this peace treaty out. But we're the second step, in which I would think the third, so we're getting close.
All right. Emily and Brian, let's broaden the scope a little bit. Joining us now, geopolitical strategist and retired Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb. He's a U.S. Army veteran, a Black Hawk helicopter pilot, and a battalion commander. Good to see you, Darren. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing well. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right. So I guess the $1 million question, I hate to come back to it, but the $1 million question is, what's going to come of today's meeting? The fact that we've gotten here, I guess, is a victory of sorts, but the ultimate goal is peace. What are your expectations for today and today's meeting being a step towards peace, if you will?
Yeah, I've got a couple expectations, or at least hopes, and a couple concerns too. One of them, I don't think you're going to walk away from today with a signed document. I think you're going to see this as the setting the stage for the next one. And best case is the next one is where you get something signed. I think anybody reasonable would love to see something happen as soon as possible. But until you get both sides agreeing to things, even a verbal, at least initially, you're not going to necessarily get there. So stage 2, maybe of stage 3, as it has been mentioned, and looking forward to that. I'll be also curious as to the relationships between the European leaders, specifically Zelenskyy and Trump, and whether those European leaders act as an actual unified front for something positive, or whether or not they're going to bring in some preconceived notions and act in a manner that actually and would unfortunately push this war even further and longer down the road. And that's not something I hope for, but it is something I've kind of learned to expect. Right, unfortunately, for many of the European leaders, they seem to be very happy with this war continuing and not with it ending. Mm-hmm. So what's their unified front for, or what is it against? That remains to be seen.
Talk to us a bit more about the role that those European leaders are going to play during this meeting at the White House between Trump and Zelenskyy today. I mean, the term "too many cooks in the kitchen" kind of comes to my mind. Could this complicate things a little bit more to have so many leaders all in the same room?
It could. And so the question then becomes, what did like Ursula von der Leyen and Zelenskyy talk about in Brussels before they even came here? What is their strategy, their game plan, the end state that they're looking for? And is it a positive one, or could it be a negative one? I think the best thing that can happen is something very positive occurs in the one-on-one discussion between Trump and Zelenskyy before you get to the European leaders mixing in amongst the rest of it. I know they think they're there for various reasons, and the media, different medias all over the reasons why they're there. I know they were invited. So I guess to me, I want to see whether or not that's going to be a positive thing, because we need some of them on board to immediately agree to potential terms for a peace deal, or whether or not they're going to stand in the way of that.
All right, we're going to shift gears here domestically. D.C. lawlessness, 3 Republican-led states to send hundreds of National Guard troops right here to our nation's capital. What message does that send, I think, to citizens? I want us to shift more of our attention on keeping our country safe and cleaning up our streets. But is this a good thing that we're seeing states come together to send their resources to right here in Washington, D.C.?
Ultimately, I think it is a very good thing, because it's sadly what it's demonstrating is just the general incompetence of people like Mayor Bowser in D.C. and their inability or lack of a desire to even do their basic functions right for themselves and for the people who live there. States recognize what the example is that is getting set in D.C. right now and could be set elsewhere, because when they see homeless encampments cleaned up, they see the kind of criminals that have been arrested and incarcerated, what they were capable of doing, they're going to be like, see, all you have to do is actually focus on doing the basics of our jobs when it comes to keeping the peace in our cities and our local communities. So let's support that in D.C. and maybe make that back to the shining city on a hill that it's supposed to be. And after we do that, maybe we can move elsewhere and do the same thing. Be cautious of the precedent, because what can happen positive now can be done for negative by future presidents if we go down the road of electing someone like a Biden again. But acknowledging the fact that it is desperately needed now, and if you talk to the people at D.C., and I'm sure you have as well, they're very happy to see what's getting cleaned up, despite all the usual protesters, and it seems like they have nothing else to do.
You touched on my next question.
Say real quickly.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, and then I'll follow up, please.
I was going to say, Terrence, real quickly, yesterday, Margie Taylor Greene and myself walked around D.C. And let me tell you something. If you can walk around this city with MTG and not get attacked, that's a safer city. I'm just saying, it's working.
Fair point. I want to follow up on your statement. You said, be careful of the precedent, which kind of leads to my next question. Washington, D.C. is a unique case study, if you will, in that President Trump has authority in the district to deploy the military. There are questions about, or the National Guard. There are questions about whether he would have similar authority in other states and other major cities. What are your potential concerns, if any, about the precedent that this sets?
Yeah, and I want to emphasize the fact that this is the right thing that needs to happen right now in this situation in D.C. And it may actually be the right thing to happen around potentially federal buildings and institutions in other cities. Let's just use Chicago for an example. I'd be all for everything that can possibly be done to clean up places like Chicago. But let's just say that, the devil that you live with today is somebody you could have someone different tomorrow. This is great today. Tomorrow, let's just say you've got a Biden or a Kamala Harris type of person in the White House who finds a reason to use the same federal powers to take over D.C. and do something extremely negative. And if the precedent is set where you can do that in other cities, now what you've got is the ability of federal overreach to do things that are extraordinarily negative. So I'm comfortable with it now because of who's in charge and who's doing it and how they're doing it. But I think we just have to make sure that we acknowledge that risk and account for it in some way.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gaub, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you joining American Sunrise.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good morning.
Coming up, President Trump says Chinese President Xi Jinping is promising his military will not invade Taiwan while Trump is in office. We'll show you those remarks from the president and discuss what it means for U.S.-China relations. And later, it was a magazine that became a lifestyle. Now Playboy is moving from Los Angeles to Miami Beach. But why? Find out when American Sunrise returns. We'll be right back.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm American Sunrise contributor Emily Finn. Time now to drain the swamp, and this morning President Trump is doing the flushing for us. We're seeing reports that the federal government will cut roughly 300,000 employees this year. Officials say that about 80% of the 300,000 of them will be leaving voluntarily, and the other 20% will be fired. The federal government is a little less than 2% of the total civilian workforce in this country. For more, let's bring in Terrence and Brian Glenn. Brian, you're there in D.C. I can imagine you're seeing some evidence of these job cuts already.
Yeah, just across the street from my apartment is a massive building. I don't know what it used to be about a year ago. It's closed down. There's no one there. I think it's interesting how the media reacts negatively when employees are being fired, but when we had such a financial crisis and companies were laying off employees, I didn't hear anybody complaining about, tech salesmen or medical salesmen getting laid off from their jobs. But if a federal government employee gets laid off, it's a Cat 5 alert on all of this. But you definitely have seen a decrease in people in and around D.C., especially the downtown area and some of the government buildings. There's just less people, but they're getting rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what this is all about.
Having gone to school and having a number of friends who live in the nation's capital for many years, really for decades, I'm aging myself and dating myself, but for decades, it was thought that having a job with the federal government is a safe bet. It's a good job. You're always going to get paid. You're probably not going to be downsized or let go. And at the end of your 30 years or however long you serve, you'll have a nice little pension to fall back on. Well, all of that has changed, but the reality is, particularly in the Washington, D.C. area, so much of the business that's done still centers around the federal government, still centers around government. And so a lot of friends that I have who live there in the nation's capital and who worked for the federal government for many years still ended up pretty quickly finding jobs in the private sector, but still working and using their government expertise. And so while it was, yes, a shock to the system, Brian, I suspect that you're also seeing that many of those employees that took the early buyouts, that were let go, whatever, have probably found jobs in the private sector, but still in government adjacent, maybe I just made up that term, but in government adjacent sorts of industries or capacities.
You're absolutely right. And I'll use this as another example. When you talk about cutting defense spending, a lot of people will say, well, Brian, in my district, we have a company that manufactures XYZ for the military industry. And what are you going to do if they lose their job? Well, they're going to go to another emerging industry and get probably a better paying job. So there's always jobs out there for people. And that's a great example that you brought up. But we've gotten to the point where our government, it's so big, it's so bloated, we've never trimmed back through decades. We've just gotten bigger. I saw something the other day that the Federal Reserve had a ridiculously amount of employees under their umbrella. It was something like 80,000 or something ridiculous. The Federal Reserve. And that's just one example. So I think there's going to be some growing pains. Everyone's going to be disgruntled. But just as you brought up, people will land in a probably a better place. You might be much happier. Because let me tell you something. Living here in D.C. and putting up with politics all the time, it is detrimental to your health. I tell them they should move out, maybe to go to great state of Florida or Texas, get a job with a private company, and you might be a little happier anyway.
Well, I can confirm that the great state of Florida is a beautiful, awesome place to live there, Brian. But Terrence, I think you do bring up a really good point. The federal government, right, always seemed like a safe place. You weren't going to get fired up until you had to name 5 things that you did at work last week. So I think this is a huge response to DOJ's efforts. And I, as a taxpayer, am happy that these 300,000 people were able to be eliminated. And those funds are probably going to go to things that are much more helpful, because I think our government's working just the same. I don't know about you guys, but nothing has changed for me.
Yeah, I can't say that I've seen a difference. Then again, I think probably for most Americans, the most direct interaction that you have with the government is the IRS. And I'm not going to lie, I try to stay as far away from them and not even mention them as possible. So I can't say that I've necessarily seen a direct impact, even though I was talking to a buddy. I get a lot of information, I guess, from my friends, who was saying that typically by now he would have already had his tax refund check and he hadn't received it yet. So I guess it stands to reason that maybe that's because of certain cutbacks and because of more work. But in the greater scheme of things, I'm not so sure many Americans have necessarily seen a huge difference in quality of life and services based on some of the cuts.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that, Terrence. Well, we still have a whole lot more coming up on American Sunrise. Coming up, we're headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and insight into how to hold on to your hard-earned dollars with some common sense. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
What a gorgeous shot of the St. Louis Arch and the gateway to the west. It really is a cool city. If you've never been, it's a cool city to visit. A lot of history there as well. If you're a soccer fan like me, there's a lot of U.S. Soccer history there as well. I know that came out of left field, but just is what I thought of as I'm looking at the gateway to the west there. Anyway, we're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. That's going to ring here in just a few minutes. I can tell you pre-market trading not looking so hot right now. As you can see, the Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ are flat or in the red at the moment. Hopefully that will change, though, here in the next 7 minutes or so once the opening bell rings. We'll take you there to New York and the New York Stock Exchange in short order. But first, let's get you over to Emily Finn. Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you, Terrence. We'll be hoping for some more green in a little bit here. All right, now it is time for our daily dose of dollars and common sense with American Sunrise Early Edition host and the guy behind the Jake's Takes Substack, Jake Novak. Jake, you always say that what people with real skin in the game, what they're doing is to learn the real story. So is there a way to do that with the Ukraine-Russia story here today?
Yes, there is. People with the real skin in the game. By that, I mean money. People who have money riding on whether we're going to get a peace deal or any kind of escalation in that war. They will tell you much more honestly than the mainstream media what's really going on. And Emily and everybody, if, as the mainstream media had said all weekend, that President Trump somehow caved to Vladimir Putin, if that were true, you would have seen crude oil crash way below the $60 a barrel level. And that is just not what happened. Right now, it is just simply treading water. It is flat as a board, $62, $63 a barrel. And so that proves that the people with money in the game are just as in suspense as the rest of us are. That's the honest reporting that should be going on about this story. Always check the markets if you can. There isn't always a market indicator about what's going on in politics, but there usually is. And in this case, it's the price of oil. And if it remains flat today, then you know there really wasn't any major deal done. Nobody caved. Nobody made a huge deal for the positive either. And if it moves one way or the other, for example, if it goes way down, there's a good chance that some kind of peace deal is in the works. If it goes way up, that means they're expecting this war to escalate.
Well, we will certainly be keeping a close eye on that. But also this as well. You know, just 10 days ago, President Trump was calling for the CEO of Intel to step down right away. But now it's looking like the U.S. government will be investing in the company. That seems like a little bit of a flip-flop. What's going on here, Jake?
Yeah, 10 days ago, I would not have put a lot of money on Lip Bhutan, the relatively new Intel CEO, keeping his job. But it looks like President Trump's public call for him to step down over his connections with China was a way to pressure him and Intel to be much more careful with the very sensitive technologies that all the computer chip companies have right now. Intel is one of them. And right now, the United States government, the Trump administration, is saying we need to take some ownership in this country to make sure that our secrets are safe from China as much as relatively possible. And so that looks like it's going to happen. And investors, again, the people with skin in the game, love this news. Intel shares have been up about 23% just in the last 5 days. This morning looks like there's going to be a little bit of profit taking, a little bit of a give back. But they like this idea of the U.S. government getting involved and not only protecting our secrets, but maybe protecting Intel from getting its clock cleaned by the Chinese, who are known to steal technology.
You know, Jake, before we wrap this up here, I'm a thrill seeker. I love having those scary moments on Six Flags roller coasters. But this summer has been too much drama for the company and its investors. Break this down for us a little bit more.
We had yet another story out of the Six Flags, this time the one in Maryland, having a major roller coaster breakdown. These stories have been coming out almost every day. It's been hurting the Six Flags stock. They also have construction delays. That stock is down 37% just in the last 3 months, when, incidentally, that's when the high season for these theme parks starts. Six Flags needs to figure something out. They've had up and down leadership at that company for a long time. Remember CEO Dan Snyder, the guy who ended up owning the Redskins, and how he crashed that business? Honestly, this is a company that really needs some new leadership. That's my opinion, but I think the stock market proves me right.
Jake, the final thing that we are keeping a close eye on today, Trump has an executive order on mail-in voting. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, I want everyone to understand something about mail-in voting. I know we talk about fraud all the time, and that, of course, is serious. But, folks, you don't even need to prove fraud. Mail-in ballots, by definition, are not secret ballots. Period. End of story. I don't know who's filling it out. I don't know who's looking over the shoulder of someone filling out. If I were advising the White House, I'd tell them to do a dramatic scene with an abusive husband sitting over his wife as she tries to fill out a mail-in ballot. They're not secret ballots. We have a history in this country of intimidation when ballots weren't secret. This is a constitutional right. This should never be allowed, even for our troops overseas. They can vote on a secure laptop in a PX somewhere. We do not have any real argument for mail-in ballots in this country. They are inherently unconstitutional because they're not secret ballots. So use that in your social media arguments on this today.
Well, hopefully all of our viewers are getting in all of our chats, YouTube, Getter, Rumble. Let us know what you think. Hop on, join the conversation. Jake Novak, always appreciate you breaking down what is the latest in the stock market. Thank you very much.
Have a profitable day.
Thanks. All right, let's head back to Terrence in Denver for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, all sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
We're just over a minute away from the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's already been an up and down morning in terms of pre-market trading. Here's a quick look at how things are looking with about a minute left until the bell rings. As you can see, the Dow is now up slightly. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are both still down. You may remember just a couple of moments ago, the Dow went flat and it had been in the red a little bit earlier. So this very well may be a sign of things to come here once the opening bell rings and the market's officially open for the day. But again, at the moment in pre-market trading, it's been pretty up and down. As you can see, the rest of the board, VIX, gold are in the green right now, but crude oil is in the red. Maybe that will affect gas prices just a little bit, make it a little bit cheaper for you to fill your car. We're getting ready for the opening bell. Again, we're expecting it to ring here in about a minute. You'll hear the applause here in short order, and then we'll get a sense of where the markets ultimately stand here on this first day of trading. Make-A-Wish Foundation is at the podium. The applause is underway, which means the bell is going to ring here momentarily, and then the markets will officially be open, and we'll get a better sense of how this first day of trading of the week is starting off. All right, I was trying to be quiet. There we go. I hear the bell. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss it here. So there you have the bell, ladies and gentlemen. The markets are now officially open. And just like that, as you can see, the Dow is back in the red. It was up in the green slightly in pre-market trading. Now it's back down. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also down. Only two bright spots on our board right now. Crude oil keeping us in the red trend at the moment. But again, it's just the beginning of this day of trading, so a lot can change. We'll continue to monitor it for you throughout the day here on Real America's voice. In the meantime, is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us all behind the curve yet again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does all of this ultimately mean for your savings? You may want to consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. The Birch Gold Group makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. And if you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Or you can just buy some gold and keep it at home. First, though, get educated. The Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold if you text the word America to the number 989898. Again, just text the word America to the number 989898 and get that free information kit. You may also want to consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for your country, at least you can stay ahead of the curve for yourself. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the world is watching as the conflict in Ukraine and negotiations continue. China is plotting its next move as well. So what does the CCP intend to do from the sidelines? Find out. We have a special guest joining us to explain. That's next here on American Sunrise.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Emily Finn. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We invite you to join the conversation on Getter, Rumble, and on YouTube. It's time now to take the political pulse of America. And the beat today. One political commentator claims President Trump's greatest political achievement is that he broke the Democratic Party. Longtime conservative commentator Victor Davis Hanson highlights the significant impact Trump had on the Democrats in the 2024 election, ripping apart the party's messaging. Take a listen to this.
Trump's greatest legacy, he broke the Democratic Party. And he exposed it for what it was. It was a bi-coastal elite party with a bunch of billionaires who spend lavishly and a bunch of subsidized poor and a professional class that feels frustrated. They make $200,000 and $300,000 a year, but they live in these blue cities that are very expensive and they can't buy their beautiful home.
For more, let's bring in Terrence and Brian Glenn. You know, Brian, the more that Trump keeps winning and winning, this administration keeps doing great things for the American people. It seems like the Democrats are really waking up that, man, maybe this party isn't good for America.
It's not. I can't think of one policy that the Democrats promote that's actually good for America. Let me say, keeping terrorists out of our country, they're not for that. Not ending long-time foreign wars, they're not for that. Even cleaning up our election system. President Trump pushed out today about getting rid of the mail-in ballots. Apparently, they're not for that either. They're losing on the messaging because they're losing on the policy. And these common sense approaches that President Trump has put forward really resonates with the average American.
Brian, I would argue that there's no policy. The only policy the Democrats had was trying to win elections and stay in power, that there wasn't a whole lot of substance behind it. The whole goal was to stay in power, to continue power. And I'm sure they realized, I don't see how anyone couldn't realize that the Biden administration was a failing administration. But as long as it was in power, as long as it gave Democrats continued power, those in power, those in authority were willing to continue to prop it up and keep kicking the can down the road. And now that can has been sidelined, at least for the time being, I think they're finally starting to speak out and saying, okay, yeah, we put too many eggs in one basket, that basket being the Biden basket, and they're finally admitting that it was the wrong basket to be on.
Yeah, and I talked to a long-time Democrat yesterday on my flight when I landed back in Dulles, and she told me that the Democrat Party, and this was her words, went too woke and lost the majority of longtime Democrats that might have been there for 30, 40 years from their party. So they went way too radical, and they got away from just loving this country and putting Americans first. And I think that was a big mistake for them. We'll see if they correct it for the 2028 cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the American people got fed up with all of the woke culture. In the meantime, we still have a lot more to cover here. Political leaders from across the world had a close eye on President Trump's recent meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska. China, in particular, taking cues from the meeting's optics. With Ukraine left out of the negotiating picture, at least for now, security experts warn about the precedent these peace talks are setting and what this might mean for the future of Taiwan. For more, let's welcome to American Sunrise Gordon Chang. He is a Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow and the author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America. Gordon, what do you make of all of this? You know, interesting that Zelenskyy was not included in the meeting last Friday, but now he's going to be at the White House with Trump. How do you think China is viewing all of these meetings, all of these negotiations? What is their take?
Well, China's take is that they don't want the war to end. And we know this because on July 2nd, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi spoke to Kaja Kallas, the EU foreign policy chief. And Wang Yi said that China does not want Russia to lose because if Russia loses, then the United States can focus on China in East Asia. Well, even if Russia wins, and I don't think they will, but even if Russia were to win in Ukraine, China doesn't want that either, because then, of course, the U.S. can still focus on China in East Asia. So they saw the inconclusive results of Friday and said, yes, they love that. There's no ceasefire and the war will continue. Now, that very well may change today because we have a very significant development in Washington as Zelenskyy and the European leaders come to see President Trump. But at least for the meantime, the Chinese are smiling and they're happy.
Gordon, President Trump says that Chinese President Xi told him that China won't invade Taiwan while he's U.S. president. Here's what he had to say, and then we'll talk on the other side.
You know, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. That's President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that, but he also said, but I am very patient, and China is very patient. Say, well, that's up to you, but it better not happen now.
All right, Gordon, so what do you make of that? I think most reasonable people probably trust President Xi as much as they trust President Putin.
Yes, well, this is one time where I think Xi Jinping was actually telling the truth. And the reason is that there's indications that Xi Jinping doesn't control the Chinese military anymore. He's lost a lot of influence at the very least. So he does not have the authority to authorize a combined air, land, sea operation against Taiwan. That's not to say that there won't be war in East Asia, because we're seeing some extremely belligerent Chinese activity at Scarborough Shoal in the South China Sea, and war could start there or any number of other places. But I think that Xi Jinping, for once, was telling the truth when he was talking to Trump about Taiwan.
Gordon, Chinese defense against U.S. deploys what's considered a Dark Eagle hypersonic missile to Australia in a strategic move against China, the first overseas deployment of this advanced weapons system. Even during international exercise, it's a major milestone in America's Indo-Pacific deterrence strategy. Do you agree?
I certainly agree. And we're also seeing THAAD emplacements in South Korea, and also anti-missile defenses in the Philippines. China is being ringed in by American military emplacements around the region. So this is really important. It's deterrence, and it's the type of things that prevent wars. China right now looks like it wants to go to war, but I think that they understand that this is not a good idea because of America's military friends and our equipment and assets in the region.
Gordon, I heard you loud and clear, and it just kind of hit me. You said that Xi Jinping has lost some of his authority, some of his pull over the Chinese military. What does that potentially mean for his leadership, potentially mean for China? It seems to me that when a country is in disarray, it's less lethal. And what you're describing at least feels to me like it's in somewhat of a disarray.
Yes, well, the Communist Party is in disarray. Now, we don't know the full extent of it because the Chinese political system is more opaque than it's been in a long time, but we see signs that are inconsistent with the notion of a stable regime. Xi Jinping, I think, has lost a lot of influence, at least in the military, as I mentioned, maybe even lost total control of it, because the number one general in the Chinese military is known to be his adversary. On the civilian side of things, I think Xi Jinping is more influential, but we are right at this moment. I don't think Xi Jinping has a lot of authority, and I think that we're going to see a much clearer picture by the end of the year, because there's going to be some really important meetings between now and 2026.
So then, Gordon, on the back of that, should Taiwan be a bit more proactive at the moment to try to secure itself, to try to protect itself from China, which seems to be weakened?
Well, regardless of whether China's getting stronger or weaker, Taiwan needs to do a lot more to defend itself. In the past, the U.S. has actually prevented Taiwan from taking those measures that are absolutely necessary. So this is on us as well as on Taiwan. But clearly, Taiwan does not have the military it needs at this moment. And by the way, that's also true of every country in the region, and it's also true of the United States. Our military is large, but it's not nearly as effective as it looks because it's got leadership problems from the top to the middle ranks of the generals and admirals. And this is great for the Trump administration to actually start to do something about the problems, the deep structural problems in the Pentagon leadership.
All right.
Absolutely, Gordon. And, looking at today's meeting with the Trump administration and with Zelenskyy, kind of going back to what I was talking about with last Friday's meeting between Trump and Putin, what do you think, how these negotiations progress, how all of this ends up with that situation in Ukraine? How do you think that this could impact relations between Russia and China? They're very loose allies right now.
Yeah, I don't know how today's going to go. It could go any number of different ways. There's so much up in the air. And there's a lot of criticism of President Trump for things that he hasn't done yet. And we're seeing that today and in the run up to this meeting. So we just got to wait. But we do know that it's going to be very difficult for President Trump to separate Russia from China, because Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping see the world in the same terms. They identify the same enemy, which is the United States, and they identify their interests in the same way. So I'm not sure that we're going to break them apart. But that doesn't mean we can't have effective diplomacy. That doesn't mean we can't prevail. It just means that we prevail in a way perhaps that people right now don't see. And this is really, really important. of course.
Of course. Well, we will wait and see how all of this plays out. Gordon Chang, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks,
Gordon. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right. Now, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline, or your books are just a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast. 5% per month, up to 25%, just for not filing. But there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. You have messy books? That's no problem. They've seen it all and know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Still ahead on American Sunrise, what in the world is this and why should you care? In moments, get your first look at the potential future of sports. Robots? Oh, we have the highlights. You don't want to miss this. But first, Playboy Enterprises closed for business in Los Angeles, and the Bunnies and their legacy are officially headed to Miami Beach. In moments, find out why and if Gavin Newsom shares some of the blame. Those details are next as American Sunrise continues.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's spill some tea, fueled by Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand, and their mission to maximize flavor with whole leaf blends in chemical-free tea bags. It's not junk, just real tea. And here's the tactical advantage. Each bag brews twice. For the next 2 weeks only, every order comes with a free sample pack. That's an extra 6 cups of premium tea, all on us. Just make sure to go to artilleryteaco.com and use the code STACKANDSHIP for free shipping with the purchase of 2 items or more. That's artilleryteaco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven, brewed for the brave. It is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today, Playboy Enterprises, the iconic and trend-setting brand, is leaving Los Angeles and relocating to Miami Beach. In a statement this week, Playboy CEO Ben Cohn explains how California's anti-business policies have made the state an extremely expensive place to operate. He says, quote, "We are excited to move the company to the city of Miami Beach, which has been phenomenal to deal with, very pro-business." Playboy plans to fully move to the new Miami office by next year, with plans to build a new Playboy club with a restaurant and members-only space. For more, let's bring in Terrence and Brian for discussion. You know, Playboy is just one of many businesses moving out of California. Tesla, Charles Schwab, Chevron, they've all left in recent years. Playboy really seems like it's one of those situations of a go woke, go broke kind of company. I think they're going to Florida to try to ramp up some business here, Terrence.
Or find something else. I'm sorry, I'm chuckling because my mind went there and I probably shouldn't have. So, Brian, I'm going to yield to you before I get us all in trouble and kicked off TV.
Well, me personally, I've never picked up a Playboy magazine or gone onto their digital site. So, but I will say this. This is just one of many companies. We had In-N-Out Burgers, a staple of Southern California franchise, announcing recently they're going to transition some business out of the state of California. This is a sign of the times. And granted, Playboy had to shift from a printed business model to more of a digital online. And of course, I guess now we're going to have restaurants. Who knows what that's going to look like. But it's not surprising. Florida, a great state to do business. It's a safe state to do business. The cost of living compared to California to do business is positive. So from a business standpoint, Emily, Terrence, I think this makes sense. I'm just not quite sure who is still reading Playboy magazine. I'm not sure that Gavin Newsom has ever picked one up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it totally makes sense. And I'll make this conversation a little less awkward here, boys. Like, Playboy was iconic back in the day. The Girls Next Door, the show with Bridget, Holly, and Kendra, everybody knew about it. It was a really, really big deal in Los Angeles during a time when, you know, female beauty was celebrated a whole lot more than it is today. So I think this is a complete shift in their business model. It's not working in Los Angeles for them anymore with how woke the city has gone, how woke the entire state has gone. And so I think that this is just an effort to shake up business.
Fair enough. I'm not going to lie. Like, I didn't even realize that Playboy was still a viable business, that it was still operating.
Exactly.
You know, it's just not in my wheelhouse. But I just didn't realize that it was still a thing. You know, after Hugh Hefner died, Hugh Hefner was obviously the face of Playboy. And after his passing, it just, at least, again, from my frame of reference, wasn't a thing anymore. It wasn't anything unique anymore.
Yeah, it really got canceled after his passing.
I will say this. It's a great American story going from rags to riches, though, because he started on his own. It was all by himself. He had to get investors, get people willing to get involved in something that was considered really taboo, and still is to this day. So it's a great business story, but I think from a social, kind of a cultural impact, it's a form of pornography, and I'm not going to sit here and say that it should go. I think it should go away altogether. That's me. I mean, go to Florida. How about just dismantle the company altogether? But God bless them. I wish them the best. I just got to say, they better turn before they burn, Terrence.
I get the reference, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, business is booming here in Florida. Still to come on American Sunrise, is this the Olympics of the future? It might be. Take a look at your screen. Find out on the other side of the break as American Sunrise continues in just a moment what these robots are doing in Beijing. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I am Emily Finn, filling in today for Dr. Gina. Thank you so much for joining us. It is time now for the sunny side up, and in the pan today, is this perhaps a glimpse at the future? In Beijing on Friday, more than 500 robots from 16 different countries gathered for the first World Humanoid Robot Games. Take a look at your screen. There's running, there's boxing, there's all kinds of sports. The U.S., Germany, and Japan were all represented at the so-called Robot Olympics. The 280 teams of humanoid builders equipped their bots to compete in a wide variety of sports like soccer. You can see on your screen right now, too. Wow. Would you guys watch this, or better yet, pay to watch this? Let us know in the YouTube chat. Let's bring in Terrence and Brian to close out the show here. Brian, I mean, is this the future of sports?
I'm trying to still find the link to Playboy.com. I can't find it, nor do I want to. I'm not into this. I'm going to stay with traditional sports with humans. I don't really like where this whole robot thing's going. It is. I'm looking at the video right now. It's interesting to watch now, but I don't think I want to sit through a 90-minute soccer match with a bunch of robots moving like this. I'm out on it. It's nice for, look, can we all agree that China's a perfect place that this was probably invented from? I mean, this is what they do. Next thing you know, there is no Playboy. It's a Play Robot magazine. Well, I think they already have that anyway. Anyway, I'm out on it, Emily.
Terrence, any
I'm with
thoughts
Brian.
from you?
I am so out on this, not interested at all. Give me humans racing against each other. Give me the drama of competition between women and women and men, not men and women. Okay, that's a whole nother thing. I didn't mean to open that can, but give me competition between similar genders. That's what makes, to me, the Olympics and makes sport interesting, not O's and I's and X's and somebody programming a humanoid or robot.
Yeah. The best part of sports is seeing the human reaction when somebody wins, right? Knowing that celebration, how exciting it is. A robot just simply is never going to be able to recreate that. But wow, lots of great topics, lots of interesting topics throughout the show. Here on American Sunrise today, we thank you so much for tuning in. Join us again tomorrow. War Room is coming up next. Go boldly now.
Last night on Truth Social, Trump ramped up the pressure on Ukraine, writing that Zelenskyy can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. Trump also suggested that Ukraine should not retake the Russian-occupied territory of Crimea, nor should it join NATO. Zelensky responded to that in a social media post of his own, writing in part, quote, "Peace must be lasting, not like it was years ago when Ukraine was forced to give up Crimea and part of our east, part of Donbass, and Putin simply used it as a springboard for a new attack, or when Ukraine was given so-called security guarantees in 1994, but they didn't work." Now, several European and NATO leaders are expected to attend today's meeting in Washington, as we said. They include the President of the European Commission, the Chancellor of Germany, the Prime Ministers of the United Kingdom and of Italy, the Presidents of France and of Finland, and the NATO Secretary General, Joe. So, I've not seen, in all the years that I have covered American politics, I have not seen a delegation like this from Europe, not even at the outbreak of the Iraq War, come to Washington, come to the White House to make Europe's case for peace and security.
One way to think about what's happening today and in the succeeding days is this war has been about whether Ukraine can become a Western country. That's been the aspiration of the Ukrainian people, and it was intolerable to Putin and to Russia. And Russia really fought a war to prevent Ukraine from becoming European. If the United States today, by offering security guarantees to whatever part of Ukraine emerges from the war intact, so that that country can be, as South Korea became, as West Germany became, a part of the West with our guarantees of security behind them, then that's an outcome that's going to make for a more prosperous Ukraine. In the long run, I can't imagine that the rest of Ukraine won't move as East Germany moved with West Germany. That's down the road. But the key thing is whether the United States really will stand behind Ukraine's sovereignty against Putin. If that happens today, then I think there's some reason for optimism. If it doesn't, it's a cave into Putin's power.
Well, first of all, the Russians are already facing very severe consequences. There's not a single sanction that's been lifted. And not one. I mean, they're facing all the same sanctions that have been in place today. All the American support continues for Ukraine. And ultimately, look, if we're not going to be able to reach an agreement here at any point, then there are going to be consequences. Not only the consequences of the war continuing, but the consequences of all those sanctions continuing and potentially new sanctions on top of it as well. But what we're trying to do right now is end the war. And in order to end the war, you've got to give every opportunity that exists. You have to be open to any opportunity that exists to bring it about. And here's the thing to remind everybody, and when the president says this is not our war, but let's be frank, this is not our war. The United States is not in a war. Ukraine is in a war, and we've been supporting Ukraine. We happen to be in the role of the only country in the world, with the only leader in the world, that can actually bring Putin to a table to even discuss these things. Now, the president has traveled, all the way to Alaska, all the way back, has dedicated months and months of work, our entire team on this matter, because we want to see an end to the war. But if tomorrow the war continues, life in America will not be fundamentally altered. So I think that what we have to understand is that this has been a priority for this president because he wants to promote peace. He wants to promote the end of a war. And I think we should be happy that we have a president that's trying to promote peace and bring a war to an end.
How much do you think Ukraine will be willing to give up if, in fact, they get a rock-solid security guarantee where the European countries and Donald Trump say, we're going to be in Ukraine, the U.S. is going to be supporting us, we're all going to be rebuilding your country, and we're going to tell Vladimir Putin in no uncertain terms that an attack against Ukraine is attack against the United States and Great Britain and France and Germany and Italy and the EU. At that point, when he gets that rock-solid assurance, if he gets that rock-solid assurance, at that point, do you think the land deal can be made?
So, Joe, he has to be able to sell this to the Ukrainian people. And they have suffered in this war so much. Just think about bombardment every night, spending much of that night awake, which has been the case for much of this year for Ukrainians in Kyiv and elsewhere. You have to sell it to this, war-weary people and say, we got something. We're giving up this land, and it's a dagger in our heart. But what we got was security, our ability to be a free European country. So I think it depends in how this is phrased. If the appearance at the end of today is of the Western countries, the United States and Europe, marching together with Ukraine, even as it makes this terrible concession of land. That may be something that Zelenskyy can take home, and the Ukrainians would say it was worth the sacrifices we made.
So President Trump called this an extremely productive meeting and said many points were agreed to. You were in the room. Can you give us 2 specific points that were agreed to?
We agreed, Jake. First of all, thank you for having me, and good morning. We agreed to robust security guarantees that I would describe as game-changing. We didn't think that we were anywhere close to agreeing to Article 5 protection from the United States, in legislative enshrinement within the Russian Federation, not to go after any other territory when the peace deal is codified, legislative enshrinement in the Russian Federation, not to go after any other European countries and violate their sovereignty. So we agreed to, there was plenty more.
American security guarantees are the holy grail in all this. And I say this having served as ambassador in Poland, which literally was in the crosshairs of Putin because it was delivering the weapons to the Ukrainians that were using to defend themselves against Russia. And the security guarantee, the Article 5 commitment here in Poland worked. Without that Article 5 guarantee, I can only imagine what Poland and the Baltic states and Romania would have faced. So Article 5, the fact that Witkoff and Rubio, negotiator Witkoff and Secretary Rubio are talking about it, is truly the crux of a deal that the Ukrainians could buy into. And a security guarantee would have to keep the peace on both sides. This has been a terribly bloody war with casualties massive on both sides. And over the next few years, there will be feelings of retribution and passion for retribution on both sides. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has historical dimensions that if President Trump can broker a ceasefire very soon, would be worthy of celebration because it is so historically rooted and so recently bloody. And to put something in place that stops that would be worthy of accolades.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. Houston's not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 18 August, year of our Lord 2025. We are set and getting ready for a historic day at the White House as Zelenskyy arrives for his first meeting since the blow-up 6 months or so, plus the chaperones. He's got chaperones. But right there, you saw it in all its glory. And, of course, you heard it on War Room first on Friday morning, even before the planes landed in Alaska. This will all come down to two things. American security guarantees and American commitment, massive amount of money for redevelopment. I am lost, and maybe Witkoff and Rubio will explain it today. I'm just lost how the United States offering an Article 5 commitment for a security guarantee to Ukraine is a win for the United States. I mean, this war started because of the globalists at the EU, the European Union, and NATO forcing the hand of the Russians over years and years and years about Ukraine's joining the EU and joining NATO. And with these two, what they're talking about, I mean, the reality of it, let's take away the rhetoric and the cant and the back and forth is joining the EU because the economic integration of American capital under the Larry Finks of the world, who, by the way, took over the World Economic Forum, as we reported over the weekend. Larry Finks now in charge of the World Economic Forum, the party of Davos, officially. Klaus Schwab is out and won't be charged with any crimes. And then the Article 5, and they dare, David Ignatius dares to make an analogy to Germany and South Korea. I think we have 25,000 combat troops in South Korea, and I think we have, 30 to 35,000 still in Germany. That was after the most destructive war in mankind's history, of which we didn't want to have it happen again, so we stopped. I mean, there's no analogy at all with Ukraine. The very first, David Ignatius, as Ben Harnwell, who will join me momentarily from Rome. I've also got Dave Bratt here this morning. We'll get Brian Glenn and Jack Posobiec from the White House later. He said this is all about the point of this. And by the way, my crack team on the cold open and the guys in Denver, just extraordinary. That explained it all to you. You didn't need to watch any of the shows. You didn't need to do anything. Just watch that 7 or 8 minutes right there. You got it all, baby. All the important stuff. Curated. He said the whole purpose of this war was whether Ukraine becomes a Western country or not. Well, that's fine. And that's the Ukrainians' fight, and the Europeans' fight, and Germany's fight, and Italy's fight, and all these big talkers. Meloni's got the gall to get on a plane and come over here, where she hasn't even made a serious attempt at getting to even 2% on their defense spending. And all those countries are still allowing, mass migration, mass invasion, I might add, from Muslim countries, and are collapsing. And we have a British officer over the weekend give an interview where he says what I've been saying for years, that if the political class, and this includes Nigel Farage and the team over reform, don't confront the mass immigration from invasion of radical Islamists and this merger of Marxism, neo-Marxism, the hard left with radical Islamists, there's going to be a civil war in England. His words, basically copying mine, I've been saying for years and years and years. Those are the issues. If the war's about it becoming a Western nation and a European nation, then fine. If that's what 1 million Ukrainians gave up their lives for in their destruction of the country and have wounded the casualties, that's fine. That's for the guys in Brussels to figure out. They should do the redevelopment. And they should provide the Article 5. They haven't even come close to defending themselves. America pulled in to the Bloodlands on an Article 5. That's a tripwire for a war. And I don't know if we got the segment in there. I'll get it. I don't know if I heard that about the vengeance factor of the Ukrainians. As I said the other day, I said on Saturday, this is worse than Northern Ireland. This is worse than the West Bank. There you had horrible things happen to individuals and tough things happen and people killed and tortured over many decades, actually thousands of years, let's say. Here you've had outright brutality on both sides. And particularly the Russians, they play smash mouth. That's how their army rolls. And there's a ton of Ukrainians, as human nature says they should, that want vengeance. And now you're going to put the United States in the middle of this? It's very simple. Tell the chaperones it's your baby. Tell Zelenskyy, hey, this is your issue, deal with it. You guys initiated this. You pushed the Russians, and the Russians punched back, and hey, they're not guiltless. The KGB that runs them are bad hombres, very bad hombres. Inexorably, we can't get sucked in here. They even talk about a commitment like in Germany and South Korea, which were still there 80 years later. Short break. Back in the warm in a moment.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
A bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of Elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of Elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Birch Gold, I think now more than ever, going to be a tad bit of turbulence. Now more than ever, you ought to find out why gold's been a hedge in mankind's history, and particularly since the rise of fiat currencies. Learn it all. Go to birchgold.com, the end of the dollar empire. Modi just announced that Putin's been talking to Modi, and Modi's been talking to Lula, and Putin's been talking to Lula. So, hey, there's a lot going on here on what we refer to as de-dollarization. They're cooking up a lot with the Chinese Communist Party. So go check it out. Find out what the prime reserve currency is and why it's so important in your personal and your financial life. Remember 2 things: the 10-year price of the 10-year Treasury, which I think is below, 4.5 today, down to 4.23 or something. I'll get it in a second. And the dollar is a prime reserve currency. So go check it out today. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, and get to Philip Patrick and team. Talk to them about the benefits of owning physical gold in a time of turbulence. Ben Harnwell. It is incumbent upon the War Room Posse, given that you've changed the direction of history many times, and right now you're engaged in political combat on the redistricting to make sure that we continue the Trump revolution and the Trump movement because of demographic shifts in the United States and within states. We're going to have 10:30 report from Texas, and you see feckless, hapless leaders that are kind of the same type of feckless, hapless leaders England's had, which don't know how to act and act decisively. But they'll talk a lot of talk coming out of Texas, a lot of talk, not a lot of action. The only action is at the tip of the bayonet as you nudge them along, which we're going to have to do, because now we want 9 seats in Texas. We don't want 5. We want 9. We ain't going to settle for 7. We're not going to settle for 5. We want all 9. Maximalist position today in the great state of Texas. You want to play smash mouth with Newsom and the governor of California? Let's do it. Ben Harnwell, now is in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. We need to look at the situation in Ukraine through your beady eyes of exactly what's going on. Was I off base at all on exactly why the chaperones are coming over today? Because they see the chance for a big win to get them off the hook of what they caused and what they're not prepared to go back to their people and say, hey, we got to step up here because the people will turf them out of office, sir.
Good morning, Steve. No, of course you weren't off base. You were absolutely on point. And that's really, I think, what I'm going to be the theme of what I'm going to be saying today. You started off in your intro paying tribute to the War Room posse and the power of this audience. And I'm going to do exactly the same right now on something specific, because it was really the power of the War Room audience that stopped the decrepit Biden regime from being able to get away with this security guarantees hoax. A year ago, we were the only show on air pushing this point day after day after day after the globalists tried their very subtle pivot from not talking about NATO membership, and they started to talk about security guarantees. There was no press release, there was no grand statement to say they're going to be changing their international position on this. They pushed it out subtly and slightly. Fortunately, however, everybody involved in this show has more or less beady, cynical eyes, including everyone at the International Bureau, and we followed this rigorously, and I think we moved the needle on this, and they gave up on that pitch. Until now, it's resurrected like Frankenstein or something from a B-list horror movie. Steve, forgive me for saying this, but security guarantees is the same shit sandwich a year ago as it is today. The War Room audience, American taxpaying public, deserves a Chateaubriand steak. That is why they elected Donald J. Trump. Right? That's what they want. And they've gone into the diner, and then the plastic vinyl tablecloth has been taken away. They've got, people are admiring the pressed ironed starch tablecloth. You don't go up to the bar. The waiter comes all dressed up and removes the silver dome dish, and you're looking there and you're thinking, wait a minute, that's not my Chateaubriand steak I ordered. You just pick it up and think, yep, it's the same shit sandwich that they tried to serve up a year ago. The point here, Steve, about these security guarantees, which, by the way, are not the same as Article 5 assurances. Article 5 of NATO commits you to absolutely nothing. All you are obliged to do is take whatever steps you deem necessary if a NATO ally is invaded. And you can say, we are monitoring the situation, and that fulfills your NATO 5 obligations. Security guarantees are and this is a point only the War Room has been making, right? Security guarantees are far more weighing on the US administration and its tax-paying public, because they bind you into doing something. They are guarantees. A better analogy of a security guarantee is what the UK provided for Poland in the Second World War. We said to the Germans, if you invade Poland, Germany and Britain will be at a state of war. Germany invaded Poland, and therefore on the next day we declared war against Germany. That is a guarantee. That binds you into doing something.
Hang on. Both World War I and World War II. World War I was when the Germans came across the Low Countries, they had security guarantees. I think it was in Belgium. That triggers it then. They had security guarantees with all these all in, between Austria-Hungary Empire and the Russians. You have these security guarantees. These are tripwires. This is where things go from regional conflicts to world wars. That's what happened in World War II in Poland. The British woke up and they said, oh my, hey, we've got this guarantee in Poland. The Germans went in, Hitler went in, and this thing went from a European war or from a local expansion of Germany to a European war, and then it went from a European war to a global war when the Japanese attacked us. And why did Germany then announce a war against the United States, declared war on us? We didn't declare war on them. Wait for it, a security guarantee, a deal between the Germans and the Japanese, and then all of a sudden you had World War II. Security guarantees, and they're making the analogy now. This is like Germany or like South Korea. Well, I think South Korea, we still got 25,000 combat troops. In Germany, I think we still have 30 or 35,000. Right? I mean, these are massive commitments of American troops. This is what they're going for, our money on the redevelopment. They're also going for much more long-term commitment on arms and refinancing that Zelenskyy mess of that government. But now they actually want our active engagement in securing this. And they're not stepping up. They're saying, Zelensky's saying, we get the Americans, and then it's some other guys, the chaperones will come in and kick in what they will, because you can't trust them. The European elite are untrustworthy. They weren't with us in World War II. They were not. We have to understand history here. The Russian peasants, the Russian people, the Russian serfs, okay, they're the ones that broke the Wehrmacht, right, with, 25 or 30 million casualties, okay? They broke them the old-fashioned way. Those were our allies, the elites, except for the British, you Brits, and let's be blunt, that was about saving the empire. Everything from what happened, Asia, all the way to North Africa. This is, once you go down this path, and hopefully President Trump's presenting this as, I've offered you guys this and you still can't get to a deal because Zelenskyy wants more. They always want more. I think it's an insult to the President of the United States and the American people that the chaperones immediately after President Trump's done everything he possibly can do, has got the weight of the world on his shoulders. He just wants to stop the killing. That the chaperones feel they're entitled to get on a plane and kind of come over here to to chaperone Zelenskyy and to force a bigger and broader deal. Am I off on that? Or the chaperones are here for a reason, and the reason is not to help America or help the America First movement, sir.
1,000%, Steve. Look, I have never seen in my lifetime, I don't think it's ever happened before, that a guest of the White House invited over, a head of state invited over, unilaterally decides for himself he's going to bring along all of his mates into a bilateral with POTUS. Never seen that before. It is a massive slap in the face, 1,000%. Look, I know we're heading to a break. Let me just make this point about the unreliability of your so-called European allies. That is 1,000% on point. One example, who do you have going over today? In the gaggle of hacks and second-raters, phony Maloney herself. If she really thought that Russia represented a threat to the interests of Western continental Europe, that she wouldn't be spending the equivalent of $16 billion on building a bridge between Sicily and the Italian peninsula. She'd be putting that money into tanks, right? But she's not doing. Why? Because she knows it's a hoax. It is a hoax. And by the way, what I would gently encourage the President Trump to focus on is precisely this point about the Europeans and their so-called 5% spending commitment. This 16 billion bridge between Sicily and the Italian peninsula, they're going to mark that off on they're saying this is now an element of national security for Italy. They're going to count this off against their 5%. That shows you, in that brief illustration, Steve, just the nature of the people that you are dealing with that are coming over to chaperone Zelenskyy.
Yeah. Hang on one second. The chaperones, we're going to get on to it. Dave Brad is with us. We're also going to go to Texas. I want to thank Jim Rickards. In the middle of the night on Saturday, he was in Australia, so it was like 2 in the morning. I want to thank Jim. He's coming back this week, going to join us. What a sharp brain that is. So glad to have him as a contributor. Go check it out right now, rickardswarroom.com. We have a landing page for you to get access to strategic intelligence. You can find out what it's about. The short pitch is that it's for C-suites, chairmen and CEOs throughout the world. Read this. It's inside baseball. Strategic Intelligence is his newsletter. You get access to it, and it throws in a free book. Money GPT about fiat currency and artificial intelligence. Short break. Back in the world.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today. Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards and cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, we're going to go to Texas in a moment, but I want to set the stage here for the War Room Posse because it's all about you. You are one of the most powerful political instruments in the history of this country. Always remember that. It's the reason we do this show and we spend so much time to make sure you get the right information. Because when the American people have the right information, in their righteous indignation, they will do the right thing, and then the country will do the right thing. It's pretty, it's pattern recognition of American history. Ben, you told me it was a month or so ago, in the middle, all kind of different things happening. You said, hey, I want you to understand, because Ben, you're very selective about putting stuff up on Getter, and you've got a huge following, but you're very particular about doing it. And you said, hey, I'm telling you, man, the thing that gets people's blood boiling more than anything is this Ukraine situation. And this is a time, in the ebb and flow of what's happening, Ukraine wasn't on the top of mind at the time. You're seeing it again, and this is why the American people and the Patriot movement understands exactly what's at stake. Your thoughts, sir?
Steve, I remember that conversation, and the reason I'm able to make those analyses is because since I've been on Getter for nearly 4 years now, I have read every single comment that's ever been posted to anything I've posted on there, so I have a good feeling of what the sentiment is. I remember that conversation with you. It was, I think, at the time of when President Trump bombed Iran, and I said, look, there's a difference here between in MAGA with the America First movement. With regards to Israel, I admit, I have the same view to Israel as I have to Ukraine, but I don't need to go into that at this point. I recognise that there's the half of MAGA splits down the middle on supporting Israel. With regards to Ukraine, it is 100% against supporting Zelenskyy and his regime. That is why I'm somewhat mystified that President Trump is investing himself and his credibility and his authority to this degree. What I would like to see, Steve, and I'll hand back over to you on this point, is something that you first asked 3 years ago of decrepit President Magoo. When is he going to come to Congress and outline what America's interests are in Ukraine? That argument was never made. So before Steve Witkoff or anybody else in the administration starts calling these security guarantees, what was that expression he used, like a concession that they won in negotiation, can someone please explain to the American public what the American interests are that these security guarantees are supposed to defend and protect?
Yeah. Okay, hang on for a second. We're going to get to all that. You're right. We say that's a big win, a game-changing win. But that's got to be explained. Please explain that. We want to be supportive. Remember, we're supportive of this. But here's the situation, is that these Europeans can't be trusted. And the mainstream media is pushing you to do this. All the corporate interests, all the arms manufacturers, big tech, they all want this. You know why? Their kids are not going to be when you hear security guarantee. You know what you do? You look at the table of your sons and daughters. You look at those grandchildren. That's a security guarantee. What's a security guarantee in Korea? Combat troops. What's a security guarantee in Germany? Combat troops. They want your blood and they want your treasure. Yours. Are you at the table? They want yours. Somewhere else, the posse's made a huge difference, and it's a top priority, is this entire situation of getting the House of Representatives properly structured to reflect the demographic reality of the United States mid-decade after an atrocious census was done by the Commerce Department, which they admit, and massive demographic changes after the pandemic, and quite frankly, people looking for more freedom in red states, also within states. Brian Harrison joins us now from Texas. Here's what's got me more upset than anything. Gavin Newsom plays Smash Mouth. This brother's putting forward a plan to quick march, I think in less than 90 days, going to the biggest state we got, the seventh largest economy in the world, a 52 seats, people, in the House of Representatives, in Congress, 52 seats, which I think we have 9 right now, and the state breaks down probably 55-45, right, on votes, 55-45, or let's say something with a 4 handle in front of it. They're going to take it down to 4. That is Smash Mouth, and they got so many hurdles they got to go, but they're rolling, and they're up in your face about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. In Texas, it's all performance art by the leadership. If it was not for the grassroots leaders, the MAGA movement, Brian Harrison, and 1 or 2 others, this thing, first of all, they would have never come forward the 5. Brian, please tell me today we're getting the big 9. It's the Texas 9, is it not? We're getting 9 seats down there, sir?
Well, we sure as hell need to get more than 5. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. The Democrats all across the country, Pritzker in Illinois, Gavin Newsom in California, Democrats coast to coast play hardball. Texas Republicans aren't even playing beanbag. And I mean, what's the point of election integrity if Republicans, once they get elected, just turn around and give the Democrats all their power? And that's what's been happening in the great state of Texas for year after year after year. Voters go to the ballot box, do their job, elect Republicans, and then these voters do the bidding of the liberal Democrats and act like they're helpless to stop it. The reality is they're complicit with the Democrats. So to catch folks up on what's going on, I'm pulled over. Sorry, I can't be with you on video. Pulled over on the side of I-35, driving to the Capitol for the special session number 2, because for folks keeping track at home, the Texas Republican leadership assisted the Democrats, to completely derail 100% of the first special session. We passed nothing. No redistricting, no property taxes, nothing. Okay, and no punishment for the Democrats. So we're coming back now. First day of special session number 2 was last Friday. Democrats did not show up. The expectation is the Democrats will come back today. But here's the reality. Democrats are coming back on their terms. Democrats are coming back on their timeline. After the Democrats have had their success of spending 2 or 3 weeks galvanizing the country in opposition to our much-needed redistricting effort. They've raised money. They've raised awareness. They've got blue states now. California going to redistrict their maps. And what have we done in Texas? I expect we're going to have some bad performance theater of some fake punishments will get meted out on these Democrats, punishments that, by the way, will have been negotiated with the Democrats that won't really hurt them. Here's what we need to do. Play hardball. Gavin Newsom said fight fire with fire. I mean, move past the irony that he's probably the biggest arsonist in the country when it comes to redistricting. Hit the Democrats where it hurts. Don't redraw the map and just get 5 Republican seats. We need at least 7, 1 for every week they were gone. So at least 7. But the governor was even copying Steve the Posse, your rhetoric, my rhetoric, for the last week, saying, oh, well, we may be able to get 9 or 10. Well, then we need to do that. Anything, and here's the bad, we're off to a bad start here because the Texas House and the Texas Senate on Friday, day 1 of special session number 2, they refiled their maps. But they only still had just 5 Republican seats. So as far as I'm concerned, if we're passing a map and it's only got 5 seats on it, that's the equivalent of raising the white flag of surrender and saying to Gavin Newsom, okay, you and the Democrats are going to beat us again and we're just fine with it. But that's not what the voters of Texas want. They deserve better than this.
So the Warren Posse, they're ready to call. We got the number up there on the screen, and Grace and Mo will put it out in all the chats. We need 9. We need to go maximalist here. Let's just put all look for the uninitiated, the people that don't pay attention, the low information voters are great. Your neighbors, they're fantastic. They're your friends, your neighbors. But in politics, it takes a vanguard of fighters, and they got them too. So now it's between the 2 vanguards. Okay, so let's just be blunt. We want 9. We want maximalist positions in every state, in Ohio, Missouri, Indiana, Texas, Florida. If Abbott says he can get 9 or 10, we want 9 or 10. And let the Democrats deal with it because Newsom is coming for 48 out of 52. I want you to absorb. You have not one Republican in all of New England, not one. I think they have a 25-seat delegation, not one. I think you aggregate up New England, it's something high 30s, low 40s. It ain't 0. It's 0 right now. And California, which is the 7th biggest or 5th biggest economy in the world, they're about to take total representation away from everybody. That's how they roll. And I have no problem with that. That's how they roll, but we got to roll the same way. We got to get 9, and we got to light a fire under Abbott. He is so weak and feckless and hapless that if you don't nudge him along with the tip of the bayonet in the back, he won't do anything. He'll go on Fox and bluster, and then nothing happens. Just like on the border, all this crap on the border there was happening. Abbott sat there, I'll send the National Guard, but all there's to be a concierge service. Harrison, how do we do this, brother?
Yeah, no. So, amen. And listen, Steve. Here's how. Just to put a fine point on this, the difference between the Democrats in Democrat states and their leadership versus Republicans in the state of Texas. Massachusetts, a Democrat state with a Democrat governor, they don't have even one single congressional map that goes to Republicans, and they're talking about doing even more redistricting when they've already gerrymandered every Republican seat out of the state. But in Texas, let me make this super simple for everybody. If you hadn't been following along for the past couple weeks, ignore the theater. Let's cut through the BS and slice through the spin. I'm going to make this as simple as I can. If the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker of the Texas government want more than 5 Republican seats, if they want 7, 8, 9, we will have 7, 8, 9 seats. If we do not get 7 more Republican seats, 8 more Republican seats, or 9 more Republican seats, I'll tell you why, and it's for one reason. The governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker of the state of Texas did not want it to happen. Those 3 have enough power under the Constitution, our rules, and our statutes. They can get it done.
They're cowards. They're cowards. One thing you say, and by the way, I understand this audience can't stand the sight of Gavin Newsom. I got that. But one thing you can't say about that brother is he's not a coward. He's up in our grill, and he's got a very tough march to make this happen. They got some structural hurdles. He's all in, and he's telling Trump, "I'm doing this to impeach you." He's not shy about why he's doing it. He's saying, "I'm doing it to impeach you." So all the masks are off everywhere. If this doesn't happen, if we don't get 9 in Texas, it's because of gutless cowards at the head of the Texas government. And the grassroots has got a belly full of this now. You did this on the invasion. It took Trump winning again for the third time to make things right down there. You had every opportunity to defend your own state border. You refused to do it time and time again, and now you're doing the same thing. This audience is not going to accept performance art. Brian, I know you got to bounce to get back on the road. Where do folks get you in that Twitter feed that they all hate?
The most hated Twitter feed in the Capitol. Do your civic service. Piss off a rhino today. Go to my X feed at Brian E. Harrison and follow me there at Brian E. Harrison, at Brian E. Harrison. Blow up the phone lines in the Texas Capitol. Tell them you're sick and tired of Democrats in Democrat states fighting harder for the future of our state and country than elected Republicans. It's time the elected Republicans fight like the future is on the line. Yeah. You know why? Because it is.
Brian Harrison, you're a hero and a patriot. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We don't want performance. If you just watch Fox, you watch them say, man, those guys in Texas, that senior leadership, they're tough. They haven't taken a parking spot. They're still going to pay these guys. No fines, nothing. It's got to stop. Be as hard and tough as those Democrats. Or feel the wrath of the people. Patriot Mobile, Glenn Story, the Patriot Mobile guys on their pack, just extraordinary, amazing, best phone service in the country. Do the switch today. Call 972-PATRIOT. Talk to an American citizen, probably in East Texas somewhere, at their call centers to make the switch today. Do it. Patriot Mobile. Short break.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, our own Dave, Brad. Dave, thanks for sticking around. You see what's happening, and let's get that during this. Let's also get that number up for the governor's office, lieutenant governor's office. We want Texas 9 today. When you call up and say, "Hey, the governor said he could get 9 seats down there. We want all 9." Full maximalists. They say, "Well, these guys are maximalists." You damn right we're maximalists. The country's on the line right here. Don't take it from me. Listen to them. Harrison just said in Massachusetts, I think it's 10-0 or 12. There's not one Republican in a state that I think has 42 or 43% Republican voters. And when you aggregate these things up, not one seat. And she does a press conference that says it's not gerrymandered enough. We're going to make sure they can never have a Republican. All of New England, 25-0. Suck on that. And look what they're going to do in a state with 52 seats. We got 9 right now, nothing. They're going to take it down to 4. New York, the same way. They're going to do it there. Pritzker, it's 17 seats. They only 3 Republicans. It's time to go full maximalist. The hour is late. Let's roll. Let's keep that up. We can split, but I want to see Dave Brett's lovely visage. Dave Brett, thank you for hanging out. As an economist, you're both a philosopher and you're a hard numbers economist. Let's put your hard numbers economist on this war. The situation dumped. And President Trump, just remember, it's not your war. Every second you let these guys, the chaperones coming over is to make it the biggest global TV event of the year, which it may be, because you've never had these kind of people show up. It's to try to stick you with the tar baby of Ukraine. Dave Bratt, help me out here, brother.
Yeah, well, great show. Harnwell on fire. Love all of it. The economics is pretty simple. Xi Jinping in China is laughing his head off at us. Every missile we shoot off is $15 million minimum out of our taxpayers' wallets. And a waste in terms of our major geopolitical threat, which is China. And so we got to focus back on that. Number 2, even Putin knows, and we don't trust Putin either, like Reagan said, but even Putin knows he's not, he doesn't trust Xi. He trusts Trump and us way more than them. And so rapprochement is in the cards, I hope, which brings us up to point 3. Larry Fink, new head of the World Economic Forum, over Klaus Schwab, who's recommending we clean up things after he uncleaned it. So there's 2 things you got to focus on the economics here. Who paid all the bills for this war? I'm exaggerating slightly, but the answer is the United States of America and you, the base and the taxpayers in the United States. Second, who paid an even greater price for this war? All the war dead, all those boys bleeding over on the fields. It's 1 million in Ukraine and 1 million dead and injured in Russia, both, right? And the latest stats seem to show losses in Russia are just a trickle, right? In the single digits or a bit higher deaths per day. They're still taking it to Ukraine, right? Ukraine's recruiting 60-year-olds. No one wants to calculate, right, the price of those dead boys into these calculations. The Europeans, our chaperones, are disgusting morally for not mentioning the loss of life. And then at the end of the day, the World Economic Forum and all of our bettors are going to go in and make a ton of money on the minerals and agriculture and et cetera in Ukraine. It is morally repugnant. Harnwell started alluding to this. I'm going to get to why I think the War Room is still scratching their heads on this thing. President Trump is the commander-in-chief. He's the CEO. He's the chief magistrate. And so why is this not done, right? Everybody wants to know. Why is it? I want it to be done. I make people's heads pop off, but I'm going to give you 3 reasons, right? I'm going to go back to David Hume, who made the great moral distinction between what is and what ought to be. What ought to be is the kingdom of God on earth. What is the case is grotesque, and I'm going to give you 3 reasons why our chaperones will not let Trump pull this off. Number 1 reason is that the Europeans and our globalists and our betters all know they caused this, right? We had a coup in 2014. They knocked out a democratically elected president of Ukraine. Putin, all the while way back then, said, after we already lied to him about 17 countries getting NATO status, this was the line in the sand. And so now Putin's saying nothing different. No, you're not going to do this. It's not going to be a NATO country. So number 1, our European betters know they caused this. Number 2, they also know, and I got a few charts on this that'll solidify this point, but they're scared, and so are our U.S. senators and the rhinos who were cheerleading and pumping up Zelenskyy before the last meeting when he not only slapped Trump in the face, he punched Trump in the face. And so the base is going, what in the world is going on here? Trump's the toughest guy we know of. He's the best fighter, the best negotiator. Why aren't we out of this mess? And then the third, of course, is just the money, right? It's just morally grotesque. Who's going to win? It's just like the 2008 financial crisis, which lit the Tea Party and the grassroots on fire, and you've covered every bit of that. But let me just give you a couple quick charts just to show you what's at stake here. Number 1, the first chart just goes back to 2021. Here's the firepower, and the blue is Ukraine, the red's Russia. This is back when Politico and all of our lying mainstream media, all political views are my own, but it's just a fact. Yeah, look at that chart. There's Ukraine on the left, there's Russia on the right, and Politico saying they're winning. Ukraine's winning. Now they've lost. There's not a credible strategic analyst I know of that'll say they're winning. Second chart is even better.
Hold on. Whoa. Hang on. Slow down, Professor.
Yep.
The kids in the back row, that would be me. I was a back row guy. Hang over a second. I want to make sure we're going to hold through the break. You're going to pick this up. And we got Poso and Brian Glenner at the White House. Historic day today. Obviously, the chaperones are coming. I don't think there's ever been a group, even in World War II, I don't think we ever had a group of the power. You know, you got Germany, you got France, you got Italy, you got the United Kingdom. You got all the ones that they think count over there coming. So historic day. President Trump, he's got Zelenskyy. The weight of history's on him. So we're going to explain it all to you exactly where we are. Remember, when Dave Bratt's talking about those charts, all of them said, remember how long you heard, Ukraine's winning, Russia's going to collapse, Russian economy's going to collapse, there's going to be a revolution, he's losing, he can't recruit any more people. It was all lies. All lies. 100% lies. We didn't buy this from the very beginning, from the night before, the evening before this fiasco started, back in February or March of 22? We told you exactly what was going to happen. Ben Harnwell, Dave Bratt, Jack Posobiec, Stephen K. Bannon, and more of the War Room said this exact. Mersheimer's right. These guys are going to fight down to the last Ukrainian. Now they're getting close to the last Ukrainians. They're taking 60-year-old folks. They want American combat troops. Short break.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 18 August. In the year of our Lord 2025, this will be a historic day. I don't think there's ever been, I'm pretty sure even in World War II, you never had a collection. Of course, first off, you never had a collection of them because they're all fighting for the other side. Maybe not their people and not their resistance movements, but certainly their leadership all acquiesced, except for the Poles and a handful of others, obviously the British. Got to understand history here, folks, because the same collection of dirtbags, right, that won't stand with anybody. We got to bail them out in World War I, send the American Expeditionary Force over there, get massive combat casualties in the 5 or 6 months we were at war. We ended the war. That's when the German high command realized they couldn't take the Americans coming in a particular way. Hell, you got the Marines all the way up in Bella Wood. He said, you don't know what these devil dogs are going to do. It was intense. Fighting in World War I for the Americans was intense. So intense. This is why there was not a lot of, oh, we loved World War I so much, let's do it again. It was the exact opposite. People hated the fact, and they felt Wilson lied to people. This is why they shot down the League of Nations. Said, no way, we don't want any more of that. We don't want any more entanglement. The people that built this country at that time said, we don't want to do it. We don't want Geneva. We don't want these guys in striped pants. We're tired of listening to the French. We don't trust the Germans. The British are doing their own thing. We're out. We went over there and sacrificed all that. We're out. Wouldn't even bring it up. Wilson spent, a year over there, 6 months, 9 months negotiating. Wouldn't even bring it up because there was no support. People said, no, pox on both their houses. We're out. We got kicked out of Europe. That's fine. We built this country. We bailed them out. Lo and behold, as Clausewitz tells you, if wars are not won, they come back later, even worse. And lo and behold, World War II absolutely hit us. Okay? And look at that. Once again, with the Russian people stepping up, with the worst leaders in the world, the Bolsheviks, these guys were as bad as Hitler and the Nazis. Their sacrifice, and of course, American ingenuity, American blood, American valor, the courage of those young flyers in early 1942, on precision daylight bombing. Remember, when I talk about 12 o'clock high and I talk about precision daylight bombing, and the British wouldn't do that, there was aerial bombing of civilian targets and doing it at night because they couldn't take the casualties, they couldn't take the loss of planes because they weren't that big. In precision daylight bombing, why was the strategy and why were those young flyers sacrificed? Because that was a way to limit civilian casualties and hit the industrial targets and hit them with more accuracy and more payload on top of them. But the precision daylight bombing that we did with the 8th Air Force and the Flying Fortresses was to save civilians. That's the way America rolled. Now, as the war went on, that changed. And you get to time to Japan and the fierce fighting in the Pacific, that changed. Why? Because, as we've told you, these wars eventually become wars of attrition. Why? Because people get angry. They want vengeance. They've seen their families die. They've seen their family members die, their loved ones, their brothers, their sisters, their husbands, their boyfriends, all of it. That's what you have. And what's the worst part of the world where that happens? Let me think for a second. Hang on. Let me think about this. Oh, yeah, the Bloodlands. They call the place the Bloodlands. The horror of the 1930s in Ukraine, they starved to death in a place that is Kansas of Europe. They starved 5 million people to death, the Bolsheviks. The young, the folks they sent down from Moscow and from Leningrad, the intellectuals that starved the Ukrainians to death. Okay, 5 million of them. Well, guess what? In June of 1941, when Operation Barbarossa started rolling and the Wehrmacht started coming, hey, there was a ton of guys in Ukraine who are signing up with the Germans saying, hey, we want to take these bros on. We hate them. The animosity, the vendettas are so deep. The soil is so steeped in blood and atrocities that is not for the United States of America. It is not for us. And you know who told us that? I don't know. Let me give you some random names. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, General Marshall, General Eisenhower, Field Marshal Montgomery, right? The only person ever even want to get associated with Churchill in the Balkans. Everybody else has said, hey, not no, but F no. We're not going to do it. The scale of the horror, the scale of the atrocities, the scale of the vendettas, the ancient history that's buried in that soil, no way. And look at these chaperones today. Look what they represent. Look what they represent, and look what they've done to their own countries. Their own countries, they've opened up to mass invasion. Got a British colonel, it's up on Zero Hedge. I think I posted it earlier. Some British colonel tied to the intelligence operation saying, hey, the politicians in England are so hapless that we're going to go to civil war because of this. This merger of the neo-Marxist radical left and the Islamists, the Red-Green Alliance, exactly what you're seeing with a smiley face right now in New York City. The war we got to win is right here in this country. And it's in Washington, D.C., it's going to be in New York City, it's in Chicago, and most importantly right now, with Gavin Newsom and all his big talk, it's in Los Angeles, California. That's the war that we got to be focused on. That's the. I want to give a security guarantee to the citizens of the United States on these invaders right now. That's the security guarantee I want. If we don't take care of that, we're not going to have a country. Yes, we have closed the border miraculously. President Trump put the troops into Washington, D.C., already a massive change. They're trying to get you off that, and they're trying to suck your time and attention into this. When Ursula shows up today, this is her problem. Who invited you? Why are you showing up at the White House? Who are you guys? Who are the chaperones? And Maloney, how do you have the chutzpah to show up? You haven't stepped up to the plate to even the most minimum requirements that you guys committed to 10 years ago. You're not close to the 2%. And you ain't going to get close to the 2% because your country would turf you out in a second if you stop spending on social programs and letting them have the month of August off. By the way, they're watching this from their vacation places because they ain't working. Are you working this week? Are you taking the entire month of August off? Are you taking 5 or 6 weeks off? No. Do you retire at 50? No. Do you have full medical care? No. Do you get the free college? No. You get nothing the Europeans get. You know why? Because you're underwriting the security. And now we're going to add Ukraine because from David Ignatius, the CIA's comm director, working over at the Langley Bugle, as Ben Harnwell calls it, tells us this entire war, we play the clips from the start of the show, this entire war is so that Ukraine can be a Western country. Well, I don't give a tinker's damn. If they're Eurasian, Asian, Slavic, European, whatever they want to do, go ahead and do it. But do it with your European buddies. Don't do it with the United States of America. Do I got Brian Glenn? Is Brian Glenn up in Ben Harnwell? I mean, in Posobiec? Let's go to our own Brian Glenn. You're at the White House. Walk us through. Today is going to be huge. It's going to be massive. And we got to be on point that they don't do the shakedown. President Trump trying to bring peace to the world. Everything he does for me is not good enough. Never good enough. What do you got for me, brother?
No. Good morning, Steve. Yes, behind me is a stakeout. We've got massive media presence here waiting for Zelenskyy to show up. He is due to arrive here around 1 at about 12 o'clock on the South Portico. That would be the South Lawn area. The European leaders will be arriving there as well. Now, around 1:15 is when this bilateral meeting is to take place in the Oval Office between Zelenskyy and President Trump. A little bit later this afternoon, those meetings transition over to the European leaders as well. So, if you're watching Real America's Voice today, you want to make sure you're tuned in and do not look away, because today is a very developing situation. Now, since the very short time, I guess 6-7 months that I've been here at the White House covering this, you can cut the tension in the air. You can see the anticipation of how big today is. And I love that you're open. I want to have security guarantees for California, New York, and Chicago, other big U.S. cities. I think this shift of just going into this endless war, these pointless engagements, the American people have had a belly full of it, is like what you like to say. But today is truly historic, and we'll find out how it all begins. And like you said, President Trump wants to bring peace, wants a peace deal, period. And I think he's willing to look. If we can't get everybody on the same page, Steve, I say he put the cards down, walk away, cut bait, however you want to say it. We're done with this engagement in this 3.5-year war.
Amen. Let's just go through the logistics. I want everybody today, keep that dial right at Real America's Voice. You're going to have wall-to-wall coverage, all our great hosts and correspondents and all of it, and nobody's giving you inside baseball like we can give you inside baseball. I just want to go through the logistics. So the chaperones, and you just said this is beyond a world media event. This is bigger than Friday, and Friday is about as big as you can get, because now you got the chaperones. You have folks, and just to put it in World War II perspective, you got the whole reason you have an EU is because of France and Germany. Let's throw in Italy and the United Kingdom. You got the big four showing up, right? Plus, I think you got a NATO guy, and you got a couple of three. You got a couple. I think the Baltic country, Finland's there. A couple other guys are showing up. The chaperones, they show up on the South Lawn at 12 noon. Is that what we got, brother?
That is correct. At noon o'clock. At noon on the South Lawn. Now behind me, and I'll step away real quick. I'll let our viewers take a look at this. I'll get out of the way. This is what they call the stakeout point, and this is where Zelenskyy and his motorcade, his media crew, will pull in. They'll pull around by the West Wing doors, and that's when he'll go in the West Wing doors. And that'll be the first time.
But hold it. But
we'll get
hang
a glimpse.
Hang on. But I want to get a thing. The chaperones show up on the South Lawn because they're coming as a group.
Correct.
Right. And Zelensky's then coming to more of the more working West Wing, where we normally, when we have these bilats, they have that. So is the intention right now, Brian, just so I can understand this, is President Trump's he's going to have a bilat with just Zelenskyy in the Oval like we had before, when Brian Glenn asked the greatest question, and correspondent Eric Severide would want to ask this question. Hey, brother, do you own a suit? Are you going to clean up before you come over here? We're going to have another bilat with just the president and Zelenskyy first, and then bring the chaperones in after that?
From what I understand, that is the process.
Okay, so this is going to be wild. And then I take it that's the state dining room. So are they going to have a working lunch? I mean, they're in the state dining room, which is magnificent, up in the main part of the White House, not the West Wing. Is that where I guess he'll meet with everybody? And that's going to be around 2 o'clock if I look at the schedule?
Yeah, around 2 o'clock, 2:15. Of course, that's all pending the arrival of Zelenskyy and on all the others. But they've described it, Steve, which is really interesting, as almost a family photo opportunity in this particular hall. I think it's called the Rose Hall, maybe. I've got to get the exact name on that. It was a hall I've never been in. So it is kind of spread out throughout the day. But, this is a very fluid situation. I mean, President Trump could get in there at 1:15 and decide yeah, we're not going anywhere. And then perhaps everything gets accelerated or it gets pushed back. So, like I said before, I mean, you can see the media here, and it's crazy.
Yeah. Brian, here's what's so amazing, and a hat tip to the White House staff. With the advanced guys and the planning of that meeting that went off flawlessly, logistically, right? Flawlessly, and you were there on Friday to come back and get back at dark 30, and then to have a long call with Zelenskyy and have Zelenskyy coming by Saturday, and then have the chaperones announce they're coming Saturday night. For the White House to get ready for this, the staff, this is just a Herculean task. People should understand, in the last 72 hours, what the White House staff to pull this off is extraordinary. I mean, this is one of the most important meetings in modern political history. You've never had a group of these power countries, I think, come together for something about war and peace. You're going to see it all today in Real America's Voice. Short break. We're going right back to the White House. We got Poso and Brian Glenn there.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to go right back to the White House, and Brian Glenn, we're going to go one more cut at the rest of the day, because when everybody stay here at Real America's Voice, you're going to have Charlie, got Jack, but we've got our correspondents at the White House. A historic day. The chaperones are going to be here at noon. Zelenskyy at 1. We'll get to that in a second. I think now more than ever, you need a personal relationship with the Birch Gold team, Philip Patrick and the team. It's easy to do that, to talk to them and to understand these patterns, the pattern recognition, what drives the value of gold. It's not the price every day. It's what drives value. That's what we try to give you the information here in the War Room in partnership with Birch Gold. One of the simplest ways, take out your phone, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, that would be me, at 989898. You get access to the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. You also get access to Philip Patrick's team, so make sure you take care of that today. Also, before I go back to the White House, I want to put up the Texas. It's Texas 9, baby. You call them and say, nope. 5 was the deal 2 weeks ago, right? You're going to be like Trump and Putin. You know, these things, these deals are always in flux. If you don't meet the requirements and you showed yourself wanting Governor Abbott, we weighed and measured you and found you wanting. Okay, so it was 5. You had all the bluster. We want 9. We demand 9. That's the number right there. This is one of the reasons we do the home title lock with Home Title Lock, the $1 million triple lock protection. The last thing we need is somebody into your title taking out some hard money loan that's got you in a tizzy, as it should. All the examples we show you, when that happens, those people's lives are changed. They spend years occupied with certain that, because who can take either somebody selling your home or take a $100,000 mortgage on it? You can't. Nobody can. Of course, you're going to be totally gripped and totally tied up on that. It's called opportunity cost. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Bannon. Every dream you've ever had is in that home. You're fortunate enough to own one. You got 90% of your net worth there, right? That's your castle. Don't let somebody mess around with it. $1 million triple lock protection. 24-hour coverage. In the middle of the night, you get alerts if anything's happening, anybody trying to mess around with. And if all else fails, $1 million restoration project. So get on it today. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team over Home Title Lock. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Bannon. Back to Brian Glenn at the White House. Brian, just walk me through the as presented today. And folks, I'm going to tell you one thing. Flexibility is key here, as President Trump does when he negotiates. This thing came together at the last minute. Also, I believe, Brian Glenn, that President Trump might call an audible or two during the day. So walk us through the structure as the day as it's currently presented, sir.
Okay, Steve, as it sits right now, we're looking at a 12 p.m. arrival for the European leaders. That's on the South Portico. That's the South Lawn. They will be met with Monica Crowley will meet those European leaders. At 1 o'clock, right behind me, President Zelenskyy will roll in with his motorcade. They will meet the president outside the West Wing doors. They'll go inside. And then 15 minutes later, around 1:15, and we've seen it wiggle forwards and backwards on that, there will be a bilateral meeting in the Oval Office just between Zelenskyy and President Trump. Moving ahead to about 2:30, they call this a family photo in the Cross Hall. That is with the European leaders as well, with I'm presuming President Trump and Zelenskyy. And then we'll fast forward to 3 o'clock. That is a multilateral meeting in the East Room. What I'm pulling from that, Steve, that's everyone together for the first time, because the European leaders won't be in that Oval Office when he meets one-on-one with Trump. So that will be the first time they all get to be on stage and answer questions, I guess.
This is classic Trump. He gets the chaperones early, but he gets them off. You're the chaperones. Go drink the punch while the kids dance. Yeah. Okay, he gets together later. Being a betting man, Brian, I think you agree with me that it may not be exactly start at 3 o'clock, and I think that the group meeting, where you have all the power players in Europe, you have the head of the Italian government, the French government, the German government, the NATO guys there, you get the British government, the United Kingdom. I think that might take longer than an hour, particularly if President Trump is banging heads and trying to get a deal. So we just have to be flexible throughout the day. Brian, can you hang on 1 second? We'll come right back to you. Ben Harnwell, as Brian rolls out the logistics of the day, what are your first observations, sir?
Steve, as I'm listening to you talking with Brian Glenn and Dave Bratt before and going over what I said at the first part of the show, the thought comes to me, I don't even want to be, I know I'm an international correspondent, but I don't even want to be talking about Ukraine. this is mid-August, okay? Mid-August, and we're talking about Ukraine. Here's something I would like to talk about. It's what I posted on Getter just before the start of the show. Something that MTG posted. This woman who's from Illinois, ordinary, regular American, breaks down in tears. She says, "I'm wondering if anyone else is feeling like they're drowning and they can't get out. I work overtime. I cannot get above water. I mean, I literally have no gas for next week. Gas prices and electric bills and prices of food is just so overwhelming." Right? That is the situation facing so many, like 100 million Americans right now. And energy is it's not being spent on putting Americans first. It's still, Steve, in mid-August, all this political energy, all this political capital, it's being diverted on Zelenskyy. There is no outcome on this, on these negotiations, that's going to get any reaction from me other than meh. Not interested. Couldn't care about Ukraine. Really couldn't. That was what I thought Vice President Vance's position was, right? Why are we still talking about this? There are domestic issues far more immediate facing Americans. And I repeat what I said earlier. There has been no argument ever made as to suggest what America's interests are in Ukraine. And we're wasting all this political capital. We're talking about all these schmucks schlepping over the Atlantic to America. And it's a distraction. There are more important things that confront American taxpayers than Ukraine, right? As I say, whatever happens, I'm not interested, right? I really couldn't care less.
Yes, in fact, there's a bunch of posts about the economic situation. Actions are being taken. We'll get to that in the afternoon show. Brilliant comments right there. Dave Bratt, your observation, you see the logistics laid out today. I think it's interesting. The chaperones show up first. President Trump, it doesn't look like he's meeting with them first. Monica Crowley, who, as folks know, was such a great contributor here at the War Room over the years, is now head of protocol. She's the ambassador. She meets with them. I guess they put him off to the side until Zelenskyy shows up, and then it looks like a one-on-one. Look, folks, this could all change during the day, but what are your observations of the way the day is structured?
Yeah, well, the day is structured to get input from these European elites, the educated elites, right? And you did a brilliant summary of the history of warfare, that these people know better. Their narrative has shifted drastically from no data to now the data that they're putting up shows that the NATO and European countries are in a very weakened position, and that if the U.S. leaves, they're pathetic. Right. And so I'll just show you the last couple of charts I have. And this is, this is Paul Kennedy, Rise and Fall of Great Nations, like you said, Mearsheimer. They've been right the whole way. You've been right the whole way. Next chart, Denver. Let's just go to the next one. The next one, if you got it, Denver. Here's a weakened NATO. Right. And so what do you see on this chart? You see 12,500 tanks with the U.S., 7,000 without. 3,500 jets with the U.S., 2,100 without. 4,000 nukes, 500 without. 3.5 million troops without U.S., 2.4. What it should say there is a brain, right? With the U.S., there's a brain. Without the U.S., there's no brain. What it should also say is with the U.S., you have a leader in President Donald Trump. On the right-hand side, without the U.S., you've got no leadership. That's what they're missing. The last chart sums it up also. This is just the troop levels. But take a look at this one, Denver. So, this looks kind of balanced a little bit. But on the left, if you take out the U.S. and you take out Turkey troops, right, this is just active military personnel, boy, it's bad. If you add up just the U.K. and France, you get 340,000 troops versus 1,500,000 troops for Russia, right? So 380 versus 1,500. That's why our betters are coming over. That's what they're going to have to discuss today. President Trump has total leadership position. He's got all the cards. Europe looks pathetic now, and it's just embarrassing for the United States. that we're having to pick up their slack again and again and again. And how Zelenskyy is still in the middle of this conversation. Trump needs to put it on the Europeans. You force Zelenskyy in, you'll bail us out.
We got, as Bill Murray said one time in that joke, we got kicked out of every decent country in Europe to come to the United States, right? Number one. We bailed them out in World War I. We bailed them out again in World War II. We bailed them out again in the Cold War, right? The entire American Reagan taking down the evil empire. Hey, it's your baby. Ignatius is right from the Langley Bugle as the comms director over there. This is about making, says it right at the beginning, this is about making Ukraine a Western country. Well, good on you. Because Germany, France, and Italy right now and UK are in the process of making themselves non-Western countries. They've invited in an Islamic invasion of jihadists and left-wing Marxists. They're going to want us bailing out from that too. No. The madness has to stop. And President Trump, please tell these guys, tell the chaperones to go home.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
One way to think about what's happening today and in the succeeding days is this war has been about whether Ukraine can become a Western country. That's been the aspiration of the Ukrainian people, and it was intolerable to Putin and to Russia. And Russia really fought a war to prevent Ukraine from becoming European. If the United States today, by offering security guarantees to whatever part of Ukraine emerges from the war intact, so that that country can be, as South Korea became, as West Germany became, a part of the West with our guarantees of security behind them, then that's an outcome that's going to make for a more prosperous Ukraine. In the long run, I can't imagine that the rest of Ukraine won't move as East Germany moved with West Germany. That's down the road. But the key thing is whether the United States really will stand behind Ukraine's sovereignty against Putin. If that happens today, then I think there's some reason for optimism. If it doesn't, it's a cave into Putin's power.
American security guarantees are the holy grail in all this. And I say this having served as ambassador in Poland, which literally was in the crosshairs of Putin because it was delivering the weapons to the Ukrainians that were using to defend themselves against Russia. And the security guarantee, the Article 5 commitment here in Poland worked. Without that Article 5 guarantee, I can only imagine what Poland and the Baltic states and Romania would have faced. So Article 5, the fact that Witkoff and Rubio, negotiator Witkoff and Secretary Rubio are talking about it, is truly the crux of a deal that the Ukrainians could buy into. And a security guarantee would have to keep the peace on both sides. This has been a terribly bloody war with casualties massive on both sides. And over the next few years, there will be feelings of retribution and passion for retribution on both sides. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has historical dimensions that if President Trump can broker a ceasefire very soon, would be worthy of celebration because it is so historically rooted.
I think it's Brzezinski's. I think it's Brzezinski's son. I think it's Mika's brother. Man, the logic, and they got him off right after this finish. Hey, thank you very much for jumping in here. What did I say on Saturday? The hate. This is not a part of the world we should. Your great grandparents go back today. As this is all happening, I want you to think through your lineage. I want you to think today how you got here and what you owe to your family, not simply your country, what you owe to your own kin and what they went through. They got the hell out of there and came over here and, hey, this was no day at the beach. What are you talking about? The immigrants they had nothing. No social safety. They had nothing. Nothing. But you know what they did have? They didn't have that crap hanging over them from these corrupt monarchies and all these elites over there. Even at that time, it's the same thing. It hadn't changed that much. It hadn't changed that much. And the ancient vendettas in this part, you think Europe's a cockpit for these wars starting? The Bloodlands is the worst. The Bloodlands is where that's where they really executed on the Holocaust. That's where they executed on the starvation of the Ukrainian people. Think about it. You're living in Kansas and they starve you to death. Think about that for a second. How long? And that's in the 1930s. Hell, my dad was a little boy then. You got folks that are there, but that's the 1930s. That's not in the 5th century. We're talking about modern times. And look at it right there, the Vengeance Vendetta. You're going to stick American boys and girls in the middle of that? No. Ignatius lays it up. He puts it up in your grill. The Ukrainian people aspire to be European. Well, God bless them. I'm a nationalist. I love the fact that people are aspiring to it. That's great. Good on you. But it's not in the vital national security interests of the United States of America. What's in the vital national security? Get the hell into Los Angeles again, federalize these troops and clean up that mess and give Gavin Newsom something to focus on for the next 90 days instead of running around stealing seats from Republicans. He wants to be big shot and call his assembly. Let's send the troops into L.A. and start sending the illegal invaders back home. Give a security guarantee to American citizens. Got to live with this crap. Look at what happened. President Trump gave it to D.C. D.C.'s it's like peaceful. You see the videos going around. They arrested, I think, 100 people the first night. That's security guarantee the American people want to live their own lives and to have their kids go to school. and not have to worry about getting help. You had the video of the young woman in D.C. She says the first time in years she can drive around and doesn't have to, at a stoplight, be ready to hit the gas and get out of there because these young gangs are going to come up, break her window, drag her out of there, take all her money, take her car, carjack her, maybe rape her or beat her up. President Trump's giving a security guarantee for folks in Washington, D.C. right now. Today's the day the war in POTUS is going to be because there's going to be a lot of audibles. And the chaperones are not there to chaperone Zelenskyy. They're there to chaperone Trump. These people are up to no good. They're no good. They're no good. Macron and Mertz and Malona, and she's the bridge thing. Hey, get to your 2% and make it weapons and stop allowing the invasion from North Africa into Italy. Do that first, and then you can be the bridge to Europe, okay? We got a bridge to Europe, Orban. And now we know they're trying to do a color revolution on Orban. That's what they're focusing on. These same demons, these same devils. The one decent guy you got over there. And where they're trying to put Alternative for Deutschland in prison and trying to ban them, and they only lead in the polling. Do you trust these people? They're allowing their own countries to be destroyed. And now they want to get us up and have a new kind of made-up thing we're going to do to give the guarantee. Listen, if you want Ukraine to be a European country and the Ukrainians want to be a European country, God bless you. Do it. We're not going to stand in the way. We're saying, hey, go with God. Go do it. But not with our money. And certainly not with our boys and girls. And hey, we want to do that with boys and girls. We want to put 25,000 combat troops. We don't need, you got South Korea, you got Germany. If you want 25,000 combat troops, I can give you where to send them right now. New York, Chicago, LA, and then, hey, Baltimore, St. Louis, Detroit, boom. We got plenty of places we can send them. These cities, these neo-Confederates running these sanctuary cities. Let's de-sanctuary those. Instead of worrying about Odessa and Kiev and Kherson and all of it, don't care, could care less. I don't care. Mershaw laid it out for you. They're gonna fight the West. These same demons that are coming to the White House today, and they're demons. These demons that are coming, right? Did exactly what Mershaw said. They're going to lead the Ukrainian people down the Primrose Path until they're destroyed, and then they'll kind of bail on them. Oh no, let's get Uncle Sugar in there to bail it out. Let's get Uncle Sugar in there to bail it out. What did Mearsheimer say 3 years ago? More than that, he said this earlier on. He says, hey, they're going to fight. These European elites are going to fight till the last Ukrainian is dead. Last week, they're taking 60-year-olds. And this is not some remote war. They're going up to trenches. You've seen what this thing looks like. Looks like Belgium in World War I. This is the Western Front. You thought mankind have evolved from that. We're talking artificial intelligence. We got CRISPR. We're hitting the singularity. We're back to the 9th century warfare. They're sending 60-year-olds up there as cannon fodder. You know why? Because the parents got their 20-year-old kids. They put their foot down, no draft, and got them the hell out of the country to save them. Because that's their primary asset, their sons and daughters. Their sons and daughters are leaving, or there's too many dead and wounded, and now we're going to have an American security guarantee, and that's pitched by Witkoff as a major breakthrough. We don't want it. And these chaperones today are going to try to force President Trump. You watch. And they got to give up. What do you mean give up? If we didn't put the money, this is the ridiculous thing. If we didn't put the money in the weapons, then there's nothing. They got to stop tomorrow. It's got to stop because they got nothing. It's depending upon, and you got people in the Senate right now. They got a $38 billion bill that's got co-signators and this and that. And that's just the first. You thought we beat Mitch McConnell years ago and got him out of leadership by beating that Ukraine thing? No, they're back and they're going to be relentless. Why? The arms manufacturers own these people. And they're all globalists. They all like being big shots. They like going to the Atlantic Shore. This is what they're doing now. This is why they had to get out of town. They couldn't have a recess and let Trump have his appointees because they don't want America First people in these operations. They don't want the Defense Department. They don't want the State Department. They don't want intelligence service. They don't want Trump's people. They think Trump's just a passing storm. And America First, the MAGA movement, just a bunch of right-wing populists going to go away. Well, we ain't going away. We are not going away. We're not just fighting for the greatest country on earth, we're winning. I know sometimes, folks, you got to sit there and go, Bannon says I'm winning. It don't feel like winning, but hey, we are winning. You don't think we're winning? You look at what Gavin Newsom's doing right now. I got an idea so Gavin Newsom can't get his can't become the totally anti-democratic autocrat. Send the troops back into Los Angeles. Let's give Gavin Newsom something to focus on. It's all about opportunity costs, where you spend your time, right? Remember we talk about this all the time. Let's do that. Let's get Gavin focused on that instead of running around the state stirring it up, trying to take away the handful of seats people got. Because he's up front. This is about stop and try. He's running for president on this. His first thing, running for president, impeach Trump. It's all inextricably linked. Ben Harnwell, David Ignatius, the Langley Bugle. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, well, I don't want to diverge from your point there when you say that David Ignatius lays it all out. It was about making Ukraine a Western nation. I actually don't agree with that at all. It was about NATO expansion. The problem is that that simply wouldn't wash with the people who are paying for the support of Ukraine, the promised support, the security guarantees, the mother of all grifts, which is going to be the reconstruction of Ukraine. So he's dressing it up as something virtuous. It was about values. It was about bringing Ukraine into the Western family. It's not true. It was a US military industrial complex overreach, which has left 1 million Ukrainians dead. That's the hard truth of the matter. And David Ignatius is trying to rewrite history. Look, I know we're going into a break. I just want to finish up on something that you were just saying a moment or so ago about MAGA not going away, about the Trump phenomenon not going away, not being a flash in the pan. It could well be under this situation. There's nothing that is going to be a stake through the heart of MAGA like within this 4-year mandate, President Trump being obliged to send American troops in to support Ukraine if for some reason Putin shouldn't observe his part of the treaty. Let's not forget Ursula von der Leyen, Emmanuel Macron, Giorgia Meloni. These people hate and detest Donald Trump and the political movement he represents. They loathe it. They detest it. You just listed how they're trying to suppress the same embryonic movements here in continental Europe. The reason I would like to suggest, one of the reasons that I'd like to suggest that they're coming over, as you point out, as a chaperone, not for Zelenskyy, but for Trump, because they want to trick him into these security guarantees so that they know within the next 4 years, a maneuver pulled, encouraged, will bring down this movement and everything it stands for, because it will be, that is the consequence of this.
Yeah. Hey. Ben, hang on for 1 second. We'll take a short commercial break. Back with the team. Just a moment.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.particlemen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The Home Title Lock, the promo code is Steve, not Bannon. It's Steve, HometitleLock.com. Promo code Steve, Natalie Magazine. Make sure you talk about that. Call them today, and we need you up on the phones in Texas saying we need a Texas 9. How's that? Texas 9. Also, 972 Patriot. You get a free month. You do the shift, do the switch today. Best phone service out there. You know how good they are and everything else, how they support you. Stop giving your money to people who hate you. Give your money to people that support you and work for you. The team over at Patriot Mobile and Glenn Story and the team and the grassroots leaders that they brought together down there is extraordinary. So get it on today. Dave Bratt, we'll either get you back tonight or tomorrow whenever your schedule frees up. Like I said, we got to be very flexible. We're going to toss to Charlie Kirk. Then you got Poso. Poso's at the White House. We got Brian Glenn. This thing's going to be kind of flexible, I think, because you got so many power players showing up in the as this audience knows, the stakes could not be higher, folks. Dave Bratt, closing thoughts.
Yeah, I'll just close agreeing with Ben Harnwell. David Ignatius is not what he appears to be, right? You might want to go look, and it's widely available. 70 CIA coup d'etats, beginning with Mossadegh back 53, Iran. I wish the U.S. stood for the simplicity of truth, justice, and the American way. That would be nice. We don't. Unfortunately, 70 coups. Ignatius is an Episcopalian. I haven't heard him speak out on the 2 million deaths and wounded as an Episcopalian. Instead, the Episcopalian might just be a link between U.S. CIA and British MI6, unfortunately.
Whoa. Dave Bratt, social media, where do people go?
Yeah, I'll post those charts today. Brad Economics on Getter and on X.
Thank you, brother. Ben Harnwell, closing thoughts, sir.
Well, it was all laid out, as you said, Steve, in the cold open. This is really one for the file of this is how dumb they think you are. You hear David Ignatius, you hear Ambassador Brzezinski making the claim that the security guarantees is the holy grail. It's all about that. And then they throw out this ridiculous analogy of West Germany and South Korea. That is a Cold War dynamic. You can argue about that when you have two superficially parallel organizations with the guns faced at one another. This isn't that. What these people are trying to do is bind the United States in, and they're doing this in your face. Believe them, folks, at your own peril, but they are looking you in the eye and lying to you.
Yeah. In the bloodlines. Ben, where do people go? If you haven't signed up for Getter, you do it just to get Ben Harnwell. Ben, where do they go?
Too kind. On Getter, at Harnwell, simply my surname, folks. And what I mentioned earlier on in the show, you'll find it up there at the top of my feed. Thanks, Steve. God bless.
Thank you, sir. I haven't been called too kind in a while. Jack Posobiec's finally wired up at the White House. We have Brian Glenn and Jack Posobiec all day covering the historic event. Jack, frame it for us, brother.
Well, Steve, we're here at the White House. Of course, we were in Alaska on Friday. Now, round 2 of what I've called the Anchorage Accords will take place. This coming after the tough phone call that took place over Air Force One on Friday after the meeting. President Trump, even after we were on that tarmac, 2 a.m., it's now Saturday morning over at Andrews Air Force Base, and President Trump is still working the phones. We held there on that tarmac for about an hour on Saturday morning while President Trump, they said he's finishing up. Caroline came out, said he's finishing up a call, doesn't want to hang up because a series of tense phone calls. And of course, we saw President Trump's Truth Social just last night saying no return of Crimea and no NATO for Ukraine. Now, this comes amidst the backdrop of Article 5-like guarantees potentially for Ukraine. Of course, that remains to be seen exactly what it is. But we're told that Zelensky's car, his motorcade, will be driving right here behind where I am right now. The other European leaders will be coming in the back way to the White House just in a few moments.
Yeah, we're going to go. So 12 noon, we're pitched to Charlie Kirk, Real America's Voice. Keep it right here all day. Wall-to-wall coverage. You see the shot right there. That's the entrance to the South Lawn. The chaperones, that means the head of Germany, France, Italy, the United Kingdom. Does that bring back memories of World War II? Well, it should. They're all coming today for a power move on President Trump. So he's got Zelensky's coming at 1. There's going to be a bilat, probably be a press avail. Just keep it. I'm sure it's going to be quite not just historic, but I think it might be a little wild today, too. Jack Posobiec, the stakes could not be higher. The tension we hear at the White House, Brian Glenn tells us you could cut it with a knife. You and Glenn have the only two guys I know that have been there through the whole thing. How high is the tension as we get ready to pitch this to Charlie Kirk?
Well, Steve, the tension is absolutely there. But I will say, though, from what we're hearing out of the president, what we're hearing out of the Oval Office, that's not where the tension is. The tension is more of a brace for impact because they're not sure how the Europeans and Zelensky will react. Remember, it was the very last time when Zelensky came here with the tracksuit. Remember, he was doing a Slav squad in the Oval Office, and he was basically unceremoniously thrown out. So the brace for impact is when they stepped into the ring with President Trump here. Right, by the way, I've instructed the crack staff here at Real America's Voice, Steve. We're going to be holding on this shot here where I am on the North Lawn, just in case we see one of those early exits again.
Jack, your social media, where do people go? You're priceless. Where do they go?
Well, I'm up at Jack Posobiec, of course, Getter, True Social, X, Telegram. We're going to be doing Human Events Daily here all day. I'll be appearing with Charlie Kirk as well. I'm here for the duration. If we do make it to the press conference, I'll be here for the press conference as well. I've got some interesting questions for everyone who's there, including Ms. von der Leyen.
We're tossing to the great Charlie Kirk right now. Populist nationalism served up hot. You see the South Lawn right there. We're waiting for the chaperones, the leaders of European government. I don't think we've ever had a meeting at the White House dealing with war and peace that is at this level. So quite historic. Put together, a hat tip to the White House staff. We're going to be back 5 to 7 tonight live. Hey, they may be doing a press avail. We're just going to go with it today. A lot of flexibility. And I'm sure President Trump's calling audibles, particularly. I love Posobiec. Brace for impact. Okay, can we get up? Also, folks, today, man the phones also. Let the Texas governor know we want a Texas 9. You said you got 9 available. We're the maximalist. We talk about the war room. We're the maximalists. We want troops in cities, and we want Republicans in House seats. The demographics of the United States call for it. Okay, toss it to Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec. We'll be back after a wild day at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, where you will be back in the war room.
Do you have time to take a survey for our disabled veterans? Do you have time to take a survey? Hey, do you have time to take a survey? Okay. Hey, ma'am. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Well, I'm with Disabled American Veterans. Do you have a moment to chat?
Yes.
Awesome. If you had the opportunity to say thank you to a disabled veteran, do you know what you would say?
I feel like I just thank him for what he's done for me, you know?
We actually have that opportunity right now.
Oh my God.
If you turn around, we have one of our veterans with us.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Mike. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I just want to thank you so much for risking your life for me and everyone here. And I thank you for the sacrifices you made. And I appreciate you.
You seem a little emotional. What's going on?
I looked down at your arm and I shook your hand and I realized that you did it at the cost for me. You did it for me and you didn't have to, and I just thank you for sacrificing yourself for me.
It's okay. I'd do it again and again.
You can show your gratitude as well when you call the number on your screen right away, or go to helpdav.org today with your monthly gift of only $19. When you do, we'll send you your very own DAV blanket as a symbol of the care you're making possible for veterans.
When you support DAV, you're supporting veterans like me when we need you the most.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right away. Your monthly gift makes a difference in the lives of our veterans, now and into their future.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
There have been some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 73%, agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible. Only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this position.
Russia is still unsuccessful in Donetsk region. Putin has been unable to take it for 12 years. And the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen. And if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow.
On Crimea, again, as John just pulled out there's a difference between formal recognition of Russian ownership, sovereignty over Crimea, which the Ukrainians won't agree to. But they could make a counterproposal. They could, on that one, on the Crimea, they could say, look, we will acknowledge that you Russians now occupy Crimea. We don't like it, we don't accept it, but we acknowledge it. And we will not try to take it back militarily. The Ukrainians could say that. That could be a reasonable counterproposal. On NATO, they could say, okay, we agree that we're not going to go into NATO today, not now. But we won't agree that we can never go there.
You know there's concern from the Europeans that President Zelenskyy is going to be bullied into signing something away. That's why you have these European leaders coming as backup tomorrow. Can you
No, it isn't. That's not why they're coming as backup. That's not true. No, but that's not that's not true. They're not coming here tomorrow to keep Zelenskyy from being bullied. But you said that they're coming here tomorrow to keep Zelenskyy from being bullied. They're not coming here tomorrow. Oh, this is such a stupid media narrative that they're coming here tomorrow because Trump is going to bully Zelenskyy into a bad deal. We've been working with these people for weeks on this stuff. They're coming here tomorrow because they chose to come here tomorrow. We invited them to come. We invited them to come. The president invited them to come.
Can you name any concessions that Vladimir Putin made
during this meeting? Have any
I wouldn't name him on your
concessions?
program.
Have any concessions
I wouldn't name
been
him on your
asked?
program. Why would I do that?
Where is the
Well, of
pressure?
course, because you can't have a peace agreement. No, you can't have a peace agreement unless both sides give and get. You can't have a peace agreement unless both sides make concessions. That's a fact. That's true in virtually any negotiation. If not, it's just called surrender, and neither side is going to surrender. So both sides are going to have to make concessions. So of course concessions were asked. But what utility would there be of me going on a program and tell you we've wagged our finger at Putin and told him you must do this and you must do that? It's only going to make it harder and less likely that they're going to agree to these things. Well, first of all, the Russians are already facing very severe consequences. There's not a single sanction that's been lifted. And not one. I mean, they're facing all the same sanctions that have been in place today. All the American support continues for Ukraine. And ultimately, look, if we're not going to be able to reach an agreement here at any point, then there are going to be consequences. Not only the consequences of the war continuing, but the consequences of all those sanctions continuing and potentially new sanctions on top of it as well. But what we're trying to do right now is end the war. And in order to end the war, you've got to give every opportunity that exists. You have to be open to any opportunity that exists to bring it about. And here's the thing to remind everybody, and when the president says this is not our war, but let's be frank, this is not our war. The United States is not in a war. Ukraine is in a war, and we've been supporting Ukraine. We happen to be in the role of the only country in the world, with the only leader in the world, that can actually bring Putin to a table to even discuss these things. Now, the president has traveled, all the way to Alaska, all the way back, has dedicated months and months of work, him, our entire team on this matter, because we want to see an end to the war. But if tomorrow the war continues, life in America will not be fundamentally altered. So I think that what we have to understand is that this has been a priority for this president because he wants to promote peace. He wants to promote the end of a war. And I think we should be happy that we have a president that's trying to promote peace and bring a war to an end.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to. Guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not, you found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you. As always, happy Monday. It is going to be an amazing week. We had an epic weekend. We are here at the Bitcoin.com studio. President Trump is about to host the EU leaders at the White House, including Zelenskyy, and they are standing by to welcome them. So we're going to be covering that in great detail throughout this entire program. Will be kind of left in suspense as more and more information becomes available. But first, we want to start with a very important topic, all about the courts and how do we navigate what we are seeing, which is this pattern of judges that are interfering with President Trump's agenda and the agenda that people voted for. Well, no better person to talk about that, and also more broadly, how to beat the left in court, is the author of the new book, On the Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court, by Senator Eric Schmitt from the great state of Missouri. Senator, great to see you. Please tell us about your new book.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's available on Amazon right now, Charlie. I think your audience is going to love it. It's really sort of a field manual of what it's like to be on the front lines battling this left-wing lawfare machine and winning. When I was Attorney General in Missouri, we saw the landscape. We took on the left, whether it was the vaccine mandate case, the COVID vaccine mandate case, we took that to the Supreme Court, we won. The student loan debt forgiveness case, Missouri took that to the Supreme Court and we won. We filed the Missouri versus Biden case that exposed this vast censorship enterprise. In the book that's available now, you can read about the deposition of Anthony Fauci, the deposition about Elvis Chan, the deposition of somebody from CISA, who most people have never heard of that organization. They were working to suppress speech. The CDC working with the federal government to suppress speech. So I just thought it was important to sort of talk about what our playbook can be, what it was like to win those fights and really hold the line until President Trump could get back into office. And now what does that playbook look like as we fight the battles to make sure that the will of the people actually is able to move forward now that President Trump kind of broke this fever dream that we were in for 4 years?
Let's read this from the book. Quote, history will show the Biden administration brought the most aggressively liberal, authoritarian, and anti-liberty excesses of government that America has ever seen. This book tells the story of how Eric Schmidt and his small but mighty team held the line during those dark days until the cavalry arrived. Tell us more about that, because you were really holding the line, and I mean, from Fauci to censorship. It's also a model how one state attorney general's office in Missouri could have nationwide implications. Tell us more, Senator.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Charlie, the first part of the book, which again, you can go on Amazon right now and order it. The first part of the book, I think there's a tendency to sort of, now that we're kind of on the other side of that fever dream I talked about how this was all inevitable, right? That it was inevitable that President Trump would get back. But you got to go back 4 years or so into those dark days, post January 6th. This was the time of, lockdowns. This was compulsory COVID shots, forced masking of kids, ESG, DEI struggle sessions in this vast censorship enterprise. And what you needed was courage. So, like, for example, we brought these cases, they were ridiculed. They were called, sort of lending to quote unquote conspiracy theories. But really what it takes right now is authentic leadership to stand up and fight back. And so we did that. And I'll just take the student loan debt forgiveness case. If Missouri hadn't brought that, we had the standing because Missouri had some loan servicing agency. If we hadn't brought that case, Biden would have got away with $500 billion worth of student loan debt forgiveness that the waitress and the truck driver would have had to pay for the student loan debt of a theater professor from Harvard. I mean, this was insanity. This was, playgrounds being, roped off with police tape. This was 5-year-olds being forced to wear masks all day long. This was parents being investigated for show up to school board meetings. I think it's important. There's a Czech writer, Milan Kundera, who says that basically the struggle against power is the fight between memory and forgetting. And I think it's important to remember where we were at, the courage that it takes to stand up and be that last line of defense, which is the title of the book. And ultimately, the cavalry did arrive. The American people rejected the excesses of the Biden administration. President Trump was able to come back now with this band of disruptors and all the good things that we're seeing right now. But really at that time, in that 4-year period, it was really left to some unknown folks, I include myself in that, who stood up and said, you know what, this is craziness, and we're going to use the law and common sense to beat it back.
Yeah, and so Senator, what now is the blueprint for some of the lawfare that we're experiencing from these judges? It's a different type of lawfare, right? But they are preventing President Trump from doing the most essential actions of his presidency. We have well over 80 to 100 of injunctions, I think 20 nationwide injunctions. It is about delaying, it is stalling, so it's a little bit different. But how do you, as a legal mind, how do you recommend that this administration accelerate and push through? Because what it does is it creates a sense of demoralization where they come up with a great idea and then they'll say, well, if we do it, then a judge is going to strike it down. They want to try to demoralize the creativity and the forward boundary pushing mandate that this administration has. Senator.
Well, I think it's important to understand the difference. What we were doing was we were fighting against the excesses, the overreach of government, and the suppression of individual rights. What they're trying to do now is to reimpose that. They want that government. They want the administrative state to be empowered again. They want the individuals. I mean, they're totally fine with, by the way, censorship as long as it's conservatives being censored. So I think it's a very different perspective. By the way, the American people are with us. So the question is, how do we win? Well, if you look at it now, interestingly, my Solicitor General when I was Missouri Attorney General was John Sauer. John Sauer is the Solicitor General of the United States of America. Now, President Trump brought him on. He's doing a great job. And as you look at these cases, as they make their way up from a random district court decision to the appellate courts and ultimately the Supreme Court, we're fighting back and we are winning. You look at the nationwide injunction issue. Early on, there were a bunch of them. The Supreme Court finally stepped in at the urging of President Trump and his legal team to say, you know what, there's been this abuse of nationwide injunctions. You can't do that. You can really only confine your decision to the district by which you're ruling. You look at the deportations. President Trump wanted to get rid of the temporary protective status. The Supreme Court has said, yeah, the president has the ability to go do that, even though district court said you couldn't do it. You look at programming and personnel. Think of the DOJ stuff. The president is certainly within his authority as the leader of the Article 2 branch to make those kinds of personnel decisions. And the Supreme Court has affirmed that. So if you look at one decision here or there, it can be depressing in some ways. Like take Boasberg, for example. That was really, he took a case he never should have had and ruled against President Trump. But time and time again, these district court judges now who are really radical have been pushed back as you make your way through the court system. So the lesson here is we have to have the courage to fight back. I think for a long time, conservatives, those on the right, we sort of ceded that territory to the left. They called it a living constitution. They had their activist lawyers. They had their judges. Now President Trump has put in 200 plus judges in his first term. We have a conservative Supreme Court. He's going to be appointing more, but we have to have courage to stand up in that Article 3 branch, and we can win if we do it.
The book title is The Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court. 1 minute remaining, Senator. I'd love to keep you for another segment. What did you learn about Anthony Fauci and that entire gang of medical elitists when you had a chance to depose him and look a little bit into that rather sinister empire that he was controlling?
I think people love this part of the book, that Elvis Chan, the people that we were able to take the depositions of. But one thing that was really striking with Fauci, he claimed he was the science on one hand, then said he didn't remember 174 times. The court reporter sneezed. He asked her to wear a mask. I mean, this is totally insane. But this wasn't revealed before, he sent his chief deputy over to China at the beginning of COVID to look at what the CCP was doing, and he loved this lockdown model. And then when people questioned him, he would silence them. He helped write sort of papers that dismissed natural immunity. There's a lot in here, I think, that adds color to what we knew all along, that this guy was a tyrant, and that the Fauci candles now, the light is dimmed on that, and it's exposed in this book that, again, Last Line of Defense people can order now. It's just, I think, an important history lesson, but also a playbook for us to win moving forward.
Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court. That is Last Line of Defense. Senator, let's keep you for another segment, because I do want to now touch on the Zelenskyy, Ukraine, Russia stuff, because the U.S. Senate is heavily involved in that. Okay, let's go to Legacy Box. You know that old box in your closet full of old tapes, dusty photo albums, even reels of film? It's time to do something about it before the memories fade or get damaged for good. Look, I want to tell you about Legacy Box. Legacy Box we use, and it's a great way that we are able to digitize old family memories, whether it be football memories, basketball memories, weddings, going to Cubs games, whatever it might be. You can go to legacybox.com/KIRK. If you have all these little pictures and film reels all over the place, you guys can send them in and it digitizes it. You save 50% when you go to legacybox.com/Kirk. Write it down. That is legacybox.com/Kirk. They digitize everything safely and professionally, give it back to you on the cloud, easy to watch, easy to share, easy to pass down to future generations. So check it out right now, legacybox.com/KIRK. That is legacybox.com/Kirk. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Check out the Senator's book, The Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court by Senator Eric Schmidt. We'll be right back.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I want to tell you guys about YRefi. That is YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. YRefi is amazing. I was just with them this last weekend. They help support our campus tour. They help support our Student Action Summit. They help support our Young Women's Leadership Summit. If you know anybody that is in serious private student loan debt, you should refer them to YRefi.com. If you go to YRefi.com, you could read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped. If you have a co-borrower, YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. Go to YRefi.com, call 888-YRefi34, or log on to YRefi.com. So check it out right now at YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Let's face it, if you have a distressed or defaulted private student loan, nobody is coming to bail you out, and bankruptcy is not an option. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. They can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%. So go to YRefi.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Check out Senator Eric Schmidt's latest book, very important. The Last Line of Defense, How to Beat the Left in Court. Senator, right now, Zelenskyy is preparing to visit the White House. We had the Anchorage summit back on Friday. Your thoughts as a U.S. Senator on what President Trump is trying to accomplish here?
I'm just really grateful that we have a president that's engaged in diplomacy. That's what this whole thing is about. President Trump is trying to bring the parties together. He's trying to get to a peace deal. This thing is a meat grinder right now. It's a war of attrition. Over 1 million people have died, tens of thousands every month. And so he's trying to find some resolution. And I do think it's interesting. I was on Fox News Sunday last night and yesterday, and Jake Sullivan was on before me. And the criticism you hear from those in the mainstream media and on the left are coming from people that have been wrong about almost every foreign policy issue the last 30 years. Jake Sullivan and the Biden administration presided over the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the actual invasion of Ukraine in 2023. And if you remember, he was also the one that was sitting there on the stage on October 2nd, 2023, and proclaimed that the Middle East was as quiet as it's been in decades. And 5 days later, you saw what happened on October 7th. So these folks have gotten it wrong. The plan under Biden was just keep sending American money over there without a plan and have a blank check, no accountability. Don't ask the Europeans to step up. And President Trump has changed that, thankfully, to say, you know what? We need to bring this war to a negotiated peace. Step one was engaging Putin. Step two now is engaging Zelenskyy and other European allies. And then I'm sure there'll be a step three here where the parties come together and hopefully something can work out. But this doesn't happen overnight. As you know, Charlie, this is like real work. This isn't some white paper. Mm-hmm. This is personalities. These are national interests. And he's trying to bring the parties together.
And it's very telling. Putin flies all the way across the landmass of Asia to come to United States soil. The response from the media, of course, they're undermining.
Yeah.
They're consistently undermining President Trump's attempts to try and seek reconciliation and peace. Let's play cut 326. I want you to respond. I know you have to be very respectful in this way. Respond, though, to your colleague, Senator Chris Murphy. He had a completely different reading, a different universe, and I do think it's worthy to have your response here. Play cut 326, please.
That meeting was a disaster. It was an embarrassment for the United States. It was a failure. Putin got everything he wanted. I mean, first of all, he wanted that photo op, right? He wanted to be absolved of his war crimes in front of the world. He was invited to the United States. War criminals are not normally invited to the United States. President Trump said he wanted a ceasefire. It appears the ceasefire wasn't even seriously discussed. And then third, there's no consequences. Trump said, if I don't get a ceasefire, Putin's going to pay a price. And then he walked out of that meeting saying, I didn't get a ceasefire. I didn't get a peace deal. And so Putin walks away with this photo op with zero commitments made and zero consequences. What a great day for Russia.
Okay, first of all, how does he know any of that? He was not in the room or associated. Your response, Senator Eric Schmidt.
I mean, the Democrats on this point in particular are totally intellectually bankrupt. They have no ideas. They don't have a plan. The follow-up question should have been, Senator Murphy, what do you propose we do about it to bring the war's end? They don't have an answer. I sit in the Senate. I listen to these guys talk on the Senate floor about how, you need to stand up to Putin and we need to do their way hasn't worked. Like, Ukraine's not on the verge of victory here, right? This is a meat grinder. Sadly, that is the deal. So there have to be like adult conversations, and you have to be willing to engage people that you don't want necessarily to date your daughter, right? Like, that's what the real world is. And that's what real diplomacy is. And I think what they're really objecting to, Charlie, is a shift in foreign policy here from this kind of Wilsonian adventurism, this globalist view that America should be the cop on the beat everywhere. And we don't have our own core national interests. What the president is doing is reorienting all of that to say our role here is to try to bring these two parties together. Because in the United States, life will go on. This is not, President Trump wants peace here. But having the European allies step up a little bit more, if you really believe that Vladimir Putin is some existential threat to Europe, then you ought to be acting like it. You ought to be providing more for your own defense. And, our subsidization to the degree that's out of balance of NATO has to be rebalanced. We basically subsidize their social welfare programs in Europe. All of that has to change. And President Trump's that change agent. And so I'm glad that he's willing. To me, it's a demonstration of strength and confidence that an American leader would take that on. Joe Biden, first of all, couldn't stand up to even do that. His handlers wouldn't do it because in many ways, all this invasion happened on their watch and they had no real, plan. So anyway, I just think this is all part of Trump derangement syndrome. Whatever he does, they take the opposite view. They're for crime in D.C. now. I mean, it's just insane.
We got to go. Senator Eric Schmidt, thank you so much. Check out the latest book by Senator Eric Schmidt. It's terrific. It is on the last line of defense, how to beat the left in court. Thank you so much, Senator Schmidt. We're going to talk more about NATO, Ukraine with Matthew Whitaker next.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. The eyes of the world are on the White House right now as several world leaders already there meeting with President Trump. We're told that a number of European leaders have already arrived at the White House. This is a live look. As you can see, the honor guard is in place to meet Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Zelenskyy is expected to arrive at any moment now in order to talk about negotiations for a potential peace deal with Russia. President Trump, of course, on Friday, met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The commander-in-chief also claiming, quote, big progress on Russia for today. Proposals on the table reportedly include Russia relinquishing small pockets of Ukraine in exchange for Kiev giving up Ukraine's eastern Donbas region. Major cities like Donetsk and Luhansk are in that region, which is already under Russian control. Zelenskyy argues the region was taken unjustly. But Sunday, top Trump administration officials taking to the airways to explain the process and progress being made.
that the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries. That is big. I mean, really big.
Our goal here is to have a peace agreement to end this war, okay? And obviously we felt, and I agreed, that there was enough progress, not a lot of progress, but enough progress made in those talks to allow us to move to the next phase. If not, we wouldn't be having Zelenskyy flying all the way over here. We wouldn't be having all the Europeans coming all the way over here. Now, understand and take with a grain of salt, I'm not saying we're on the verge of a peace deal, but I am saying that we saw movement, enough movement to justify a follow-up meeting with Zelenskyy and the Europeans, enough movement for us to dedicate even more time to this. You talk about the sanctions. Look, at the end of the day, if peace is not going to be possible here, and this is just going to continue on as a war, people will continue to die by the thousands. The president has that option to then come in and impose new sanctions.
And here's another live look at the White House as more and more world leaders are continuing to show up there. We'll, of course, have live coverage throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. Make sure to stay tuned for the very latest. For now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming in The Charlie Kirk Show.
Great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. In just a second, we have the ambassador to NATO, great man Matthew Whitaker, joining us. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. I want to tell you guys about how we are able to go so viral. We have a video going hyper viral this weekend. Do we have a little taste of that? I don't think we do, but it is a video that is, I think, has well over 20 million views in the last couple days on just TikTok and Instagram. I want to tell you guys about the economic impact of TikTok. TikTokeconomicimpact.com. We've used it to go viral and reach billions and billions and billions of views. Like Dan O. Seasoning from Kentucky, who's TikTok to reach new customers, to grow from a one-man show to a team of 45. Or Arizona Taco King in Arizona, able to employ over 28 people, pay them well, thanks to the foot traffic TikTok brings in. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com to learn more. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. The success means jobs, support for families, and stronger local economies. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. The stories behind the stats and portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are sponsored and brought to you in part by TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Ambassador Matthew Whitaker, U.S. Ambassador to NATO. Thank you so much, my friend, for making the time. You have a very difficult job, and so you are navigating it brilliantly and really honoring the president's directive in NATO. Ambassador Whitaker, give us an update of how the president is thinking about this, and will Ukraine be able to join NATO?
Yeah, well, first of all, Charlie, it's good to see you again. Great to be on your show. First, I think President Trump's been very clear that there currently is no path for Ukraine to join NATO. And it's not just a matter of snapping your fingers either on who joins NATO. There's 32 members. Everything we do is done by a unanimous decision. And so right now, there's not 32 people at the table that would vote for ascension. And that would assume that Ukraine could even qualify for membership. That would include some real rigorous anti-corruption efforts that I'm not certain that they would reach right now, and many other steps. But remember, the one thing that we need to understand about Ukraine is right now, they're the second largest European army. That's actually the largest European army, because Turkey, who is in NATO, is the largest army. And so Ukraine does bring some advantages, and their defense industrial base is by far the most productive currently. And so Europe, I'm encouraging all my European allies and friends to buy from the Ukrainians once this peace is reached by President Trump, because they're going to need that hard currency to rebuild their economy. But they have a lot of things to improve before it would ever be on the table. But right now, President Trump has been very clear that they're not in line and not going to be a member of NATO. But ultimately, that's all up to the 32 allies.
So Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that there's talk about Vladimir Putin being open to security guarantees for Ukraine in return for not being in NATO. Would those guarantees include U.S. troops on the border of Russia and Ukraine?
I would be surprised. Ultimately, that's up to President Trump, who's mediating, as you know, this war and trying to bring it to a truce and hopefully an enduring peace, because as he says, the killing and the slaughter need to end. It's a complete meat grinder where tens of thousands of soldiers every single week are dying on the battlefield, together with the collateral damage to property and to civilians. And so it needs to end. President Trump is trying to do everything he can, obviously, to end this war. But at the same time, Secretary Rubio, when talk about security guarantees, I think that any boots on the ground, any security force is the coalition of the willing, which is currently being led by the Germans, the French, and the British. And so I don't think that there would be American boots on the ground, certainly not in any kind of significant kind of way. There might be some command and control. There might be some other things that only the U.S. can bring to that. It would be outside of NATO, Charlie. I think that's the other thing we got to make sure, because people are using this Article 5-like guarantee. And I think that's very dangerous when you talk about, Article 5-like guarantees, because that makes people think that NATO's involved. NATO won't be involved in any security guarantees. In fact, they will be specifically out of it because, again, there wouldn't be 32 allies that would agree to that framework.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The perspective of my audience and from me is we don't want America involved at all. We think this is long past exhausted and tired. And I think the president's perspective has been amazing, which is defy the national security establishment and the mainstream media and sit down and work this thing out. So what can we expect today? Let me tell you where our perspective is. And you're the ambassador to NATO, and so you have to be very diplomatic, and you got a tough job, and you're doing a great job. But let me tell you my thoughts, and you can navigate however you want. This looks as if this is a full court press by European leaders that want to continue this land and kinetic war in Ukraine and are very mad that President Trump might cut a deal with Vladimir Putin, because for the European Union, they view this as existential. You got Giorgia Meloni. You have the Germans, you have all the big players of Europe that are in the White House right now that are likely trying to, and Keir Starmer, that are trying to paint a completely different picture and potentially continue this war. You could almost say the European leaders are here to chaperone Zelenskyy through this entire thing in case there would be another blow up. And so tell us about the meeting, and then I'll have a follow-up question. What's going on today? And can you give our audience some hope that America won't be involved and this thing can be ended?
Well, first of all, Charlie, I want to on the beginning premise, like you, because we were running into each other, since 2019, there's been nobody like you and I and so many others, Kash Patel, that were out there, supporting the president, including, in 2021 when there weren't a lot of people supporting President Trump. And so, I have met a lot of your listeners and viewers. I have spent a lot of time with them, gone to, your events, so many other events in the movement. And so I have, like you, a sense of what, the base and what President Trump's supporters expect. I don't think, this is my perspective as the U.S. ambassador to NATO. I don't see that Europe wants to continue this war. And one of the great things that President Trump did and that I'm involved in is the selling of U.S. equipment to our European allies. So they're paying for it, and then they can supply it to Ukraine. That changed the entire dynamic, where under Joe Biden, we were just sending American equipment and munitions to Ukraine with no payments, no promises. And I think, President Trump dramatically changed that situation. And so the bearing of European security is now on the shoulders of European taxpayers. And, President Trump got that right. And I was proud to stand with him shoulder to shoulder and work on that. And that's part of what we agreed to at The Hague a couple months ago, and the 5%, of European security. It's gonna make a huge difference. And on the war in Ukraine, you're right. I mean, this is ultimately it is a European's interest. It doesn't. Secretary Rubio, I think, said it really well yesterday. This is not America's war. This isn't Donald Trump's war. It would never happened if he had been in office in 2022. And so, a lot of this is at the feet of Joe Biden. Now, that doesn't mean that as a peacemaker, Donald Trump can't come in here, having already settled about 6 other conflicts, come in here and try to mediate this and get to a position where the killing and the fighting ends. But ultimately, those decisions are going to have to be made by the Ukrainians and the Russians, because they are the ones that are fighting this war, and they're going to have to come to some agreement. And I think President Trump's just trying to see if there's a set of circumstances where he can bring this to an end.
You are correct. It is not our war, but here's the fear, is it can quickly become our war because we're funding it, we'll send armaments, and before you know it, we're involved in another quagmire. I mean, Joe Biden spent over $200 billion in this, proxy conflict with Russia. And so Ukraine's position is a little unclear. Is it, some European leaders are saying you can't give any of the land back to Russia, even though Russia has won it. Can you comment on the land here? Because the land component of this is major. Russia took Crimea. They shouldn't have invaded. It was wrong that they did it. That was a immoral action by the hands of Vladimir Putin. But they did win significant gains in Ukraine. How is the land factoring in all this? Because security guarantees, Article 5, we got NATO off the table. Security guarantees is very, very murky, because you can get, basically the way we look at it is like, okay, you'll get the spirit of NATO without NATO, so not thrilled about that. But what about the land? I mean, there's a lot of clamoring about this. Please, Ambassador Whitaker.
Yeah, well, Charlie, first of all, there is a lot of clamoring, and to some extent right now, what's going to happen soon here at the White House is the conversation with the Europeans and with President Zelenskyy as to what Putin put on the table in Alaska, why President Trump determined that we could take a step forward in those negotiations and in trying to get to a peace deal. But I think a lot of it is yet to be determined. I think even, we talk about security guarantees. I think there's a lot of meat that needs to be put on those bones. I just don't think that there is a complete agreement among the coalition of the willing. President Trump has said that the U.S. would be involved. I don't think that means American troops in Ukraine. Now, obviously, they would love that, especially if there is an attack on one as an attack on all, kind of a treaty or an agreement. But right now, I think President Trump has earned the space to try to negotiate this.
I agree.
And he's mediating it, Charlie, as you know. And so mediators oftentimes see how far people can come, try to get their best and final, and try to bring both parties to a deal that's a deal. It's not a great deal for either side, but ultimately
I agree.
Gets the killing.
No, I think that's right.
So,
look, he more than earned everybody's confidence after the Iran-Israel masterclass. I mean, that's, and so we just got to let the master do his thing. The fear that we have is all these other European actors that are going to be lying to President Trump along the way. I know that you got to deal with them, but they got a whole separate agenda. And President Trump had a Truth Social about this earlier. He said, I'm convinced if Russia completely surrendered and gave up all the land, that the fake news media and their Democrat partners would say this would be a humiliating day for President Donald Trump. And so just in closing here, Ambassador Whitaker, can you just give the audience some faith and confidence that America First will be resolutely defended, that we are going to have a commitment to this realignment of foreign policy while also in the pursuit of peace? Because our audience is a little bit uneasy, not at President Trump, not at you, but at the European actors that are trying to keep this thing unnecessarily going. Final thoughts, Ambassador Whitaker.
My final thoughts, Charlie, are, quite frankly, I think, President Trump represents the America First movement. I'm with him and have been there from the beginning, as you know. And so, we are fighting hard every single day for America First and for a resolution of this war. And I would not listen to a lot of the noise that you hear from the mainstream media and a lot of, kind of the chatter that's coming out of Europe, because, again, that's not the deal that President Trump's going to cut. He's just going to see if he can get a deal done that is in the interest of the American people. Because, again, this is not his war. It's not America's war. We're not fighting this war. And so ultimately, I think President Trump, like I mentioned, and I know you agree, has earned our trust to try to land this plane if it can be landed.
He has. And in their discussions, just reiterate it, no U.S. troops. That is a very serious salvo here. That is the last thing that we need. Thank you so much, Ambassador Whitaker. Keep up the great work.
Right.
You have quite a challenge ahead of you. Thank you. What do we have, guys? Alan Jackson Ministries. Check it out right now, Alan Jackson Ministries. I'm excited to tell you I'll be speaking at the Culture and Christianity Conference at World Outreach Church just south of Nashville, Tennessee this September. I'm inviting you to join me. My friend Pastor Alan Jackson organized this conference so we can address the issues we're facing in today's culture, but through the lens of God's truth. When you attend, you'll gain insight and valuable perspective on what's happening in the world today. Learn how to recognize truth from deception. Join me, Pastor Alan Sage Steele, Dr. Bill Lyle, and my wife, Erica Kirk, and many more September 19th and 20th. Registration is now open. Go to alanjackson.com/Charlie. That is alanjackson.com/Charlie. Check it out right now, alanjackson.com/Charlie. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We have several pieces of tape that we can throw to here, but I got a lot more I want to talk about, all about the Russia-Ukrainian situation. But we're actually going to take a detour, and we're going to talk about a driver, an illegal immigrant driver who killed 3 people this weekend with no remorse. It is a shocking video, and it should be a major news story. It just goes to show the carnage and the cost and the consequence of what happens when we when we allow the third world into our nation. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and get involved with Turning Point USA. We have some amazing episodes coming up. We had a great conversation with Scott Jennings. We had some great conversations with Dr. James Orr, and so much more. So make sure you guys subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We'll be posting them on our podcast menu very soon. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, this story happened over the weekend, and of course the media is ignoring it. This goes to show we're the Bitcoin.com studio, the cost and the consequence of illegal migration in ways you don't even always not recognize. So there's a guy by the name of Harjinder Singh. He is an illegal immigrant. He came into this country illegally. Now, he's not Mexican. He's not Nicaraguan. No, he is from, I think he's from either Bangladesh or from India. Anyway, I think it's India. Yeah, India. The truck driver, he made an illegal U-turn on Florida's turnpike that led to the passing and the death of 3 Americans. He illegally entered the U.S. through the southern border in 2018. Harjinder Singh has been charged with 3 counts of vehicular homicide. Singh got his commercial's driver's license as an illegal immigrant in the state of California, according to the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. By the way, Florida didn't do their job here. I'll just be honest. Florida never should have allowed an illegal immigrant in their state. Why are we putting up with this? He's a Sikh, and you can see in the B-roll, he tries to do a U-turn in the middle of a highway, and the car behind him just gets obliterated. 3 people died. And look, in that video, Harjinder Singh is just kind of watching, deadpanning, while, yep, he did an illegal U-turn, and, look, he's just kind of like, I guess I killed somebody. Unfathomable that a person got a commercial license doing this, unless you realize what's actually going on here. California will give a driver's license to anyone as long as they are illegal. They want illegal criminals here. And you're just so casual about it. People say all the time, well, Charlie, what about the law-abiding ones? Aren't they doing well? Law-abiding ones become, unfortunately, responsible for mass carnage. He's just like, oops, I guess I killed 3 people. This is your guy, Harjinder Singh. If you are a Democrat, that is what you believe in. Here's a full DHS background. By the way, why have we not? We got to find more of these. We got to ramp up the deportations, everybody. Enough. We got to have more ICE in the streets. We got to find more of these, or else this is only going to continue. On September 20th, 2018, he entered the United States. This is under Donald Trump, without being inspected, admitted, or paroled by an immigration officer. It's not Trump's fault, by the way. It was a whole different set of circumstances. U.S. Border Patrol arrested Singh and was served near an I-80 and processed as an expedited removal for credible fear. But then the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service issued a positive fear finding and noticed a notice to appear. He was arrested 7 years ago and stayed into America. He got a bond and got a CDL and got a job. In 2019, an immigration judge set a bond for $5,000, and then he just kind of escaped. No one followed up. The Executive Office for Immigration Review recalendars hearing to April 15th, 2021 in Seattle, Washington. Again, the courts delay it. Harbinger Singh is a criminal. He committed a crime. He was arrested, but he was allowed to stay in the United States. And now an IJ grants change of venue from Seattle to San Francisco. And then in August of 2025, San Francisco placed an I-247A immigration detainer for Singh with the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, but he was in Florida, and he had a driver's license given to him by California. Red states must start removing any reciprocity agreements with California for CDLs immediately. Florida, you got to step up here. Florida, you're a great state. Enough is enough. And that goes for all the mass Muslim immigration that's coming in this country as well. Enough. We got to close the loopholes, and we need mass deportations. We need more people deported. The federal government needs to wage war on sanctuary states that do this. Why are we not arresting mayors that are allowing sanctuary cities? Why are we not arresting the people that are involved in sanctuary states? Texas, Utah, Florida could render CDLs from California null and void. Now, what is a CDL? A CDL is a California driver's license or a commercial's driver's license, either way. A commercial driver's license or, it also works both ways. A California commercial's driver's license, it works both ways. So this guy gets a commercial driver's license. Let's show the video again. And just casually does a U-turn, resulting in 3 people being killed. How many more Americans have to die at the hands of illegal criminals like this guy, Harbinger Singh? Is he an American? Is he the best of our country? Of course not. Nothing about him is an American at all. And by the way, being an American is more than paperwork. As I've said before, Zohran Mamdani, he is not an American. Omar Fattah is not an American. Ilhan Omar is not an American. There's something else. They might have their paperwork, but just because you have your paperwork in order does not mean you are an American. American requires assimilation. It requires loyalty. It requires commitment. This guy's added no value to our country. And the Democrats always say they do, and now there are 3 dead Americans because of him. They love the chance to virtue signal by showing how forgiving they are of foreign illegals and killers. And nothing about him is an American at all. And now 3 people are dead because of Harbinger Singh. We need mass deportations. We need millions of people a year. We got to ramp it up. We got to get aggressive. We have to empower President Trump to do what he needs to do and go after the Democrats and remove the blue state barrier. Second hour coming up.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being along for the ride. We're keeping an eye on the White House, where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is expected to arrive at any moment now. You're seeing a couple of views of the south and north side of the White House. A color guard is in place right now, and we're expecting that Zelenskyy will arrive here quite literally at any moment. A number of European leaders who are part of his entourage, if you will, who will be joining him for today's negotiations over some sort of peace deal with Russia, are already at the White House, presumably meeting with President Trump. Many of them arrived within the last hour. Volodymyr Zelenskyy expected to arrive, as I said, here within the next couple of minutes or so. Hopefully we'll still be on the air when he does arrive so we can show you his arrival and his greeting from President Trump. All of this, of course, coming on the heels of President Trump meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. A number of concessions were made during that meeting on Friday that led to today's meeting. Guys, if we can keep these shots up full so that our our viewers can see them, please. Let's keep the shots up full. Thank you. Again, President Trump having met with Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska, and the Trump administration says that a number of concessions were made during those meetings, which led to today. Now, to be clear, the president saying that he doesn't expect, excuse me, a peace deal to come today. But this is a big first step towards that peace deal. A number of negotiations will be had today, specifically as it relates to Ukraine ceding some of its land, specifically the Donbas region. That region, of course, is currently occupied by the Russians, and part of the negotiations are going to be to see if Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy will give up that land, will cede that land, which again is currently being held by the Russians. The administration also saying that it is going to be responsible or offer some security guarantees for Ukraine, which would potentially, keep Russia from continuing its push into Ukraine and continuing its offensive. Here's what some of the Trump administration officials had to say on those two fronts over the weekend.
That the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries. That is big. I mean, really big.
Our goal here is to have a peace agreement to end this war, okay? And obviously we felt, and I agreed, that there was enough progress, not a lot of progress, but enough progress made in those talks to allow us to move to the next phase. If not, we wouldn't be having Zelenskyy flying all the way over here. We wouldn't be having all the Europeans coming all the way over here. Now, understand and take with a grain of salt, I'm not saying we're on the verge of a peace deal, but I am saying that we saw movement, enough movement to justify a follow-up meeting with Zelenskyy and the Europeans, enough movement for us to dedicate even more time to this. You talk about the sanctions. Look, at the end of the day, if peace is not going to be possible here, and this is just going to continue on as a war, people will continue to die by the thousands. The president has that option to then come in and impose new sanctions.
So again, just to clarify, we are waiting for Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the president of Ukraine, to arrive at the White House to be greeted by President Trump and then go into negotiations with the president. Also party to these meetings will be several European leaders. The president of Germany, the prime minister of Italy is said to be on hand, the prime minister of Great Britain, also French President Emmanuel Macron. A number of major NATO leaders are on site at the White House to be part of these negotiations, as many of those European leaders are also stakeholders in a potential peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. That peace deal very likely won't be reached today, but as you just heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, today's discussions could set the stage for a peace deal, and there's also reporting that if today's discussions go well, there could be another trilateral meeting. That would be a meeting that would include Ukrainian President Zelenskyy as well as Russian President Putin and President Trump. If today's meeting goes well, there could be a trilateral meeting between those three parties as soon as late this week or potentially early next week. So a lot at stake here at the White House as President Trump awaits the arrival of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. We, of course, will have live coverage for you here on Real America's Voice as President Zelenskyy arrives here at the White House. In the meantime, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled program.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, live from the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, great American. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, thank you for taking the time. So I want to explore this with you because we had the Putin meeting on Friday. We now have the Zelenskyy, European chaperone operation where Zelenskyy is being chaperoned by his European parents. So I don't want to get into all the kind of like lower level stuff and people attacking Zelenskyy's wardrobe and all. I want to go deeper, okay? I want to go to from what I understand, there are 3 sticking points: the land, NATO, and security guarantees. Those are the 3 sticking points. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, how are you thinking about this war and our path to peace?
Yeah, so first things, I want to make sure, because I think that I've watched social media and a lot of the regular media talking about this. For everybody, this war began in 2014 while President Obama was the president of the United States of America. And in fact, the time frame was February of 2014, right after the Sochi Olympics. So this war's been going on a long, long time, and it is just worn out Europe. It's worn out, certainly the Russians. I mean, we can go into the details, but like you say, Charlie, that's number one. During that period of time, Russia, this is in 2014 while Obama was the president. During that time, Russia attacked 2 of the eastern provinces, Donbass as they call them, of Ukraine, and they also attacked Crimea. And since about March of 2014, they've held that land. So you mentioned land, right? When Trump comes in, then Trump basically puts everything in a hold, and Putin basically kept everything as status quo, and there was a lot of back and forth going on. And then when Biden comes back in, the war then began to rage in earnest. And this is where the reason why it raged in earnest, because the Biden administration really threw fuel on the fire of this Ukrainian war by basically funding it to the tune of, the congressional numbers are around $170 billion. The actual numbers we think are closer to $500 billion. So, if you look at it from the interests of Russia, what Russia wants is no further NATO expansion. And now I understand that Russia would consider some sort of NATO security guarantees for Ukraine, but not Ukraine joining NATO. So there's some wiggle room right there based on the conversation that Trump had with Putin this past weekend, right? This past Friday at the Alaska summit. The security guarantees and NATO, I think what people need to understand, and this is again, these are lessons that we have forgotten. NATO is a defensive chartered military organization. And that means if one is attacked, that, then all others are attacked, and then something has to happen. It was designed to protect itself from, principally Europe, from the former Soviet Union. It is not an offensive organization. It is not an organization that was designed to do offensive things. In 1994, there was an agreement that said there would be no further NATO expansion. The United States signed off on it. Russia signed off on it. At that time, Gorbachev. The French signed off on it. And the Germans also signed off on it. And Great Britain signed off on it. Since that time, and at the time of that signature, there was about, roughly, let's just say 20 nations that were part of NATO. Since that time where we said there would be no further NATO expansion on the Russian frontiers, there's like another 25 countries that have joined NATO.
And so now you have this expansion east against the Russian frontier. So, that's kind of where, and I'm looking at it from the perspective of Russia, not the perspective of NATO or the perspective of the United States, because I think that we tend to forget we must look at these types of gives and takes from the perspective of those who we are about to sit down with, right? I also think in terms of Trump looking at, you got a picture of Trump and Zelensky up there now. What are in the best interests of the people of Ukraine, right? The people of Ukraine are worn out, and we are now tapping into 60-year-olds to fight, in the military for the Ukrainian military. The war itself, from a loser and winner perspective, and I've written about this, and people can go look at what I've written about in the last week. The war itself is a lost war. So Ukraine has lost this war. Ukraine has lost terrain. They have lost significant prestige. And we also know this, and we know this for a fact, Charlie, that Ukraine is also filled with corruption. We have seen the corruption in the previous Biden administration in many ways. We've seen it with human trafficking, with weapons trafficking, with the bio labs that are in Ukraine. I mean, these are things that matter, and they matter in a deep, deep way with the other side, meaning the Russian side, right? We also have on the frontier, on the border of Russia, we have Ukraine asking to be a member of NATO, and you have these handlers of Zelensky that are there now, the Russian, parents that you called them. They're really handlers for Zelensky that are going to try to convince Trump that we've got to defeat Russia. We've got to have Ukraine join NATO. Well, that would be like saying, to Mexico or to Canada, or in this case, the Cuban Missile Crisis, which we tend to forget in our history lessons, right? Mm-hmm. We almost went to nuclear war over the Cuban Missile Crisis because Russia at the time.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
We're interrupting your regularly scheduled programming for this breaking news as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, we're being told, is arriving at the White House. We're hearing that his car should be pulling up here any moment now, and then he, of course, will be greeted by President Trump. This is significant in that the two will be discussing a potential peace plan in the years-long war between Russia and Ukraine. On Friday, President Trump met with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Today, he is meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, along with a number of other European leaders who were on site at the White House in order to be party to the discussions and negotiations. You see the Ukrainian truck pull up there, the SUV pull up. President Trump already waiting for Volodymyr Zelenskyy to get out, and he will, of course, greet him. And then the two leaders will enter the White House where they'll have some conversations. There you go. Volodymyr Zelenskyy there with President Trump greeting the Ukrainian leader. Looks like the Ukrainian leader is a little bit more dressed the part to be at the White House than he may have been last time, and the two are enjoying some time together. Let's listen in. I think they were okay. You may have heard the president say a little something there. Now the two men entering the White House, where they'll spend the next several hours discussing a potential peace plan, again, over the war in Ukraine. They'll also talk about specific concessions that Ukraine is willing to make, and European leaders will also be part of those talks. We'll continue to monitor all of this for you. Later on this afternoon, President Trump is expected to hold a press briefing, if you will, or press availability, during which he'll also lay out some of what was discussed today. So we, of course, will have that for you live here on Real America's Voice as well. Keep it right here on Real America's Voice for the very latest as President Trump is meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. For now, let's get you back to The Charlie Kirk Show.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
That allow the people that live in there to make decisions for themselves. And what we have learned in 2022 is those people decided that they wanted to be aligned with Russia. I mean, that
Hold that thought. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, hold that thought. Let's go through the breaks, guys. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn has a lot to say, so we want to maximize his time. But first, relief factor. Have you ever been in a bad relationship? You know, the kind that just wears you down? Well, you settle in, and even though deep down you know this is not how it's supposed to be. That's what daily aches and pains can feel like. You could stop expecting to feel good. You start thinking, man, maybe this is just life right now. With ReliefFactor.com, you could break up with pain, just like Anthony did as he writes in, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been talking about Relief Factor for 2 months. I have felt the difference. A lot of people have as well at ReliefFactor.com. It's 100% drug-free, and it targets inflammation that causes pain so you can move better, feel better, and live a better life. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Again, a lot of people love it, and you should check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, we're going to go through the breaks right now. As we are speaking, President Donald Trump is meeting with Zelenskyy in the White House. It's quite a day. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast right now. I was just checking. We are number 7 in Apple Podcasts. We really had a surge this weekend. So thank you, guys. Subscribe to a couple podcasts, and we'll be right back.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600. Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a...
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
Welcome back. We've got more breaking news from the White House as we are continuing to monitor the situation. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy sitting down with President Trump. Let's listen in.
I think there's a possibility that something could come out of it, and today's meeting is very important. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, First Lady of Ukraine. She gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah. So we are saying this sensitive topic. Yeah. Yes, please. And thanks to our partners and that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK and France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them and thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair?
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelenskyy, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelenskyy of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to. Which is it?
No, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelenskyy here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
And to that point, President Zelenskyy, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. And we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President,
yes. If the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long term. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you rule that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe. But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Do you have an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it. and they'll be talking about it for a long time, but they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan, we're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries, great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
President Trump, do you think it's fair for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady. And the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin. And it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelenskyy?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt. It was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him. And she did ask me to say, you know, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end. And she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelenskyy, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said the one that attacked you last time. See, that was I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelenskyy.
In the same suit. You see, I changed you.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake.
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say, I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so that people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. There's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. Its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years, and Washington, D.C. is safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine. He has a son who's a great golfer. He's on tour, and he came in fourth yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot, and he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way, no way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator, he's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time. Thank you.
I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you could walk around with D.C. with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think you need a ceasefire. If you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. I like the concept. I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelenskyy, can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out all.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump.
Are you disappointed there's no ceasefire, Mr. President?
The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine.
Biden.
At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelenskyy, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years. He was not a smart man 40 years ago either, but now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Mr. President,
you want to
I can. Thanks so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this, and through NATO program, for example, Pearl and etc. We have some programs where we can have some money to finance this, and this is a part. I think it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems. They're literally 100% foolproof, and it's really like shooting two bullets. You know, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chances, 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
Real quickly, you pushed out on social media.
All right, Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important that is?
Well, that's a very off-topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it, because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad, I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. Sorry. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me, they asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders and you need free and fair elections. Those two things, otherwise you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 0 in 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
From President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. And really, it includes 2 parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelenskyy to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we're going to give, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Keep going.
So you just heard President Trump and Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the Ukrainian president, talking there in the Oval Office, laying out what's at stake today. The two are getting ready to sit down with other European leaders and discuss or negotiate, if you will, what will come next in terms of a peace process between Russia and Ukraine. President Trump also just saying that upon finishing today's talks there at the White House, he immediately will call Vladimir Putin to report back kind of where we stand, and their hope is that today's discussions will lead to a trilateral discussion between Vladimir Putin, President Trump, as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, during which the sides will all move closer to an actual peace deal. The president also addressing a number of other issues from the media, but of course the focus had to do with today's discussions and how today's discussions were impacted by the negotiations between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. We'll continue to cover all of this for you throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. Make sure to keep it right here for the very latest.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Patriots love him. Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have several videos going viral right now. And by the way, our podcast is doing quite well. If you wanted to listen to our whole show, which, by the way, was incredible, and you're here on Real America's Voice, and you were watching the President Trump press conference, which, of course, that was top priority. You should subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast because there's so much that we covered. We had Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, we have Jack Posobiec, and so much more. So type in Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We are number 7 right now in Apple News. We're the 3rd largest conservative podcast. Goes Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and then boom, we are right there. And I take it. That is a great spot to be. And so great friends of mine, and we are all in on the same team. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I also want to encourage you guys, if you want to get involved with our campus tour, in little over a month, we will be back on campus, and it is going to be the highest profile, most fun campus tour we have ever had. We're going to go all across the country, well over 30 campus events, if you count the evening events that we're also doing. It's going to be amazing. So we're excited to see you guys back on campus. And subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We deeply appreciate it. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You have a lot of choices for cell phone service with new ones popping up all the time. The good news, though, is that there's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. You can switch today without sacrificing quality of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. If you're worried about coverage, don't be. Patriot Mobile uses all 3 major U.S. networks. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. If you're stuck in a contract or owe money on your phone, then no problem. Patriot Mobile has a contract buyout program. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie. Get a free month of service. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. I turned my phone off yesterday, but before I did, because we had a busy Saturday, I wasn't able to take the traditional Sabbath, but I sent out one tweet. I said, it's all about Jesus. That's what I said. Seen by 1.2 million people. And someone who I watch and who is honestly a freakish athlete, and I say that in the most positive way, is Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is probably one of the most impressive raw talents ever to play quarterback in the National Football League. From his speed, his agility, his acceleration, his arm angles that he throws. I think he could throw like 75 yards or something just outrageous. Lamar Jackson decided to retweet or repost my post on X where I said it's all about Jesus. Lamar Jackson reposts it. And right on cue, the left loses their mind. Front page of FoxNews.com. Ravens Lamar Jackson sparks outrage after reposting Charlie Kirk's Christian message. People were going nuts all Sunday night, saying that this is terrible. How dare you do it? Now they're saying they're getting mad that Lamar Jackson reposted Charlie Kirk's message. Okay, fine. Maybe it's the South Park image that really bothered them. Maybe that's it. And you could put 352 up on stage. And literally all I said is, it's all about Jesus, which, by the way, is metaphysically, theologically true. And even if you don't believe that's true, that shouldn't be offensive to you. Just keep moving on. Keep your head down. But no, the fact that Lamar Jackson, who I believe won the MVP 3 or 4 years ago, where's Brian Farnsworth when I need him? Brian knows all the football trivia. Nate knows it pretty well, too. Nate's running around. I believe Lamar Jackson won the MVP 3 or 4 years ago. That a conditional, I'll get a fact check on that, NFL MVP shared, he won twice. Thank you. My memory is right. He did win. He won 2 MVPs. Legitimately one of the best, if not the best football players. And someone says, Lamar Jackson out here retweeting Charlie Kirk. Hope he continues to choke in the playoffs. I mean, the left has completely overstepped their bounds in a way that is kind of breathtakingly remarkable. Another one. Guys, I'm very aware that Lamar Jackson probably has zero idea who Charlie Kirk is and solely retweet because he talks about his faith. But it's still wild to see your favorite player's name right above the second spawn of Satan himself. Yeah, the second spawn. It's funny. How am I the second spawn of Satan himself while I'm also touting the word of Jesus? That one's a little strange, isn't it? However, this is part of a bigger picture. Forget the left reaction. There is a revival happening in the West, everybody, especially in America. Gen Z men are more likely to attend church, of course, than Gen Z women. Gen Z women need to follow the trend. Barna Research Group reports that Gen Z teens are more interested in learning about Jesus with younger cohorts, leading the way in the growth of new commitments. Top music out there, Forrest Frank is more popular than Drake. Forrest Frank is a Christian musician, and people really like his music. The American Bible Society found an increase in Bible use and engagement. According to the Wall Street Journal, Bible sales have spiked, driven largely by first-time buyers. Finally, Christian entertainment has been seeing a remarkable surge from The Chosen to The King of Kings. Worldwide music streams of Christian music are up 60% the last 5 years. Nietzsche famously said in the 1980s, God is dead. But what if I told you that Gen Z is bringing God back to life? I mean that all metaphorically. God hasn't gone anywhere the last 150 years. But I mean it metaphorically. The West decided to turn its back on God in the late 1800s. And now we are seeing younger people are far more religious than some of their parents. It is a youth-led revival in this country because of all the BLM stuff, the COVID stuff, the lockdowns, the vaccines, the masks, the lying, the duplicity. the capacity, they can't own homes. They're looking for something ancient, something true, something that lasts, something that won't change, something that elevates, something divine, something that allows the human soul to flourish, something that is rooted in the natural law, something that acknowledges male and female distinction, something that allows for normativity and says that it's woven all throughout nature. They do not want this postmodern pile of trash. They want something beautiful, something good, something higher, something ancient, something unchanging, something unending. They want Jesus. And praise God for that. God bless you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king. Since President Trump announced the federal takeover of MPD and the deployment of the National Guard to the streets of Washington. Now we're expecting the arrival of even more National Guard troops coming from West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina.
This is what our Attorney General Pam Bondi is saying about what's happening in D.C. Over 300 arrests in D.C. and counting. Just last night, our federal and D.C. law enforcement partners made 68 arrests and seized 15 illegal firearms. Homicide suspects, drug traffickers, and more are being charged. I'll continue to stand with you as we make D.C. safe again.
The U.S. is deploying 4,000 additional troops to waters around Latin America, according to CNN. The report says the Marines and sailors will be used to combat drug cartels, a focal point of President Donald Trump. The Navy officially announced a deployment, but did not give specifics on where the troops would go. The CNN report says, along with the troops, a nuclear-board attack submarine, several destroyers, and more are also being deployed.
Well, just hours from now, the president of Ukraine has a pivotal meeting with President Trump in Washington.
And just a few hours ago, we got a look at what exactly President Donald Trump may be proposing to end this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So the president posting on Truth Social early this morning that Ukraine should give up Crimea and agree to never join NATO to end the war.
This comes after Friday's high-stakes summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Sources tell ABC News that Putin is demanding Ukraine give up more land in exchange for stopping further attacks. But Zelenskyy, who was not included in Friday's summit, says Ukraine will not agree to give up any more territory. The British Prime Minister, French President, and German Chancellor are all among the European and NATO leaders joining Ukraine's president as he meets with President Trump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live at the White House today for a historic meeting. Chapter 2 of the Anchorage Accords. Now, Friday, as everyone knows, I was here on the ground as well, starting out at the White House, traveling with President Trump alongside his delegation and the American delegation to meet the Russians up in Anchorage. We arrived here at the White House about 4:45 in the morning, 0 dark 30, then traveled to the White House, traveled to Joint Base Andrews over in a motorcade with President Trump. No Marine One that morning. Flew Air Force One to Anchorage, met with the Russians, flew back, returned about 0300 hours, posted one video on the way out of that. And so, folks, an incredible day in Anchorage. A special thank you, by the way, to the White House team for including Human Events Daily in that coverage, and of course, as well as having us here today on Monday for this truly historic series of accords. Now, for the Anchorage Accords to be successful, it's going to require a number of compromises, as all negotiations do. President Trump said this a few times over the weekend. There is no side in any negotiation that is ever going to get 100% of their requirements. And what does this mean? We're talking security guarantees, things that the Russians have been asking for in terms of their wariness and skepticism towards NATO, as well as Ukraine then asking, will we have security degrees? Because, of course, it was Russia that invaded Ukraine in the first place. A lot of the escalation being pointed at from President Trump and President Putin on Joe Biden. Really, the breakdown in communications that occurred during the Biden regime, as well as the Russian buildup, is something that President Trump and President Putin are now in agreement on, that is what led to, in fact, the outbreak of the Ukraine war, something that we've been talking about for years here on the program. But of course, when it comes down to it, folks, this is really all about President Trump, President Zelenskyy. Now you've got the chaperones, as Steve Bannon was calling them, or perhaps the minders here of the European leaders. The President of France, the Prime Minister of Italy, Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission, President Zelenskyy as well, the Prime Minister of the UK, all here visiting the White House, and there will be a press conference. So just on a programming note, my goal is to be out here as long as I can with you on Human Events Daily. We are outside the White House, but then at some point I will be ushered inside for that press conference. We're going to hand it off, and then I'll be coming up live. That'll probably take place after the show. But of course, we remember that this is a do-over for President Zelenskyy in a sense after his first Oval Office meeting, which did not go so well. So we are going to put the Real America's Voice camera, we're going to park it right here outside the West Wing, and that's the West Wing just over my shoulder there, where they're meeting in the Oval Office, just in case there's any early exits the way that there were last time. We're going to make sure that we're able to capture that and figure out what's going on. Now, behind closed doors, the meeting is going on between President Trump and President Zelenskyy. This is something that I certainly remember having traveled to Kiev. The last time I saw President Zelenskyy was there with Secretary Bessent, and they were talking about this economic mineral deal between the United States and Ukraine. That deal was not agreed to by Zelenskyy on that trip, and certainly also not agreed to in the last Oval Office visit that we had between the two presidents. Zelenskyy, of course, wore a suit today and was able to talk to Brian Glenn about that just a few moments ago. President Trump also mentioning that Vladimir Putin is waiting for his phone call on the other end of this meeting here at the White House. They're meeting in the Oval Office just steps away from where I'm standing here today on the North Lawn. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily and Real America's Voice. We're here live at the White House. The Anchorage Accords, Chapter 2. We'll be right back.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems. Don't worry, be warranty.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
President Zelenskyy, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said to the one that attacked you last time. See, that was I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelenskyy.
In the same suit. I changed you.
Maybe yours is much better.
I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much.
President Zelenskyy, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or
are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners.
All right, folks, this is Jack Posobiec. We are back live here, Washington, D.C., on the north lawn of the White House, just steps away from, where you can look just behind me there, in the Oval Office, the West Wing of the White House. President Trump and President Zelenskyy are now holding Chapter 2, Part 2, the Anchorage Accords, now being conducted. On Friday, we were accompanied with President Trump. We are embedded with his delegation up to Anchorage to meet with the Russian side, Vladimir Putin. Now we're here at the White House to explain what's going on with President Zelenskyy and President Trump. I want to give a huge shout out, by the way, to Patriot Mobile for making everything that we're doing in terms of this reporting possible. So go and support them. Make sure you're supporting our sponsors, because that is who keeps the lights on. That's who allows us to do this kind of travel. Go and support them. PatriotMobile.com/POSO or 972-PATRIOT. Again, PatriotMobile.com 972-PATRIOT. Think about it, folks. You have so many options out there when it comes to your mobile phone service. We've all got them. We all need them. In today's economy, in today's social life, you need a cell phone. But why would you be giving your money to people who hate you? We've seen where all of the big three are spending your money. They're spending on wokeness, on CRT, on DEI, and ultimately on things that do not comport with the values of American patriots. So that is why it's very simple. There is now a Patriot phone service that's set up for patriots, and it's called Patriot Mobile. So check them out, patriotmobile.com/POSO, patriotmobile.com/POSO, or give them a call at 972-PATRIOT. Now, folks, getting back to it, as we're here, remember, it wasn't that long ago, just 1 year ago, where President Biden was talking about how the United States would be escalating the war in Ukraine, talking about escalation in terms of missiles, long-range strikes, sabotage attacks deep within the Russian backfield, the Kursk incursion going across the line into Russia proper, pushing the Ukrainians to do that back in 2023, that summer, 2 years ago, the incredibly failed summer counteroffensive where Ukrainian troops were smashed against Russians in places like Mariupol and Melitopol. This was the issue that President Trump came into when he came into office. President Trump didn't start this war. President Trump was a private citizen when all of this was taking place. I'm now looking, there's numerous White House officials, they're coming by as we go. And folks, President Trump has always been against war. He's always pointed out that it never should have happened. And in fact, President Putin said this to him when he was meeting at that meeting in Anchorage, that it wouldn't have happened had he been in office, because they would have found a way to have that one-on-one deal, that one-on-one conversation between President Trump, President Putin, and then, of course, President Trump also being able to go and have that sit down with Zelenskyy. And in fact, he's always been sitting down with Zelenskyy, all the way to the fact that even one of his phone calls with President Zelenskyy became the basis for an impeachment back in 2019. It's very clear here, folks, that Ukraine represents, to a number of the Atlanticist interests, the globalist interests, something far more than just the people on the ground or even the leaders in Kiev. It represents what they have been working on for over a decade, a project, Project Ukraine. And that project, unfortunately, has been to pit them against the Russian Federation and to escalate this to the point where they could foment a war. Now, the globalists, the Atlanticists, will tell you that if they are able to achieve this, that it will force regime change in Russia and it will force President Putin out of office. However, that's not happened at all. In fact, far from it. We're seeing the Russian army, the Russian military, is now on the advance. They are the ones who are currently on the march. They're encircling Ukrainian troops in the Donbass as we speak. They're creating these operational cauldrons, and they're cutting off the supply lines. As we said, and Human Events said, you can go back, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer, when we've had him on, other analysts we've had on, all of these things have been taking place, keyed up on when? the end of July, beginning of August. We told you that this would be the time that it all came to a forefront. Why? Because what we're now starting to see is a rolling collapse of the Ukrainian military on the battlefield. And that rolling collapse means that the Russians are now poised to break out, not just beyond Donbass, but even all the way up to where? The Dnieper River. And the Dnieper River really bifurcates Ukraine north-south, going from all the way in the north, from Kiev, all the way down south to the Black Sea. And that's what this has all been about, that Black Sea. Now, there are people, by the way, in Russia that do not want this deal. They're saying, why sit down with the Americans at all? There are hardliners to the right of Putin who say, we want the entire thing, or at least the entire coastline. Take all the way up to Odessa and leave behind a failed rump state of Ukraine. That's what the Russian right is saying. On the Ukrainian side, they're saying no deal. Don't negotiate with a country that invaded us. Don't negotiate with a country that's come in and started this killing, that started the shooting, that started this aggression. They are the aggressor. Why would we negotiate with them? So it's President Trump who's now coming in here, and he's divvying this up. Now, I've heard from a lot of people saying, look, we don't want to see American boots on the ground in Ukraine. Everyone I've talked to in the administration, that is the furthest thing from any of what they are saying. Now, these questions, though, I know I saw this going around yesterday. Article 5-like security guarantee. What does that mean? Well, on the Russian side, in fact, the Russians have always agreed that Ukraine should have a security guarantee. The question is, who are the guarantors? Are the guarantors of that going to be NATO? Are they going to be European nations, or perhaps a consortium, a coalition, if you will? That's what you're hearing from the Ukrainians as well the Europeans and the G7 members that are here, that are meeting here today, the NATO leaders. They're saying, why not a coalition of the willing? Russia, on the other hand, has said we'd be willing to join such a coalition and perhaps even involve the Chinese Communist Party. So all of these factors are playing into the meeting that President Trump, the series of meetings that he embarked in last Friday in Anchorage, now today in the Oval Office in the White House. I want to get in now. We've got a couple of minutes till the break. I want to get in now some of the Real America's Voice team. I think we have Bo and Emily down there in West Palm. Guys, you there?
Yes, we are, Jack. It's great to see you on the North Lawn there. Jack, if I could, I'd love to touch base with you here on a topic you just touched on before you have to jet. With respect to Donbass, my understanding is that there's economic value to it, but there's a defensible reason that Ukraine wants to keep this, because the terrain is different. And if you open up that territory to the Russians, then it's basically flat farmland all the way to Kharkiv and Kyiv. Is that why a place like Donbass is so critical in these negotiations?
Well, I mean, pretty much all of Ukraine is really that low flat land, that low flat farmland coming off from the Black Sea. The Donbass, yes, it has an extent of terrain to it, but it's really not that much. And yes, to your point, the key geographic formation that would include any kind of military barrier after the Donbass really is just that Dnieper River. So there aren't really any. And again, it's just these remember, Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe, and it certainly was the breadbasket of Europe prior to the war. That black soil that they have in Ukraine is incredibly arable land because of its proximity to the Black Sea. That's why the growth there is so incredible. And it's also why companies like Monsanto and other GMOs have been looking to get into Ukraine from the very beginning. So there's, to your point, not just a military reason, but also an economic reason.
And Jack, what would be the best possible scenario coming out of today in that meeting right behind you?
Well, you know, the best possible scenario would be a peace deal today, and I certainly think that each side is going to have some consternation. Each side will have to make concessions. The Russians have been willing to say that they don't need to get all of the provinces that they're claiming. They're sort of positioning that as a concession, whereas the Ukrainians are saying we want just up to the contact line and nothing else, so up to the current front line. But really, it's about getting a peace deal as quickly as possible for President Trump, for the administration. I think that's what they're driving towards, and one that, again, isn't just going to be a ceasefire that could fall apart. They want an actual lasting peace deal that could perhaps set a new framework for relations between the United States and Russia and the entire West.
Jack, walk us through what the rest of the day is going to look like there at the White House. We know that Trump and Zelenskyy are meeting right now, but there's also European leaders, 7, if I'm not mistaken, that are going to be meeting with them as well. So what can we expect to hear there? I understand that Zelenskyy had his own private meeting before meeting with Trump today with those European leaders, what can we expect to see?
That's right. So they're going to move from this meeting into a wider meeting with the President Zelenskyy and the European leaders. And at which point, if that goes well and if all goes according to plan, that they're going to move to a press conference where you're going to see President Trump, President Zelenskyy, and likely one of the EU leaders. I think we're coming up on a quick break here. We're looking for that press conference as a positive sign. Coming up, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, live from the White House.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
If Vladimir Putin is going to be offered land that he has not seized yet, but negotiates his way into, doesn't this set a dangerous precedent that the United States now accepts this concept that it is okay to seize land by force?
But this is not about acceptance. This is about what Ukraine can accept and what Russia can accept. They both have to accept it. Otherwise, there won't be a peace deal. Okay? If there aren't concessions, if one side gets everything they want, that's called surrender. That's called the end of the war through surrender. And that's not what we're close to doing, because neither side here is on the verge of surrender or anything close to it. So in order for there to be a peace deal, this is just a fact. We may not like it. It may not be pleasant. It may be distasteful. But in order for there to be an end of the war, there are things Russia wants that it cannot get. And there are things Ukraine wants that it's not going to get.
Russia is still unsuccessful in Donetsk region. Putin has been unable to take it for 12 years. And the constitution of Ukraine makes it impossible to give up territory or trade land. Since the territorial issue is so important, it should be discussed only by the leaders of Ukraine and Russia at the trilateral Ukraine, United States, Russia. So far, Russia gives no sign that trilateral will happen. And if Russia refuses, then new sanctions must follow.
All right, Jack Posobiec here, live outside the White House. We're on the North Lawn. It's called Pebble Beach. Not too many pebbles here right now, but there is a little bit of drizzle, a couple of drops of rain hitting. We knew that we were going to get rain at some point today, but I said, guys, we got to do it. We got to be out there. So I'll be out here. Even if it's pouring rain, I'm not going anywhere, because this is what it's all about. Stakes higher than ever. The war in Ukraine, the war in the Donbass, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying it very plainly that neither side is willing to surrender here. And in fact, both sides are willing to continue fighting. After all, this is Eastern Europe, and that's exactly how it goes over there. They're not into surrender very much. But perhaps a peace deal could be come to. And something that I think a lot of people may have missed is that when Volodymyr Zelenskyy, when he was first running for president all the way back in 2019, so 3 years before the war began, one of the things that he said that he wanted to be able to achieve during his time in office would be to find a way to normalize some kind of situation with Russia. Because for folks, remember, the original Donbass crisis goes all the way back to 2014, go to the Maidan revolution. That's when you see those territories break away, become autonomous. Then the Russians move in. So this conflict really goes back over a decade to that point. And it's something that Zelenskyy talked about quite a bit when he first ran for office. So we'll see whether or not he's interested in going back to his original position there. I want to say I'll be here for a couple more minutes. We're going to hand it off to the rest of the Real America's Voice team because I've got to run inside at the end of the segment here for the press conference. I believe we have Steve Gruber, though, with us.
You do, Jack. I'm here, standing by, ready, willing, and able to pick up where you're leaving
Steve.
off. Jack.
Steve, what do you make of the day so far?
It's a remarkable day, Jack. And, I was reflecting on your video in the middle of the night here the other day. I ran it on my morning show here on Real America's Voice first thing this morning because the point that you made is really important. Donald Trump worked all the way home from Alaska. He didn't rest on his laurels. He didn't say, hey, we had a good meeting here. He was on the phone, working the phones with European leaders, NATO leaders, Zelenskyy, all of them. It is remarkable that this man, 79 years of age, is going to work his fingers to the bone, literally, dialing the phone, hooking up and putting together these relationships and making it happen. You were right there at the front row. I'd like you to reflect on that a little bit. I mean, to me, it's a remarkable display of grit and leadership. And I think that's what it's going to take to maybe close the chapter on this war. Your thoughts?
Well, Steve, not only that, but he went golfing just a few hours after. So we get there. We land at the tarmac, and I don't know if I quite expressed this. It was 3 a.m. So and I've been going through how many time zones I couldn't even tell you. But we're on the tarmac. We land though at 2 a.m. on the tarmac, and we're sitting there and we're ready for the movement. We're ready to get into the motorcade, and suddenly we're waiting. And we wait a little bit longer. And then we see the Secret Service, which is in the compartment ahead of us. They all sit down. We said, wait a minute, when the Secret Service sits down, that's probably a sign you're not going to be moving anytime soon. Then Caroline Levitt comes back to us. She says, folks, we're actually holding here on the tarmac. What are we holding here on the tarmac for? Is there some situation? He said, well, President Trump is currently on the phone with a NATO leader, doesn't want to hang up the phone call. So he held the entire delegation, held Air Force One there on the tarmac for probably about another 45 minutes to an hour in order to finish that conversation, didn't want to hang up the phone. And at that point, we headed back to the White House. So for people to realize that when he's up there in the air, Air Force One, that is a total working airborne White House. He's got his airborne Oval Office. He's got his Situation Room, full communication suite, ability to contact anyone in the world. And he was working from the moment that he got on board to the moment he disembarked, and he still got up and went to golf in the morning.
Yeah, it's remarkable. And yeah, what an experience for you to be lucky enough to see that from the front row where you were. A pretty incredible experience. I want you to weigh in on this, Jack, because we've talked about this obviously since February 2022. My opinion has been and continues to be that I'm sorry, as angry as you may be, that Putin's going to be rewarded for his illegal invasion of Ukraine, but he probably is. He's not giving Crimea back. He's not giving back those naval bases or those military airfields in Crimea. That's been in the hands of Russia since 2012. And the Donbass and those regions on eastern Ukraine probably not coming back either. That's been my opinion for a long time. And I think it was framed properly by Peter Doocy, who asked it right out of the gate today. Are you willing to redraw the maps of Ukraine, or do you want to spend another 2 years having people get killed? Look, as our colleague Steve Bannon pointed out numerous times, 1.5 million people killed here or wounded. That's more than the people killed and wounded in the first 2 years of World War II on the European continent. This war has to end. Will it get done today? I don't know. But the war has to end.
Well, I think that's exactly right, and it's been obviously one of the most powerful wars that European and really the world has seen since the end of World War II. Will it get done today? I hope so. Just from that perspective. But again, anything could take place. Sure. But I would say this, as we know, President Trump has been working the phones all weekend. We know that a lot of these decisions, a lot of these conversations were held even before anyone showed up today. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of this had already been hashed out. All right, Jack Posobiec, I am going to head inside to the press conference, turning it over to the Real America's Voice team here live at the White House. Human Events Daily.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that be getting Pulitzers.
Welcome back to Human Events Daily. I'm Bo Davidson alongside Emily Finn. Emily, it's a hopeful day. We would call this a hopeful day in the progress towards a path to peace. Volodymyr Zelenskyy and President Trump are meeting right now as we speak. We can only imagine what's being said.
Yeah.
But we hope it's a path to peace. That's the hope.
Absolutely, Bo. And I think, as Jack was mentioning throughout the show, it's really part 2 of that hope. Last Friday, when Trump met with Putin, that was really the first step in the right direction with all of this. But as we've been discussing throughout the show, I mean, it just seems like the two sides really are hesitant to give up what they want. On the Russian side, being that Donbass region, that land that 88% of it has already controlled by Russia 3 years into this war. And on the other side, Zelenskyy wants those security guarantees, but what does that mean? So I think that's what he's talking with the president about as we speak. They will be meeting with those other European leaders, as we've been reporting on as well. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni included in that group. We know that Zelenskyy talked with them earlier in the day, had a private side conversation before all going in on a unified front to talk with President Trump today. So that is something that I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on, because I think that's going to give us some cues as to where the negotiations really do stand.
Yeah, and there's no deal till there's a deal, right? That's what President Trump has said. Vladimir Putin probably raised his issues and what he wants. Vladimir Zelenskyy will do the same. But remember, as Marco Rubio said, not everyone is going to get everything they want. That is why we have something called compromise. And that's something that just has to happen in this path to peace. And Donald Trump has worked tirelessly. Jack Posobiec gave that anecdote of what happened on Air Force One, working tirelessly to speak to European leaders, as he will do shortly. I do want to talk also, Emily, about the lack of popularity of this war. There's an attitude that has changed in terms of what the Ukrainians feel they should do, and putting their trust in their fearless leader, Volodymyr Zelenskyy. So let's go to a shot right now we have from CNN that talks about polling that has changed from 2022 up until now.
There have been some absolutely major shifts. The idea that Ukraine's going to achieve complete victory, that idea has collapsed within Ukrainian society. What are we talking about here? Ukrainians on the war versus Russia. You go back to 2022, the start of the war. Fight until Ukraine wins. Look at this. The vast majority, about 3/4, 73% agreed with that position. Negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, only 22%. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip. It's the inverse. Now 69% want to negotiate to end the war as soon as possible, compared to just 24% who want to fight until Ukraine wins. That's a 49-point drop in this
Emily,
position.
the results speak for themselves. That is an entire flippage between 2022 and now, in terms of the mentality towards this war and whether they want it to end or whether they should agree to peace.
Absolutely. And let's think about the mindset behind that, Bo. I mean, the Ukrainian people, at the very beginning, it was so unfair. They didn't want their region to be invaded by the Russians. They had a lot of fight in them to not want to accept any kind of negotiations, not accept any kind of a deal. But 3 years later, the Russians are still holding out. And it feels like that probably is a huge inspiration behind those that flippage in statistics that you see on your screen here. It is not a popular war. There are a lot of people, obviously, from Europe as well, over at the White House today that want to assist in getting this war ended. But the United States they're really coming to the table and trying to get both sides together. President Trump talking about how he's going to call President Putin after all of these meetings today and, kind of fill him in and get an update on where negotiations stand from the Russian side. And Trump, when he was meeting with Zelenskyy earlier, said that a trilateral meeting and getting that scheduled is the goal after all of these meetings today. So I think that would be the next step looking forward, Bo.
That would be the goal. And we've got a lot of peace deals that Trump has brokered. Trump is the great peacemaker. We've got Armenia and Azerbaijan, Rwanda and the Congo, India and Pakistan, Cambodia, Thailand, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Israel and Hamas. These are major peace deals that he's brokered. I would like to bring in Steve Gruber, the great Steve Gruber, the encyclopedia, the human encyclopedia Steve Gruber, who knows so much about the tireless work that Donald Trump has done. Steve, I would like to ask you about the effect of the European leaders that are there today. What effect are they going to have? Are they a buttress? Are they chaperones? Oh, we don't have Steve. Okay, well, we'll go back to Emily then. Are these, Steve Bannon called them the chaperones, basically, of this agreement. Sure. A lot of these are NATO countries, okay? So how do you do a deal that's NATO-like in nature, but that does not involve NATO? I think that's a fascinating component to this particular negotiation.
Bo, I think you are absolutely spot on. I mean, this is going to be some pretty challenging conversations for everyone to have today. Everyone wants to make sure that both sides are getting something out of this deal, but it's just going to be extraordinarily difficult. President Trump really hesitated earlier to say, didn't say that there was going to be necessarily U.S. boots on the ground, but a potential partnership with some of those other countries that are present at the meeting today. So going to be keeping a very, very close eye on that. Maybe weapons that he will be assisting, sending over as well. So like I said, Bo, got a lot of very high-level conversations happening today at the White House.
And let's mention those leaders again who are there. It's Ursula von der Leyen of the EU. You have NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Keir Starmer of the UK, Emmanuel Macron of France, Giorgia Meloni of Italy, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and Alexander Stubb of Finland. I do believe we have Steve Gruber back. Steve, I called you an encyclopedia, and you weren't even there for me when I needed you most. But let's talk about these leaders that are there. What effects, Steve, do they have on this negotiation?
Well, it's like having camp counselors there, I think. You know, you've got the little kid at camp, and they've got the counselors there circling him to make sure he doesn't do something wrong, like set the barracks on fire or whatever. That's kind of what he did the last time he was in the Oval Office. I think that's a concern. Yep. You know, I want to go back to you were doing the CNN polling there a moment ago. And to me, you know, the Ukrainians were all for fight till the end a couple of years ago. Now they're like, you know what, let's just be done with this. We'll negotiate our way out of it. It reminds me of Mike Tyson. You like sports analogies. Yeah. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the nose. Well, let's be honest. They've taken a big punch in the nose. 1.5 million people killed or wounded. And like Peter Doocy asked today, do you want to redraw the lines, or do you want to have another 100,000, 500,000. He didn't put a number to it, but I will. You want another 1.5 million people killed and wounded? I mean, Ukraine's not a big country. It only has so much to give. And it's a terrible price that they're paying for a war that's going nowhere. It's been basically at this standstill, grinding back and forth, almost akin to trench warfare. And it's just damn sad. And so I give a lot of credit. I listen and I hear these people on the left screaming, well, Donald Trump, you know, is meeting with Putin. He's his puppet. Well, they didn't say that when George W. Bush met with Putin, or when Barack Obama met with Putin, or Hillary Clinton met with Putin and did all these different things. It's only when Donald Trump meets with him that it's a problem. And the problem here is Democrats know this. If Donald Trump is able to help facilitate an end to this war, and I pray that he can, he's a shoo-in for the Nobel Peace Prize. You can't deny it at that point. You can't. If he's able to facilitate a peace here, you cannot deny it. And if you do deny it, then you know that it's all garbage and nonsense, and it's a meaningless award. I mean, Barack Obama was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for stopping exactly 0 wars, from what I recall. Donald Trump, I think this will be number 7 or 8. I lose count. I mean, he's bringing peace at a fevered pace around the world. It's remarkable to watch. It really is. And I go back to what I said to Jack. I don't think you get out of this without redrawing the lines. I think Peter Doocy was right on the question. I think that the Donbass is probably lost. And look, I get it. People do not want to reward Vladimir Putin for his behavior, for his aggression. I get it. But there's no way around it. You're not getting Crimea back. You've got, let me see here. You got the Sevastopol naval base there, the Baklava submarine base, the Vard Disk military airfield. All of those things have been reinforced and upgraded since Russia took that piece of real estate in 2012. So, look, this is where we are. We can either stop the war and cede some territory one way or the other, at least Crimea at a minimum, because it's been gone for 13 years, or this meat grinder can continue for another year or 2 or 3. Nobody wants that. And how this plays out, by the way, also has the attention of Xi Jinping in Beijing. There's no question. This is an important outcome for what happens next on the world stage. What does China see out of this? These are all important questions. I think that Donald Trump has projected himself of American strength and diplomacy and leadership. And again, I pray that we can get something done here today.
And Steve, it kind of goes back to what President Trump said to Zelenskyy before. You don't have the cards. You just don't have the cards.
He doesn't.
And here's the other thing I want to ask you, too, about this poll. It was mentioned that there haven't been elections in Ukraine in several years. Do the Ukrainians have faith in their leader to be able to broker proper peace, no matter what Zelensky's ego says? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Do they have faith to get it done? That he can get it done?
That's a great question. You know, because again, you have all of these folks on the left pontificating about we must save democracy in Ukraine. What democracy are we saving exactly? The one that canceled all of its elections? Let me tell you something about American history. In the throes of the War of 1812 or the Civil War or World War I, World War II, we never canceled elections in this country, ever. It didn't matter what the United States was up against, even when we were fighting brother against brother in places like Antietam and Gettysburg. We didn't cancel elections. So there's no excuse in my mind at all to cancel elections in Ukraine. If you want to be in the civilized nations, you hold elections. You have leadership. I mean, Winston Churchill got thrown out after winning World War II. A few months after winning, he got tossed out by the Brits. I mean, but you stand for re-election. You don't cancel the elections. Not in my opinion, Bo. Not in my opinion.
That's 100% right. Well, Steve, we appreciate your commentary, and as you are the human encyclopedia, as we all know, bringing us some great Civil War references as well. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate that. And we will be returning. Emily Finn and I will be just in a few moments back with more Human Events Daily in just a moment on such a hopeful, important day.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
He became one of the world's greatest leaders. He changed the course of history. Now, Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming to North America on his first ever Grand Lecture Tour. Be part of this historic event. Meet the global leader live on stage as he takes you behind the scenes of history's greatest turning points and the greatest challenges of our time. Join the conversation that will shape our future. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to Human Events Daily. I am Bo Davidson, filling in for Jack Posobiec, who is at the White House right now. We're getting a live look at this family photo with European leaders. You can see Donald Trump front and center alongside Volodymyr Zelenskyy, taking photos with these wonderful European leaders who are not. This is not NATO that you're seeing. I think it's an important moment, Emily, to consider that these European leaders are there, and this is not NATO, because it's been a hard line for Russia that Ukraine cannot join NATO. And maybe this is the foundation. Maybe this is the answer that is not NATO. And I think that's an important thing to consider today, is Donald Trump has coalesced all these European leaders that are not NATO and said, we may have a different way forward.
Definitely taking a different approach to this, Bo. Looking at that scene right there, Zelenskyy looked very, very happy. He had a big smile on his face. I know that those conversations are going to be continuing right now, broadening out to the rest of the group. It was just Trump and Zelenskyy earlier. And so I'm sure that these NATO conversations will be a big part of that, Bo. Yeah, and I think we have Ben Bergquam, our RAV correspondent, who is the guru of all things borders. I spend so much time at our southern border. Ben, I would like to take this conversation to you in terms of borders, language, culture, things that Zelenskyy wants, things that Putin wants. We've got a coalition of European leaders there, and this isn't NATO. And maybe this is a signal, Ben, I'd like to get your thoughts on this, that globalism is not the answer anymore, that Donald Trump has found a different path forward to create world peace that's not NATO run.
Yeah, well, look, just real quick on NATO, on the United Nations, on the World Economic Forum, all of these organizations have been taken over by communist globalists. And you look at what they've done, originally set up for good. They've been bastardized basically to do evil at this point. They are not the answer. And really, NATO was the cause of the problem to begin with. We go back to 2014. You look at the mainstream media's coverage of this over the last weekend and basically saying, well, Obama was right because because he gave a stern look, and Trump's wrong because he smiled at Putin. These guys are clearly out of touch with reality of how things actually get done. I think you're absolutely right. Now, my concern is I don't think Keir Starmer is the answer either. I mean, he's not somebody that is a coalition that, or if I was building a coalition, he's not the guy I'd be putting on there. You look at what radical Islam and the woke agenda of the global reset, inviting the invasion of Islam back into Europe. So Europe's screwed regardless, both Western and Eastern Europe. But actually, Eastern Europe's doing a lot better than Western Europe right now because they've actually stopped a lot of the globalist, leftist, United Nations push for all, basically no borders, no walls, this whole idea that we have of the left in America. They go around chanting no borders, no walls, no USA at all. Well, that's the same mindset, the same model that you have in Europe. And England is basically being Islamized as we speak right now. And so there's a whole bunch of other problems going on as well. But what I think this is President Trump showing you don't need all of those. You don't need NATO. You don't need these organizations that are really against our best interests. You just need a strong leader in America. If we have a strong leader in America, we are that shining beacon on a hill. We can be that vacuum. We can fill that vacuum, the power vacuum globally, if we choose to use the power that this nation has. And we only do that when we have a president like President Trump. Joe Biden had 4 years to do it, and instead of actually helping the situation, he heard it. Barack Obama had the same. He was what led us into this position. President Trump in his first 4 years stopped any new wars. And you actually had Vladimir Putin say, if President Trump was in office, this would not have happened. I mean, for him to come out and say that. And then the media attacks Trump for all. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. We're living in this paradigm where people are living, one side of the world is living in cognitive dissonance. The other side, we're living in reality, and we're watching all this happen saying, there's a solution and you guys aren't it. You're the problem. So I'm really hopeful. I mean, in the end, whether or not President Trump gets a Nobel Peace Prize or not, he deserves it. You look at what's going on. Again, you've been talking about it all day. Jack's been talking about it all last week and before. Everything President Trump is doing, moving from a position of strength, is the answer. It's the model in order to achieve these goals that we have and that I believe he has as well.
Well, thank you, Ben. We're going to dip in right now. President Trump is sitting live with these European leaders right now. Let's take a listen in.
Hi, Mark. Yeah, good. Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you here. Special place. White House is special no matter where you're from. Represents so much, and it really is beautiful. And thank you for all of the wonderful things that took place today. We've had a very successful day thus far. Important discussions as we work to end the killing and stop the war in Ukraine. We're all working for the same goal. Very simple goal. We want to stop the killing, get this settled. I've just had the honor of being with President Zelenskyy and all of the discussions that we've had. We covered a lot of territory. And I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this. So I'm honored to welcome NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's a great gentleman, great political leader in Europe generally, but now he's the NATO Secretary General, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mark. Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom, our friend and my friend, and doing really well. And people like him a lot. We all like him. Everyone knows President Macron of France, who's been with me from the beginning, one of the first people I met as a foreign dignitary, and I liked him from day one. And I like him even more now. That's pretty good. That's unusual. That's a pretty unusual thing. Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, who's a really a great leader and an inspiration over there. She's served now, even though she's a very young person, she's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person and a very strong leader and very highly respected in Germany. And he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that. President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Huh? Where? Oh, you look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great job, and we wanted to have you here because you're somebody that we all respect. And you've had a lot to do with the success, I think, and the potential success. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who is somebody that we just made a big deal with all of those countries. I don't know. I think you might be more powerful than all these guys at this table. I don't know. But we had a great negotiation, and you're respected all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you. The Alaska summit reinforced my belief that while difficult, peace is within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out. And I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad, actually, to look at them. And negotiating positions. President Putin, also, you have President of Ukraine, who is, you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can. And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelenskyy and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting. And if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin. And if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. We got to save it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelenskyy and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel with.
Thank you so much. I can speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
And it really was the best one. Maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees. And we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and the security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, the humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help. And I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy at their families.
Back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you will
both want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah,
you know that.
Thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the President a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great. Yeah. I'm thinking how to take it back.
We'll get you.
No. I think that we had constructive, specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we are happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr. President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 lies security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President, dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points. Please, Georgia, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald, Mr. President, for hosting us today in this important meeting. And I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you. Thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees, we speak about the whole security of the European continent. And this is why we are all united here with Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or a ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need the security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army for the years and decades to come. And the second one is our own commitment, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months among the coalition of the willings, with the support of NATO, to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that the Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about the security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees, of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees, fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important step forward today. A historic step, actually, could come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine and security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome. Obviously, that has to involve Ukraine, and a trilateral meeting seems the sensible next step. So thank you for being prepared to take that forward, because I think if we can ensure that that is the progress out of this meeting, both security guarantees and some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years in relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years, and so far nobody's been able to bring it to this point. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And, you know, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years, since 1800, 1799, to be almost exact. But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words, too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words. Go ahead.
I'll take the notion of youth back to my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks, we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine. And the progress that we're looking out of this meeting is about the security guarantees, which are a big part of this, and then of course moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelenskyy. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the President of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe, I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue? We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have two willing parties, and usually that's good news, but two willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will, and we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best. But I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do, is work. But I want to thank the media. Has been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair, because this is a very important subject. We have to get it ended. And so that's all we ask for, is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelenskyy, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said it's the one that attacked you last time. See, now I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelenskyy.
In the same suit. You see, I changed, you are not.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Well, what a busy day it has been as we continue. This is part 2, I guess. It began on Friday with a summit in Alaska with Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump greeting him there to discuss ways to navigate an end to the war in Ukraine that has been going on since February 2022. Of course, you now have Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the president of Ukraine, along with several European leaders on hand at the White House. A huge collection of leaders as they're trying to knock out the possibility of getting this done. They're trying to hit not just a ceasefire, as President Trump has put it, but just peace. Peace. No ceasefire, because ceasefires get broken. He wants to bring it all to an end. A lot going on and a lot to catch up with. Thank you for being here today. Joining me are Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. Also joining me today, Colonel Derek Harvey, to discuss where this all goes. Gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Pleasure. Thanks.
Good to be here.
I greatly appreciate you guys being here. All right, so let's begin with you, Colonel Harvey. Friday's gathering was quite interesting. No deal came of it, but I don't think anybody really expected that. Of course, those on the left chirp away saying, well, he didn't get a deal and Vladimir Putin was clearly in charge. I didn't see that. I don't think anybody saw that. I don't think any honest person saw that. I think an honest person saw a man who's trying to get peace between two countries that's gone on for 3.5 years and cost 1.5 million people either their lives or their mobility because they've been killed or wounded. It's time to stop the war. Colonel, what do you say?
Well, I think you're right. The desire for peace is apparent. The European leaders that met with the president under the president's leadership, with President Zelenskyy there, we would not have this day on this precipice of heading into another, maybe a trilateral agreement, talks going forward here. That's still to be seen. I think you have to get Mr. Putin on board with it. But in that room, in the White House today, President Trump was in charge. He has a vision to bring peace to this area. He's putting all his cards into it. It seems to me that a couple of things stood out. President Zelenskyy is on board with moving to the next step. The discussion about security guarantees, what that will mean in detail, is something we're going to have to learn. But, it's going to be very problematic. Number two, the question of territory is still a very difficult thing for the Ukrainians to deal with. But it appears they're going to have to cede some territory. And then you have to deal with Mr. Putin, who has had peace deals before and then has come back and struck again. He took Crimea. He's invaded again in 21. He's gone after Georgia. He's an expansionist person, and no one doubts the type of character he is. He can't be trusted. So we're on a pathway under President's leadership, and I think we're in a good place. There seems to be unanimity about the direction the President is leading us to try and get us over the goal line for a peace deal.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? Lieutenant Colonel West, it's interesting to me that, the numbers, I was shocked when I realized the numbers of people killed and wounded, 1.5 million, give or take, depending on who you trust. But that is more than the number of people killed on the European continent 1939, 1940, in the first 2 years of World War II. This is a terrible war. Like Donald Trump said several times today in what I heard him say, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 people a week sometimes being killed or wounded. This has gone nowhere. And I have said since the early days of this war that it would likely end with Russia having complete control of Crimea, which they already do, and potentially control of some eastern portions of Ukraine, which looks likely at this point. And so the question that was asked today by Peter Doocy, I believe, of Fox News was, are you ready to redraw maps of Ukraine, or do you want to do this for another couple of years? I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but look, doing this for another 2 years, another 500,000 million people killed and wounded, to what end, I say? Colonel, your thoughts?
Well, it's very interesting that you brought up the comparison with the early start of World War II, because if we had had strong leadership, maybe Adolf Hitler would not continue on. When he said that he just wanted to provide protection to the ethnic Germans there in the Sudetenland, and everyone granted him that. The next thing you know, he had overrun Czechoslovakia and Poland. So I think that when you look at the person that is sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania now, he's not a Neville Chamberlain, he's not a Barack Obama, he's not a Joe Biden. And I think that was the whole purpose of Friday, was for Vladimir Putin to see the seriousness and the gravity of the situation in the eyes of President Trump. And I think that's also why you saw those flyovers. But right now, what we have to look at is a very precarious situation. You don't want to reward someone that you cannot trust. You talked about Vladimir Putin being an expansionist. He said that his greatest disappointment of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. We know he can't be trusted when we see what happened with Georgia. And I think it was a great move to have the president of Finland, Alexander Krab, there, because Finland knows this enemy and knows exactly how you cannot trust them and what they are really looking after. Same with the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. So I think it's important that these leaders go in with a strong hand. The economic sanctions, because China is also looking at this as well. I think it was a great thing that we signed the energy deal with the European Union so that we get Europe off of the oil and gas that comes from Russia, and they take it from us. That helps our economy. That helps them. That undermines Vladimir Putin.
Yeah. Peace guarantees, that's part of the conversation here. But Derek Harvey, I can only imagine what the Ukrainians would think of that. They gave up their nuclear weapons with the guarantee of peace that Russia would respect their territory. Clearly, they have not, they did not, and they will not. So look, I don't want to reward Vladimir Putin for his illegal invasion of Ukraine, February 2022. But on the same token, I'm stuck in this position where I've thought from early on that there were going to have to be concessions, real estate concessions, and it looks like that's true. But where do we go from that point of view?
Well, if there are real estate concessions, you still have the issue of the irredentism of Vladimir Putin and the security guarantees. What are they going to be? Is it going to be a tripwire of UK, French forces? How can the Ukrainians count on them? Maybe for the next 2 years, but maybe another government will not hold fast with those commitments. They were promised, that they would have security if they gave up the nuclear weapons that they had in the 90s. That didn't hold either. So if you're in Kiev, you have to have real doubts, and you have to question what kind of guarantees are going to be strong enough and enduring enough and sufficient enough to keep Russia at bay and to satisfy the constituencies within Ukraine.
Yeah, we got to look at all of that. I mean, if you're Ukrainian, why would you believe anything the Russians say? And I think Lieutenant Colonel West, you point out that's why Finland, an important person to have at the table, an important country to have at the table, because they understand this as well as anyone. All right, hold that thought right there, gentlemen. We'll take a quick break here. I'd like to say this is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for you, your money, your savings? Well, consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, Birch Gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. Pretty good idea, right? First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. Just text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead of the curve for yourself. When we come back, more with Lieutenant Colonel Alan West and Colonel Derek Harvey as we continue to break down the road to peace, potentially. Stay right there.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, continuing on now. The road to peace is going to be complicated. I don't know how we get there. Let's review this just for one moment here. Crimea, taken during Barack Obama's tenure in the White House. You've got several bases there now, Russian bases. Sevastopol is a naval base. Baklava is a submarine base. And Vardisk is a military airfield, all of which have been improved and reinforced in the 13 years Russia has been there. it's an important strategic position on the Black Sea. They're not going anywhere. That's for sure. I guess it would seem to me, and I want to bring it back in, Colonel Derek Harvey, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. Colonel Harvey, I'll start with you. It seems to me that if you could get away with allowing it just to be Crimea that the Russians keep and not the rest of the eastern part of Ukraine and the Donbass and so forth, that would be a win. I just don't know that that's possible. Look, I don't want to reward Vladimir Putin, but I don't see how, without some concessions of land and rewriting the boundaries and the borders, that we can get to peace here. I just don't know that we can get there. Your thoughts?
Well, Putin already had Crimea when he went into eastern Ukraine, and so they want more. And knowing Putin and the history there, he's very expansionist. So when we look at Putin and his judgment about where he's at in these negotiations, I don't think we know for sure how he reads the exhaustion of the Russian economy and how much more they have to give into this campaign and this conflict and how much more sacrifice. I think they've got a tremendous amount left to give in this war. The strategic reserves, the size of their military. Yes, it's strained them economically. They don't like being isolated. There's a cost, but it's a vital interest in the minds of the strategic leadership of Moscow. And they are irredentist. So, I don't know that we have them, in a place where they're going to make any real concessions. I think they're going to be maximalists. So there's that question. And I don't think that we can be assured that we're going to get a deal. I think that there's a strong possibility we're going to go down this path for a while and that Putin will pull in and, reject the overtures for some reason yet to be determined.
Yeah. Let me point to a CNN poll, Colonel West, because a CNN poll has basically shown a complete change of where the Ukrainian people were 2 years ago compared to where they are now. About 80% now say they want this war negotiated and ended. A couple of years ago, they wanted to fight till the death. Well, like Mike Tyson used to say, everybody has a plan or they get punched in the face. And let's be honest, like it or not, Ukraine got punched in the face. There's only so much fight left in them. The other thing but there's one thing here that really bothers me from the left, and I got to get this in as well. And that is, our friends on the left that wanted to keep dumping billions and billions of dollars into Ukraine with no return on investment. And who knows where that money ended up, a lot of it. Kept saying, well, it's about democracy. We have to defend democracy. This is a country that canceled elections. There haven't been elections in Ukraine in how many years? And none on the horizon. Zelenskyy was asked about that today. Oh, sure, I'd hold elections. Well, then why didn't you? The United States never canceled an election, not in the War of 1812, not in the Civil War, not World War I, not World War II. We've never canceled elections in this country. And we've been through hell and back. So why does the left always talk about defending democracy? I think it's a red herring. Your thoughts?
Well, you're absolutely right. Anytime you are threatening the progressive socialists, the Marxist left, they're going to tell you that you're a threat to democracy. If you want to clean up crime in the streets of Washington, D.C., you're a threat to democracy. But I think the most important thing that has to happen is that somehow we have to convey to Vladimir Putin that you really don't have the high ground. You don't have the moral high ground. You don't have a strategic high ground whatsoever. And an important message also needs to be sent to Xi Jinping, because you know that Putin's resources are being exhausted when he has to go and get troops from North Korea. And of course, without a doubt, they are being supported and supplied by China. And when you start to look at the trade imbalance that we have had with China and all of the surplus they have, a lot of that is going to the building up of the Chinese Navy. It's also going to sending funds for Russia. And then also we need to make sure that the pipeline of drones and all these things are cut off from Iran. So I think if all these nations can come together and let Vladimir Putin know that you're not going to get your way on this, and we're going to make the decision and choice what strategically we say that you can be retaining. And if you want to retain a military presence down there in Crimea, well, then guess what? We're going to have that security presence for Ukraine, because you cannot be trusted, because we know what happened in Georgia. So I think it's really important that you break out the old Sun Tzu, the art of war, not so much the art of the deal, and understand that you've got to put your opposition, your adversary, in an untenable position. And that's what we need to be maneuvering towards.
Yeah, absolutely. Colonel Harvey, I'll give you the last word here. We're optimistic here. But as Donald Trump has said for a while, it's complicated. It is complicated. It's going to be a give and take. How do we get there? How do we make sure that we get there? And I keep hearing people like John Bolton, Nicole Wallace taking cheap shots at the president. Bolton keeps claiming we'll have American boots on the ground. I don't believe that at all. I don't think Donald Trump would ever send American soldiers to fight on the ground in Ukraine. It would have to take some extraordinary circumstance for that to ever occur. What are your final thoughts on this day as they're behind closed doors? We hope for something good. Bring it home for me.
Well, I don't think America First or the president would ever want to put troops on the ground, even as part of a security guarantee. But I think that's one thing President Zelenskyy and the European leaders are hoping for is, some tangible American commitment to troops and, facilities probably in Ukraine to support Ukrainians' security guarantees. So I think that's a big issue that's going to have to be, addressed. I also, I'm amazed all the time when I keep hearing about possible new sanctions, new initiatives that we could take to pressure Moscow. 3.5 years into the war, if we were serious, we would have had secondary sanctions a couple, 3 years ago. We would have put more pressure on Moscow, on their trading partners in India and China, for example, and so would the Europeans. So there's a lot left in the tank that has not been applied economically and in other matters, culturally and elsewhere. But, we haven't done it yet. And so I have to ask, how serious have we actually been to really pressuring Moscow over these last 3.5 years?
Yeah. Colonel West, I'll give you the last word here as well. I would never expect Donald Trump to put American boots on the ground. I'll let you answer that question as well as we take it home.
Well, when I started out in the United States military in 1984, I was part of an airborne battalion in Vicenza, Italy, that was part of the Allied Mobile Force Land Europe. And it was several different airborne units from NATO European countries. And we were the Rapid Response Force. And so I don't want to see us commit to having combat troops there. But without a doubt, I believe that we can help as far as some of the infrastructure repair. I believe that we can help as far as intelligence, things of that support. But I think the biggest thing is you get business investment back into Ukraine, and that puts Vladimir Putin into a very bad situation if he wants to continue to attack and all of a sudden disrupt American business investment. That's why I'm saying we have to find that center of gravity. We have to find that Achilles heel that we can exploit. But first and foremost, you got to let him know he does not own all of the high ground.
Exactly right. Gentlemen, I greatly appreciate the insight. We'll see what happens behind closed doors today. Of course, everybody watching, the world watching, many of the world leaders here. Gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Thanks so much, Steve.
Gentlemen. All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue in just a moment.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo. And sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market.
and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
All right, so stockpiling the things you need, while not recommended in many instances, is sometimes required, especially with medicine. You don't want to get caught short, now do you? With trade relations as they are now, it's important to consider all options when it comes to having a steady supply of critical medications amid tense trading relations. Joining now to discuss this is the Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine at the Wellness Company, Dr. Kelly Victory. Doctor, nice to see you today. We talked recently about all these pharmaceuticals being sourced in large part in places like China. Well, President Trump, as you know, recently announced that he was going to be giving big tariffs on imported prescription drugs in order to force manufacturers to bring the goods back to the United States. How important is it to have pharmaceuticals domestically sourced?
Well, thanks for having me, Steve. Independent of how you feel about tariffs in general, it is critically important that we bring pharmaceutical manufacturing back to the United States. Our over-reliance on China for prescription medications or their active ingredients has been going on for decades, and it really has been a tremendous national security risk. All it would take is for the Chinese to cut off our supply, jack up the prices exponentially, or in some way contaminate those medications, and we would be in tremendous risk. So anything we can do to bring that manufacturing back to the U.S. is important. That said, it is not going to happen overnight, and that's why we do anticipate it is certainly possible that there will be both a short-term increase in the price of prescription medications as a result of the tariffs, and also potentially shortages of certain medications, which is why, while I don't like the word stockpiling per se, I do believe that it is wise, it's rational readiness, if you will, to have a supply certainly of those medications that you take regularly, your blood pressure medication or diabetes medications, for example, to have an additional month or two on hand. Likewise, we suggest that families have, a kit, an emergency kit of some sort that includes things like antibiotics, antivirals, medications for nausea and vomiting and common illnesses, so that you don't have your back against the wall should these tariffs have an undue impact on prices or availability.
And the wellness company that you work for, we've talked about this many times in the past, they have these, which are the gold standard when it comes to a kit, just like you said, antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics, and a lot more, all in one kit that you can carry with you. It's one of the many kits available at the wellness company for all sorts of concerns and emergencies, right?
Absolutely. You can treat many common infections and illnesses. These are prescription medications. They are written and prescribed for you. They also comes along with a very detailed guidebook to help you understand how and when to use the different medications in the kit. And you can also avail yourself of a telemedicine visit with one of our physicians if you have questions. Again, this isn't to spread fear or fear-mongering. It's what I call rational readiness. Have one of these kits on hand for your family. We have a broad range of kits, including first aid kits, a field emergency kit that has more extensive supplies to treat a host of illnesses as well as injuries. And it's a thing that you want to have on hand before the time comes. You don't want to have to run to an urgent care or, God forbid, an emergency department. And particularly if there is an impact on the price of medications or their availability as a result of these tariffs in the short term, it's wise to have these on hand.
It is wise. Don't be scared. Be prepared. That's kind of the motto. And look, in my neighborhood, I see Rite Aids go out of business and CVS pharmacies go out of business. I mean, they were everywhere. Now they're hard to find in some places. So if you're concerned about how close the pharmacy is and you have a hurricane, an earthquake, just a power outage for a couple of days, which are more common than they should be, I mean, you need to be prepared. That's what this is all about, right?
Absolutely. We're coming into National Preparedness Month in September. It's a good time for everybody to think about their family preparedness plan for both natural and man-made disasters, and certainly having medications on hand, medical supplies on hand is part of that preparedness plan. We make it very easy with these pre-prepared kits. As I said, you can go to our website and see the broad range of them. We've also, Steve, been able to get a hold of some things that were in short supply, like EpiPens, to use in the case of anaphylaxis or for a severe allergic reaction. These can be life savings. They were very, very difficult to get a hold of, and the prices had gone quite high. The Wellness Company includes them in a number of our different kits, so you can go on the website and look, or speak to one of our advisors to determine which is the best kit for your use.
Absolutely. And here's what I suggest you do right now. Go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. There are subscriptions. There are the kits like we've talked about. There are great supplements, Parasite Cleanse, the gold standard in all these things. A spike cleanse for spike protein if you had COVID or you got the shot, you don't like it. All of these things. twc.health/voice. Doctor, thank you as always.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. Look, don't be scared. Be prepared. Get yourself a kit. They even have travel kits and kits for kids, too. Yeah, I've got them right here. I'll take a break. What makes America wonderful? We'll talk about that after the break. And what is the America's Voice question of the day? Well, here it is. What do you think Zelenskyy will do after this meeting? We'll talk about it after the break.
Hey there. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Well, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day to make sure that you leave the program with a smile on your face. So today's story comes to us from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where a request for a small donation was snowballed into something quite a bit bigger. Roxy & Company, a local pet store in the area, had reached out to their pet food supplier, Nutrisource, in regard to providing a donation of food to feed dogs in a local shelter. Nutrisource, willing to play ball, accepted, but when they saw the request ended with too many animals, not enough fosters, not enough homes, and not enough funds, things changed. Nutrisource called the owners back to ask how much room they had, a question that would forewarn of the generous donation of over 6,541 bags of dog food weighing in at 33,000 plus pounds and valued at about $100,000 delivered to help feed rescue dogs throughout the area. Banding together to help in a worthy cause is indicative of what makes America wonderful, that's for sure. Feed the dogs. That's what they did, feed the dogs. All right, question of the day. Do you think Zelenskyy will be willing to end the war with Russia as early as today? They're behind closed doors right now. Here are some of your answers. Diane Simon writes, no, that means his money will dry up. Well, I think he probably stashed some away, don't you? Bunny Late, no, the toddler will continue to pitch a fit. We'll see. Linnell Shaker, I highly doubt it. He wants Crimea back, doesn't he? Yeah, Linnell, he's not getting it. I'm just going to put it out there for you. Peggy Mitchell, a definitive no. President Trump is prepared. Jack Huber writes this. No, he just wants more fun. See, a lot of people think he's just in it for the money. Brian Poirier, no, he wants an endless war. Linda Schiffelbein, nope, European leaders want more money from Earth Minerals for payment. War is where the money is made. Too true and too sad. Tracy Rogers has this. Nope, he's in it for the money. He could care less about his country or the people in it. And one more here from Sam Folds. No, he knows when the war is over, he's out of power and the money train ends. Boy, a lot of you are just cynical, but so am I. Rumors circulating that he and his circle are buying property, fancy properties in places like Miami and London. You know, how wrong could they be? We'll find out when those doors come open what progress we might have made. We'll find out and share it with you. Beginning tomorrow morning right here on Real America's Voice with the Steve Gruber Show. Be sure to follow me on social media so that you can get into the question of the day. I'll see you tomorrow morning and then back here for America's Voice Live.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you